What dog? This is Wang's noodle shop. The kid in the doorway said it with a completely straight face, vest, cloth shoes, eyes doing that little sweep up and down the alley that only ever means one thing. Behind him, I could hear a crowd screaming at something, and underneath the screaming, a sound I'd know anywhere. Wet, rhythmic, the sound of two animals taking each other apart for money. Great noodle shop, 10 out of 10, very authentic. I didn't argue with him. I didn't have time to argue with anybody. I opened the bag in my hand and let him look inside, and 10 stacks of 100 yuan notes looked back at him. That was everything I owned. Not most of it, all of it. Every account emptied, every drawer scraped out, the whole sum of one entire human life converted into paper and stuffed into a canvas bag so I could walk into a dog fighting pit at 9 in the evening and buy an animal. To anyone watching, I was a lunatic. Rich boy with a screw loose, about to blow 100,000 on a puppy. Here's the thing though, in about 3 hours that money would be worth exactly as much as the bag it came in. Deeds, savings, businesses, the numbers on your bank app, all of it was going to turn into mud at midnight, and the only currency left in the world would be how hard you could hit. Also, in 58 minutes, I was going to kill the dog with a shovel. Nobody says no to money. He didn't say no either. He just stopped pretending to sell noodles and went to get somebody who could make decisions. The front of the place was a grain shop. The back of it was another planet. You come in through a little room, and then the noise hits you all at once. 100 voices packed around an iron cage, and over the noise comes the smell. Not blood exactly, plasma, thick and warm and metallic, the way a slaughterhouse floor smells at the end of a shift. 2 pit bulls were in the cage tearing at each other, and a ring of men were leaning over the bars roaring at them. That's people for you. We sit on top of every food chain on this planet, and given a free evening and a little cash, this is what we come up with. The owner came over. Bald, middle-aged, tigers tattooed up both arms, the kind of guy who's been in the gray part of the economy so long he can smell trouble through a wall. And he smelled it on me. I watched it happen. His face was doing the friendly thing, but his eyes kept snagging on me, and he couldn't work out why. I was about 175, pale, no muscle worth mentioning. I looked like a kid who'd graduated last spring and still called his mom on Sundays. Normally somebody like me walks into a room like that and starts sweating through his shirt. I wasn't sweating. What he didn't know was that I'd spent over 10 years somewhere that made his little basement look like a petting zoo, and by the end of it, watching things die had stopped registering. It wasn't bravery, it was more like a callus. You can't feel through a callus. I want to buy a dog, I said. Sentence number 2. I tossed him the bag and stopped looking at him entirely, because the dog was the only thing in that building I cared about. Fighting dogs don't wear armor, and there's no king of that particular hill. Even the winner comes out of the cage with pieces missing. It's basically 2 coins being flipped at each other, and 100,000 was more than enough to buy me a look at every coin in the box before I called it. So I walked the row. No, none of these. A dozen animals, every one of them a wreck in progress, and not one of them was what I came for. My jaw got tight. I went back to the tattooed man. Are all the fighting dogs here? These are the best we've got. Apart from these, all that's left are the cripples from their losses. And there it was, the thing I'd walked right past in my own memory for 10 years. Take me to those. He hesitated. Not because it was a strange request. It was a strange request, but he'd heard stranger. He hesitated because whatever animal instinct kept him alive in that business had just started screaming at him, and he didn't know why, and I wasn't going to explain it to him. The room was a garbage room with dogs in it. 7 or 8 of them, dead and not quite dead in a heap, and nobody had bothered to sort them into categories, and in the corner was a Tibetan Mastiff that looked like it had been skinned. Most of its coat was torn off. There was very little of it left that you'd call an animal, and its eyes were open. I want you to understand what that looked like. Pale pupils, laced through with green veins like a web spun inside the eyeball, and behind the web something that had decided it was not going to die tonight because it had not been given permission. Found it. My hands went cold, not from fear, from the thing you feel when a memory walks up and stands in front of you in the flesh, because I knew that look. I'd seen that look from about 40 meters away, on a street that no longer existed, on the day it killed everything I could see. They called it Hellhound. 5 meters at the shoulder, coat like a lit match, and it could throw up magma out of its throat like a hose. First real monster this city ever met. It went through an entire city's worth of people, and when the country finally organized enough force to put it down, it cost them so much they didn't publish the number. Its body stayed hot for 3 days after it stopped moving, and there was one detail everybody remembered. Burned into the skin of its back was a single character: fight. That's what they do here. Shave the fur, brand the character, use the pain to make the animal meaner before it goes in the cage. So that's what I was doing in a basement with my life savings in a canvas bag, 3 hours before the end of the world. I wasn't there to rescue anything. I want it. The tattooed man gave me a very long look and did not ask a single question because I had already given him more money than the animal had ever been worth, and because some part of him wanted me out of his building. Fine by me. I had 58 minutes, an empty room, concrete, one bulb. The dog lay on its side and breathed in a way that suggested it was doing me a favor. I had water, food, and a bag of the cheapest bandages a convenience store sells. Honestly, none of it was necessary. Nothing was going to kill that animal that night, not with what was coming for it. But I've learned that when everything hinges on one moment, you don't gamble on probably. You do the small, stupid, careful things anyway. So I cleaned it up. I gave it water. I wrapped what could be wrapped. At first, it wanted nothing to do with me. It watched my hands the entire time with that flat, poisoned hostility that animals get when people have only ever been a source of pain. Then, somewhere in the middle, it changed. I watched the fear come out of its eyes and something else move in. Wary became puzzled. Puzzled became still. And then this half-dead, half-flayed thing put its head down and let me touch it, and started making a sound in its chest like it had finally found dry land after a very long time in the water. Gratitude. That's the word. It's not a human invention. Anything with enough of a mind to notice kindness can do it. Favorability plus 100. I'm being flippant, but that's genuinely what it was. In about an hour, that animal was going to become a nightmare that the national government would spend lives on, and it had just decided that I was the one good thing in the world. I could have lived under that. I could have walked out of this city behind 5 meters of walking artillery while everybody else was learning what a monster looked like. Big talent. That's the phrase for it. That's the thing that separates an elite monster from a large angry animal. Some of them come out of the gate with a capacity for something more than hunger, and that capacity is exactly why they climb. People got very lucky that way later. You'd find some starving thing by the roadside, feed it, and 6 months later it was carrying you up through the ranks like an elevator. I had that, right there, breathing on my knee. I stood in the middle of that concrete room and watched the hands of my watch. Tick, tick, 12, BZZZ. I don't know how to describe the sound, and I was there. It wasn't loud, it came from underneath sound. It was the noise space makes when it stops being one thing and becomes another, and it went through the floor and up through my teeth. The world had officially ended, right on schedule. The dog convulsed. Its body swelled. The burst wounds glazed over with a film of brownish red. Its eyes went the color of something about to rupture, and heat came off it in a wave I could feel from 2 meters away. Its injuries were closing while I watched. Gene chain reboot, energy storm, whatever the scholars decided to call it later. In the space of a few minutes, the pitiful thing on that floor became a completely new species. It wasn't 5 meters yet. It wasn't even close. It was weak, and it would be weak for a while, and it turned its head and looked at me, and there was no hunt in it at all. Just that same dependence, that same, you're the good thing. I felt my chest do something complicated, and then finally, after weeks of my face refusing to cooperate, I smiled. Then I picked up the shovel from the corner and brought it down on its skull. Bang, bang. I stood in that empty room with my eyes glassy and swung the shovel, once, twice, 3 times. The freshly evolved hellhound was as weak as it would ever be. Give it a few weeks and nothing short of an artillery regiment would matter. It was never going to get those weeks. Snap. Bright red on gray concrete. The wounds I'd bandaged 40 minutes ago opened right back up. I didn't stop. And I'm not going to pretend about the next part because I've thought about it since, and the answer doesn't change. The smile stayed on my face the whole time. When it was over, my hands were shaking a little, and the thing on the floor was not a shape anymore, and I looked at it and felt exactly nothing that I could name. The apocalypse doesn't do sentiment. When there's something on the table, people abandon their own blood relatives inside of a week, and that was just goodwill. Free, unearned, given to me by an animal that didn't know any better. Do you have any idea how little that's worth? I wanted the corpse. I never wanted the dog, because the same wave that rebooted every gene on this planet had just reached into me too, and I could feel it, that old, familiar, unbelievably foul power settling back into my bones like it had never left. I knelt down. I put both hands into the wreckage of its head, and I said the words. Rotting bodies buried deep in the darkness, obey the ancient covenant, heed my whispers, break the boundaries of time and space, and come forth, companions from the abyss. Let me back up exactly 1 paragraph's worth, and then we never do this again. The energy storm came down at midnight and blew out every power grid on the planet, and while everybody was standing in the dark wondering where the lights went, the sky cracked open in about 9,000 places. Insects, zombies, dragons, ogres, things nobody had a word for. Everything buried in the ground got up and started walking. Cockroaches got to be the size of dogs, and mosquitoes got thick as your forearm and could drain a grown man in one sitting. And a small number of people got handed something. Fire mages, ice mages, rock warriors, beast tamers, dragon blood berserkers, guys who could turn invisible, guys who could fly, guys who could make a corpse stand up and salute, kids who'd flunked out, guys who'd been fired, people digging through scrapyards, the absolute bottom of the human pile, and overnight the pile got turned upside down. What I got was a door. I could reach the abyss. I could offer it something and pull something out. That's it. That's the whole ability. Summoner. And the offering decides what answers. The blood mist came up around me, and the room went away. I want you to picture a sea of blood with things floating in it. Multi-legged, blue-faced, half-fish, giants on fire. And past the sea, lakes of acid, clouds of poison, caves full of spikes, rivers of lava, and every square meter of it occupied by something that has one shared characteristic with everything else there, which is that it wants to eat. The abyss. Infinite dimensions of it. 666 levels that anybody's bothered to count, and an unknown number nobody has. No morality, no friendship, no kinship. Betrayal, killing, destruction, and that's the entire menu. First time I saw it, in my last life, I nearly lost my mind. This time, I looked at it and felt something closer to ownership. Heat came off my skin. My face went bloodless white and my teeth started aching, and I grinned through it because whatever pain this was, it was rent and I could afford it. And then the mist got thick and something came through. The smell arrived before the shape did. I'd like to describe the smell for you, but I don't think I can do it without you putting your phone down. 4 meters of rotting meat with limbs. That's the honest version. Bloated, mud-colored, no features to speak of except a pair of eyes full of hate and a mouth that could open wider than the body it was attached to. Imp, the true garbage of the abyss. Filthy, vicious, mindless, and so far down the ladder that in a war they get spent like ammunition. And I was thrilled, because last time, when I had no idea what I was doing and offered up whatever I could find, I got a worm. A worm. Do you understand what a worm is? A worm is a tube. That was my grand debut as a summoner. A tube. This time I got a meat shield that bullets bounce off, and I got it at minute 1. Then the meat shield looked at me and thought about killing me. I felt it. That's a thing you feel. Hate leaking out of a body with no brain in it, aimed at the guy who just dragged it out of its own dimension. I put 4 daggers of raw mental force through it. Psychic attack. It's the disciplinary tool. Your summon has no mind to reason with, so you go around the mind and hurt the thing underneath it. It made a sound like a modem dying. Oi, shh, LK. Mindless? Sure. Still capable of feeling pain in whatever passes for its soul. It gave in, and that's the difference right there. Hellhound would have been strong and mine right up until the day it wasn't. This thing I could kill with a thought if it ever twitched wrong. I like arrangements where I hold the leash and the knife. Now, 7 days. That was the number in my head. The army does not clear this city for 7 days. In those 7 days, 2/3 of the people in it die. Not are displaced. Die. I had 1 summon, no weapon, and a body that had done exactly 0 physical training in this timeline. I needed somewhere to hide. And then the screaming started on the other side of the door. What's wrong with these animals? Back off, back off. Don't let them out. Lock them back in. Lock them. Let go. No, don't come any closer. Don't. 5 minutes. That's how long the arena lasted. See, the energy didn't just wake up the monsters from the cracks. It woke up everything. Rabbits started taking fingers off. House cats went through their owners' throats, and dogs, the most loyal animal we ever made, turned around inside of a second and did to us what we'd spent 10,000 years training out of them. The dog-fighting pit had about a dozen fighting animals in it, all of them starved on purpose, all of them branded on purpose, all of them made mean on purpose. I opened the door when it went quiet. The arena had the same smell as before with the joy taken out of it. Hundreds of people on the floor, and their faces had all frozen at slightly different points in the process of understanding what was happening. In the corner, surrounded by scattered coins, was a body with a very colorful tattoo on it. A minute before, that man had been counting his take, money, property. The stuff a person spends an entire life stacking up. All of it went away in 5 minutes, and it didn't even leave a mark on the room. Then a dozen animals came around the corner and looked at me. They were wet to the shoulder, and none of it was theirs. Imp stepped in front of me. 4 meters of it. It straightened up and opened that mouth, and the stink rolled out and actually beat the smell of the room, which I want you to appreciate as an achievement. Get out, I said. I want to be honest about what that moment actually was, because it sounds much cooler than it felt. I had 1 summon. There were 12 of them. Imp was stronger than any single one, but it was one thing, and I was standing behind it made of meat and opinions. 1 long, lean dog at the back of the pack made a noise, and the whole pack stopped. It looked at me for a second longer than the others did, then it turned around and left, and every single animal there went with it. A pack leader, in under 5 minutes. That dog had gone from livestock to command in the time it takes to microwave something, and I stood there thinking, congratulations, buddy, you're going to be somebody's problem. Not mine, though. I was busy. I let out a breath and discovered my entire back was soaked. That whole exchange was a bluff. That's all it was. I'd walked out with a corpse-eating garbage pile and a confident voice and won a staring contest. Fortunately, monsters are exactly as capable of misreading a situation as we are. I didn't stay. The blood in that building was going to bring visitors, and anything that came for a free meal that big wasn't going to be a dog. I banished Imp back down the hole before I hit the street. Too conspicuous. The contract meant I could pull it back out with a thought, and 4 meters of walking landfill is not a thing you take on public transport. Outside, the city was doing the part everyone's seen in a movie, and nobody's seen for real. People running in every direction, and behind them, things that didn't run so much as arrive. Corpses out of the ground, some of them so far gone, they had things living in the eye sockets, moving forward at that patient dead-legged pace, and behind them, the ones they'd already caught, getting up to join in. Cats and dogs and rats, all of them twice as fast as they had any right to be, and all of them with the same red in their eyes. Beetles the size of millstones that could take an adult in half with one closing motion. Fat white things that spat something out of their mouths that took the skin off whatever it landed on. Giant rock beetle. Sulfuric acid bug. Those were the names people settled on later. That night they were just shapes with intent. And I ran through the middle of it to a convenience store I remembered. Because here's a thing about predators that nobody tells you. A shark won't chase one fish through a whole school. When there's this much food moving in every direction at once, the safest place to be is inside the panic. I made it in, blocked the door with the shelving, closed the shutters, then I went shopping, which felt insane and was completely correct. High calorie, that's the only rule. Chocolate, bread, anything cured, and 4 big jugs of water. Storage wasn't a problem. Imp has a stomach like a shipping container and no opinions about cargo, so as long as the packaging was sealed, I could tell it to swallow the lot and carry my groceries in its digestive tract, which is a sentence I never expected to have a use for. The store was too small and too central to hold. But daylight was worse than night, so I'd stay till dark. And then something rustled behind the counter. Fabric on fabric, no blood smell, no monster smell, just a person. I made the hand seal anyway, ready to pull Imp up through the floor, and said, "Who's there? Are the monsters gone? I'm so scared." A girl came up from under the register, 17, 18, school uniform, cartoon t-shirt under it, blue school trousers, cloth shoes. Small face, delicate features, filthy with dirt and completely wrecked from crying, which if anything made her look more like something you'd want to protect. There was a red mark across half her neck. I clocked it and moved on. "Brother, they didn't come in here, did they?" I didn't answer her. I just looked. She didn't notice, because she'd looked past me at the barricaded door and the empty aisles and let herself feel safe for the first time in an hour. And the second she did, she came apart. "They're all dead. They're all dead. There were so many. I've never seen anything like them. We'd just finished school. Wang Mei got picked up into the air and she just died. Students. Caught in the open coming out of class. She was the only one who got away. Lucky. That's the honest assessment. That body, in that chaos, across that many streets? Miracle." She held up a phone with a cracked screen in a hand that was scraped raw. "Brother, my phone broke. Can you call the police? My dad's a police officer. Just call him. He'll come and get us." Yeah. The energy storm had gone through the communications grid like a bottle through a window, so the phone was a rectangle now. And even if it hadn't, even if she'd had a working line straight to the man himself, what exactly was he supposed to do? Empty a service pistol into one walking corpse and then get taken apart by the 6 things that heard him do it? "Don't talk," I said. "Don't cry, don't move around, and most of all, don't bother me." She wrinkled her nose at me. "Bad guy," she said, in the smallest voice she had. She'd been pretty and top of her class since she was 6 years old, and I don't think anybody had ever spoken to her like that, and it landed with her about as well as you'd expect. I sat down against a shelf and closed my eyes. I needed my strength back before dark. I actually got some sleep, which tells you something about me that I'm not going to defend. Pang, I was up before I was awake. 10 years of that will do it. The body files the paperwork later. Pang, something hit the door again. Through the gap in the shutters, dark shapes in the air, half a meter across, black, furry, big ears on a round little head, and a face with nothing on it. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just one long piece of hardware sticking out of the front like a syringe. Night bat, or the other name people gave them, which is more accurate. Night demon. They hunt the way mosquitoes hunt. They put that thing through you and drink until you're a husk. One of them gets through 5 adults a day, and they run in packs from 5 to 50, and they can't see or smell. So how do they find anybody? They fly around during the day, spraying their urine over a wide area. It carries a trace of energy in it, and any marked body that's still warm lights up for them at night like a runway. They sow in the day, they eat at night. I stood in that dark store and did the math out loud in my head. I'd come through the arena and half a district, and nothing had touched me. Nothing had marked me. There were two people in this building. I turned around and looked at her. She'd gone absolutely white. I crossed the room, took hold of her, and looked at that wine-colored stain on her neck, and the longer I looked, the less it looked like a scrape. It sat on the skin. It didn't sink in. It looked like dye. I tore her collar open and put my face down to it. Ammonia. "You're marked," I said, and every part of it locked together. The flying monsters she'd mentioned, the classmate lifted into the air, the reason she and only she had made it across 4 streets alive. She hadn't outrun anything. She'd been tagged and released. She started screaming. In fairness to her, from where she was standing, a strange man had just ripped her shirt open and put his nose against her skin, and she stopped caring about whatever was outside. "Let go. My dad's a police officer. I broke her neck. I'd like to be able to tell you there was a long moment in there. There wasn't. The math had 2 lines in it. Line 1, I keep her alive. That means pulling Imp up into a convenience store to fight a pack of night demons in an enclosed space, which means noise, which means every single thing on that street knows exactly where I am, and now I'm not fighting bats, I'm fighting the district. Line 2, the signal stops when the source does." Her expression didn't have time to change. It stayed exactly where it had been a second earlier, which was surprise, and something came out of the corner of her mouth and she was on the floor. Was she innocent? Sure, absolutely. She was 17 and somebody's kid, and she'd done nothing to anybody. She was also, from the second that spray landed on her, a dead girl walking around inside a countdown. That building wouldn't have held. Even with me not in it, the bats come through the glass eventually, and she goes dry on the floor of the snack aisle screaming, over a much longer period of time. So she got a fast one. That's not mercy, and I'm not selling it as mercy. It's just true. Pang, the door again. Then nothing. They milled around out there for a while, confused, because they'd been certain a minute ago, and now the runway lights were off. They've got about as much brain as the thing they resemble. When the signal died, they went to find another one. I sat back down on the floor. She was lying about a meter away with her eyes open, and if you'd walked in, you'd have found a man asleep in front of a body, and you'd have made a judgment about that man, and you'd have been right. That's the end of the world for you. It's fine. It's normal. Get used to it. Late night. And I mean late too. The streets had gone through the whole cycle by then. Daytime had turned that district into a mass grave with a road running through it, and now most of the things that had made it that way were asleep. Full stomachs. Even monsters take a break. What doesn't take a break is a corpse. Zombies don't get tired and they don't get full, so the streets at 2 in the morning belong to them, wandering in 3s and 5s with nothing behind the eyes. They're strong. They're also so slow that a healthy adult can walk away from them on open ground, which made them perfect for what I needed. PFFT, boning knife, taken off a rack in the convenience store, straight through the side of a neck. I didn't summon Imp for this. Imp was for problems. This was homework. Neck and head. Nothing else does anything. You can put a hole through the chest of a walking corpse and all you've done is give it a hole. My reaction time was already inhuman. The reflexes came over with the memories, which is the one gift the universe handed me for free, and I took a head off with a flick of the wrist and watched it go up in the air, and something in my chest unclenched. Down the street, a female zombie noticed me. She'd been pregnant. She was wearing a loose dress that wasn't loose anymore, and the wound was in the abdomen, and I'm going to leave that description right there. I picked up a chunk of concrete and put her down with it, and I'd like to say I did it out of respect. Mostly I did it because she was between me and where I was going. Keep moving. These things weren't a threat. They're the extras. Somewhere in the first weeks, people started sorting power into tiers because people always do. Bronze, silver, gold, legendary, epic, myth, 6 of them. Imp was bronze. The stuff shuffling around that street was below the scale entirely, unfinished, brainless, strong, and existing purely to eat. Bronze is where it starts getting interesting. Bronze monsters are bigger, hit harder, and some of them come with elements: water, fire, lightning. Same ladder for us, by the way. I was bronze. My mental capacity was so small I could hold 2 summons at once, and that was it. Silver doubles it to 4. If I ever hit myth, I could hold 12 at once, and the pool would be deep enough that I could keep them here permanently. Myth. I laughed at myself a little. Last time around I died at gold. Myth was something other people talked about in rooms I wasn't invited into. But last time I spent 2 years figuring out what my own ability did. Last time I opened with a worm. This time I opened with a monster from the top of the bronze bracket at midnight on day 0, and I had 10 years of other people's treasure maps in my head. I just had to live long enough to go get them. The place I picked was a nursing home, not a hospital, not a school, not a residential block. Those were the killing floors. Everywhere with a dense supply of people in it was a buffet with a queue outside by morning. This was a shuttered facility out on the edge of the district that had been empty for years, and the entire reason I wanted it was that nothing had ever been alive in there recently enough to leave a smell. Moonlight on that place did not make it better. It came down through fog thick enough to hide your own hands and turned the dirt a dark blue, and the whole compound sat there looking like the establishing shot of a movie I would never watch on purpose. By morning, the monsters would be hungry again. They'd break into houses. Doors don't stop them. That's when the real numbers start. Over 1 million people in this city in 7 days. Most of them never found. I went in with the boning knife and eyes doing a slow sweep because careful is the entire skill. Careful is why I'm here to tell you this. But before I could check in, I had some cleaning to do. Shk! Something came around the corner at me low and fast. 1/2 meter long, thick as a bucket, and moving on so many legs at once that your scalp climbs off your head just watching it. Barefoot centipede. No rank yet. That thing was a baby. Grown, it hits 1 meter and the legs sharpen into blades. But the venom's already finished. An ordinary person doesn't get a minute. Underestimating things is how people die. I went at it and put the knife down in front of the head. PFFT. Something dark came out, with white in it. It didn't die. Of course it didn't die. Insects come with more life in them than anything has a right to, and some of them can grow the missing parts back. Didn't matter. It was young. My blade could get through the shell, and if 1 hit wasn't enough, then the answer was more hits. Which raises a fair question. Why is the summoner in a knife fight? Because summoners are made of paper. That's the whole flaw. My class is a phone call, and if something gets past my summon and reaches me, I am a soft target with big ideas. Every point of physical competence I could build was another point of survival, and this body had never been in a real fight in its life. So, homework. It came at me again, and I gave ground, pushing off with my legs, and the strike cratered the floor tile where I'd been. It couldn't chain attacks. The pain kept breaking its rhythm, and every gap it left me, I took. Click, click, click. The knife started chipping. It was a convenience store knife. If I ever got the chance, I was going to need somebody to make me something real, which, incidentally, is a whole profession. Everybody who woke up with something got sorted into classes. Some of it's obvious. Shadow assassins, illusion killers, guys who go invisible and open you up from behind. Rock giants and mountain lords and beastmen who stand in front of things and don't move. Mental classes like mine, summoners, beast tamers, and then the elementalists, fire and ice and everything else. And then there are the ones nobody thinks about until they need one. Blacksmiths, enchanters, alchemists, 0 combat value. They make things. And a good blacksmith can work monster organs into a blade until it does things a blade shouldn't. Which means that in about a year, every faction on this continent will be fighting over people whose personal combat rating is a flat 0. 0 offense. Unlimited earning power. Snap. The centipede's head came apart and it stopped being a problem. 60 seconds. For a fresh bronze-adjacent bug and a kitchen knife, that's honestly not bad. I was annoyed anyway. Harsh is fine. Harsh keeps you breathing. After that, it was a shopping list. Sulfuric acid bug, land eel, bullet ant. All of them look worse than they fight. The acid bug in particular is a joke if you know the trick. It needs a wind-up to charge the spray, and in that window, you can end it with a brick. I've seen grown men die from that bug because nobody told them it has a cooldown. That's most of it, honestly. Early on, the monsters weren't invincible. They were unfamiliar. People died of not knowing. Of course, that window was closing fast. They eat. They absorb the particles in the air. They change. Give that acid bug enough of a meal, and it grows wings and turns into something that hits bronze and can spray on the move. Imp 2. Feed it right. Get it to gold or legendary, and it stops being an imp entirely and becomes whatever it decides to be. 1 floor left. Then I had a home. Thump. Thump, cobwebs across the ceiling, corrosion down the walls. Nobody had been up there in years. 1 more step, and then something came out of the dark at me and hit my knife hard enough to take it out of my hand. What? I dropped low and got back down the stairwell. I'd felt it more than seen it. Something long, something that curved. Then a wet, dragging sound came across the floor above, and 4 thick vines came around the corner of the stairwell into the moonlight and moved like they were tasting the air. My hands were already together, red light already spreading under my feet, because I'd gotten 1 clean look at it. Bloated body, black all over, 1 enormous eye, and 4 arms coming off it that weren't arms. Tentacle monster. Of course it was in the building I picked. Nobody's fully sure that thing counts as alive. What everybody agrees on is that it's evil in a way that's boring to describe and very fast to demonstrate. It hangs around empty places and it takes whatever wanders in. The mucus on it does something to a nervous system that I am not going to walk you through. Gold-grade gear left sitting in that slime long enough comes apart. It's a bronze. A real one, not the cannon fodder I'd been practicing on. It came down the stairs with the eye locked on me and the slime coming off it faster, dripping onto the tile, which is what they do when they've decided. I pressed my right hand down. The floor opened and 4 meters of rolling mud and rotten meat came up out of it. Kill it. And then I got out of the way, which is the correct and dignified action for a summoner, no matter how it looks. Because I need you to understand the actual mechanics here. If that thing gets a grip on me, it doesn't hit me. It closes. I'd be unconscious in under 10 seconds and there wouldn't be a second round. Imp went in without a beat of hesitation. That's the one genuinely beautiful thing about a mindless summon. No fear, no doubt, no self-preservation, just the order. The tentacles came around like iron cable and took a chunk out of Imp's body and threw it against the wall. Sizzle. And the tentacle tips started dissolving. Right. I'd forgotten to mention. Imp's blood is acid. That's what living at the bottom of the abyss does to a body. It can't afford to be edible. Corrosive tissue, potent toxins, immune to fire, immune to poison, and completely immune to anything mental for the excellent reason that there's nothing in there to affect. The tentacle monster screamed. Its arms shook, dripping off the ends, and its eye filled up with something you'd call hatred if you were being generous about its inner life. It hadn't known. It had looked at a pile of garbage and made an assumption, and within seconds the wounds were going septic and the whole thing was slamming tentacles into the wall out of sheer rage. I stayed behind Imp's zero shame. Not my fight. That's the class. That's how it works. And when necessary, you spend the summon. That's also how it works. The problem was that it started healing. More mucus, faster, coating the burns. Stop it. Don't let it recover. Because I wanted the body. Look, the entire logic of my ability is that the quality of the corpse decides the quality of what answers. Offer up trash, get a worm, offer up something with weight to it, and something with weight comes through the door. I'd bought Hellhound and got an Imp. A bronze tentacle monster was sitting right there, actively trying to kill me, and it was the best thing I'd seen all night. It got Imp against a wall and started sealing itself off with slime. Adaptable. That's the part people miss about the abyss and everything that crawls out of it. The stupid ones die there. Anything that made it out is a survivor by definition. Get on it. Wrap it up. Imp came off the wall like a landslide. The tentacle monster hit back with everything it had left. It opened Imp up across the middle. Big pieces of it came off and stuck to the ceiling. Not fatal. It packs the holes with silt and corpses and comes back with the same silhouette in a day or two. And, this is the part that matters later. Sometimes it keeps something from what it ate. Then Imp got its arms around it. There's a very particular sound a body makes when something with no upper limit on grip strength decides to close, and what came out of those tentacles went about 3 meters. Some of it landed on my face. My skin went hot and my head filled up with a warm, agreeable fog and a set of ideas that were not mine. I bit down on my tongue until the copper hit and the room came back. That's what the slime does. That's the whole toolkit. And apparently it works on men too, just less efficiently. Imp doesn't care. Imp doesn't have a gender or a preference or anything at all in the folder marked wants beyond eat and kill. I picked the boning knife up off the floor and threw it. Thrown weapons, by the way. Mine were terrible. I'd practiced for years last time and never got past competent. It went in, which was all I needed. Imp got tired of the resistance and pulled the whole thing in against its own chest and held it there, and in about a minute the arms that had been swinging like cables just lay down on the tile. Done. I sat down on the floor harder than I meant to. I hadn't thrown a punch, and I was wrung out because a summoner in a real fight isn't a spectator. You watch every second and you correct in real time and it costs you. Bronze is expensive. Silver is where it gets cheaper. Everything needs a runway. Even a dragon comes out of the egg unable to survive a determined adult. Then I looked at what was on my floor. The corpse was worth real money technically. Alchemists want that mucus. There's a market for what you can distill out of it, and I've seen what people pay. Except Imp had corroded most of the useful parts, so anything you refined out of it now would just be poison. Shame. Didn't care. I wasn't selling it. Bronze rank, 2 slots, 1 filled. I walked over, pulled the knife out of the back of its head, and put my right hand into the wound. Yes, it's disgusting. It's supposed to be disgusting. Cruelty, slaughter, disaster. That's the frequency the abyss listens on. You don't get anybody's attention down there by being polite. And this time, if I got lucky, something with a mind might come. Some of them pick their summoner. Evil spirit buried deep in the darkness. Follow the ancient covenant. Heed my whispers. Break the boundaries of time and space. I am willing to exchange this flesh and blood for your loyalty. Red light. And then I was standing somewhere else. A forest, not a green one. 10,000 trees with nothing on them. No leaves, no birds, no insects, nothing moving anywhere in any direction. Just bare trunks going back until they stopped being individual objects. The abyss doesn't come with one landscape. It has hundreds of levels, and the powerful ones rip up whatever was there originally and rebuild it into whatever suits them. Where you land tells you what's coming. Sea of rot means something that lives in rot. A dead forest means my face went hot. Sweat came out of my scalp all at once. My tongue went numb and my legs started shaking, and I understood that I had picked a fight with my own head. Because whatever was on the other end of that call was more than I could afford. The correct decision at that point was to drop it. Overdraw on mental power, and best case, you fall a rank. Worst case, they find you in a chair for the rest of your life with a bib on. I did not want to drop it, because dropping it meant the contract dissolved and the corpse was already spent. Not delayed, gone. I'd have paid full price for nothing, and I'd be sitting on one summon in a city with 1 million people left to die in it. 5 seconds. That's what I gave myself. I could hold on for 5, and then I was letting go. 1, 2. I got to 5 the way you get to the top of a staircase with a broken leg. 5. Nothing. There's no time. Fine. I have to drop. And the ground under me cracked, and something walked out of it. Did it work? I came up out of that like a man surfacing, soaked through, chest heaving, and about half a second from having lost the whole thing. She was maybe 160 centimeters, dark purple skin, silver white hair down over her shoulders in loose curls, a face with a little heroism in the bones of it, and a mouth that had opinions, bow across her back. Quiver beside it, dark elf. They live in the abyss, and they worship Rose, the Spider Queen, who is a goddess in the same way that a hurricane is weather. The package: immunity to magic, immunity to poison, night combat, and what the records politely call powerful and agile. Night combat means darkness is not a factor for them, ever. Powerful and agile means enormous lung capacity and better dodging than anything else with a bow. Dark elves are the branch that went wrong. You can see the corruption from across a room, skin gone black, hair gone white, and something in the eyes with a low red light in it, which their own literature describes as the fire of hatred, and which for once is not poetry. Matriarchy. The women rule and the men do fencing and minor magical research and stay out of the way. The priestesses of Rose sit at the top of that pyramid, and they are cruel and suspicious and permanently braced for a rebellion from below. They're a prized species down there, for reasons I'm going to skip. The relevant part for me, every single one of them is born knowing how to shoot. If imp was the wall, this was the artillery. Something that could kill from 400 meters in total darkness, while my meat shield held the door. That is a fantastic pair. I was thrilled. I told her to shoot something so I could see what I'd bought. She didn't move. She stood there and looked at me with a very specific expression that I've since come to know extremely well, which was disdain. Contract or no contract, she could feel exactly how much physical power I had, which was none, and she'd done the arithmetic on how long it would take her to kill me, which was under a minute. That's the abyss. Strength is the only credential. They'll cut down a superior, a subordinate, or a parent if the numbers work. Getting looked down on, huh? I said, and gave her a sheepish little laugh. Then I turned around and slapped her across the face. She didn't even get to be angry first. The pain arrived before the understanding did, and her hand went for an arrow on pure reflex, and stopped. Her whole body stopped, frozen where it stood, unable to lift a finger. You worthless thing from the abyss, you've forgotten how rules work. From the moment I called you, your life belongs to me. I said it straight into her head. That's a feature of the master-servant link. Very convenient. Very unpleasant to be on the receiving end of, I'm told. Then I put my fist into her stomach. Bang! Her eyes went wide and red at the edges. The rules had her nailed in place, and the only exit from that arrangement is to break into gold, which requires that I stand completely still for the rest of my life and never improve at anything. So, not an exit. An archer built for ambush, stronger than imp, being used as a heavy bag. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone on a soft spot. No rush, no anger in it. That last part matters. Anger makes you look like a person having a bad day. Calm makes you look like a policy. A few minutes later, she was on the floor and I picked the knife up and put it against her throat. Submit or die. Her hair was in her face and her mouth was split, and she had just learned for the first time in her life what it feels like to be completely unable to do anything about what is happening. Submit, she said. Submit. I want to be clear that I didn't enjoy that. It was a procedure. You've got a wild animal and about 9 minutes, so you do what circuses used to do, which is establish the entire relationship in one session and never have the argument again. Dark elves hate everything on the surface. They will betray anything that isn't stronger than them on a schedule. Doctrine doesn't work on them. Conversation doesn't work on them. Force works on them. And here's the part that says everything about that species. Once I'd done it, she was fine. She got up, walked to the window without being told, took the bow off her back, and her entire bearing changed. The sulky, decadent thing was gone. What stood at that window was a cheetah in cover, completely still, completely silent, waiting for a reason. She narrowed her eyes and let go of the string. PFFT. 200 meters away, in the dark, A wandering corpse took an arrow through the skull, and the arrow kept going and buried itself in a wall. I looked at that and my fist closed on its own. My eyesight had been upgraded when I woke up. At that range, at that hour, I could see a shape. She could see the shape's head. Her arrows are thorn branches, by the way, barbed the whole length. They go in badly and come out worse, and she uses them by preference because she likes the sound people make on the way out. Everything you need to know about that species is in the ammunition. So, one wall, one sniper, one fortified position on the edge of a district full of things that eat people. While everybody else in this city spent the next 7 days learning what a monster is with their hands, I was going to be sitting in a chair upstairs pointing at things, which is, I think, the unique charm of the class. Day 3. Temperature dropped 8 to 10 degrees. Light snow. Monsters started fighting each other. That's a direct quote because I was keeping a notebook. It's the only thing I brought out of that convenience store that wasn't food, and it was worth more than the food. Every day, what changed? The weather went insane for about 6 months after the storm. Clear sky, then a downpour, then snow in May, and if you know that in advance, you can be indoors for the bad parts. By day 3, the streets had gone quiet in a way that meant something. 3 days of slaughter and the surviving humans had finally worked out the rules and gone to ground. The city went from crowded to empty in 72 hours. The malls stood open with the lights off. There was jewelry on the floor, pieces worth more than a car, lying in the walkways where somebody had dropped them, and nobody had come back for any of it. 3 days. That's how long it took for the entire pricing structure of human civilization to become a joke. Something roared outside, and I looked up. An ape. 3 meters of it, when a big adult chimp is 2, with muscle packed on it like stacked rock and hands the size of dinner plates. Bronze. Atavism. Same thing that happened to Hellhound, the genes reaching backwards and grabbing something that hasn't existed for a few million years. It came down the street like it owned the deed. A giant rock beetle in a doorway made a run at it and got turned into a wet mark with one punch, and the ape crouched down and started eating it. Because that's phase 2. People go into hiding, and the monsters, still hungry, start on each other. Insects and corpses, beasts and dimensional things. Every single street in that city became a food web with no top and no bottom, and it churned through itself 24 hours a day. Something that was eating a person in the morning was lunch for something with wings by evening. The ape was just passing through. The nursing home had nothing it wanted, and the street had plenty. It went by and was gone. Imp was downstairs in the abyss, recovering. After the tentacle fight, I'd fed it most of the corpse, including 2 of the arms. Devour, that's its whole growth mechanism. It eats, and every so often, it keeps something. A trait, a shape, an ability. And the elf had been earning her keep. Days of steady work. Everything from wandering corpses to one bronze rank zombie. Don't worry about the bodies piling up outside, incidentally. The street cleaners of the New World are extremely enthusiastic and work for free. The zombies were changing too. Feed a corpse enough, and it accumulates, and then it turns into something with a specialization, strength, speed, casting, and a few of them come out able to command the others. Leaders, that's the term. Not smart, exactly, but smart enough to use tactics, which is a horrifying upgrade on a creature whose previous strategy was walking forward. And in the distance, all week, the artillery. That's the sound I'd been waiting for. Time is the one thing that lets any species adapt, and the army had spent 3 days getting hit in the mouth and was now getting organized. Soldiers train 10 times harder than the rest of us, so their awakening rate is higher, their bodies are better, and they already know how to follow an order under fire. They were about to become the most dangerous thing in the country, and I wanted to be inside that tent before it went up, because I needed a badge, not for glory. A regular soldier climbs from private and scrapes for rations. An awakened professional walks in and gets handed a corporal's rank on day 1 and a certification that works at every camp in the country, and the ranks go up as you complete jobs. And the real product they're selling isn't food, it's reputation. The grid was dead, transport was dead, and the world got very big again overnight. Most people alive that week would never travel more than a few dozen kilometers for the rest of their lives. In that environment, the name of the thing you belong to is a physical object. New churches and gangs were going to be sitting at F. The army was at B+, going on A. So, get inside, take the rank, use the umbrella. As long as I wasn't running a large-scale murder operation in public, nobody was going to look too hard at anything I did. Strength decides whether you survive. Brains decide how high you get. Last time I had none of this. I had a worm, a skeleton, and no one to talk to. This time I had a wall and a sniper before the first week was out, and the entire city's future written down in my head. Day 5. Night. Big bright moon. No comfort in it whatsoever. I was as ready as I was going to get. The plan for the next stretch was, work the ruins, push the mental capacity, get to silver, improve the body, get a third summon, get somebody to make me a real weapon, do a few jobs for the army and climb. I closed my eyes. Roar. The window shook. I was up at the glass before I finished registering it, and my pupils went to slits. 4 meters of something was coming down the street. Thick back legs, 2 forelimbs that ended in blades, purple, and armored in scales packed so tight the whole animal looked upholstered. Ground dragon? Boom. It came down on the pavement and the stone broke. It was furious about something and it was hitting whatever was closest. Dragon descended, not a dragon. The bloodline in a ground dragon is so thin it can't even produce dragon fear, which makes it the poor relation of the family, but the family is the family. Adults sit at silver, and a rare leader can reach gold. They're all rounders. Good armor, great stamina, no glaring weakness. Powerful professionals used to tame them as mounts later on, and I'll be honest, riding one is extremely cool, and I understand the appeal. This one was in a state, attacking everything in reach, and it had already knocked a house down. Then something moved in the rubble, small, fast. And there was a light in her hand shaped like a long blade, and she went in under the forelimbs and opened the thing's chest. PFFT, something hit the street. Did I just see that? Those scales are basically steel plate. Forget sharpness for a second. How much arm do you need to swing something through that, and how fast do you have to be to get inside the reach of a 4-meter animal to do it? The ground dragon threw its head up and roared, and the roar came out compressed. Everything inside 3 meters got taken apart, including the ground. That's their air cannon. Point blank. A normal person comes apart. A body came out of the dust and hit the pavement. A woman? 19 maybe. Black hair pulled back in a plain ponytail. Martial arts top, round neck, collarbones, a gray skirt over leggings, and a chain with a crescent moon on it around one wrist. And that light in her right hand. Professional. Combat sports background. You could read it in the footwork even while she was falling. Some people awaken and grow claws, some grow wings, and a few of them get to turn power into a weapon, which is the jackpot because the weapon levels up with you. If she ever hit legendary, she could kill anything in her own bracket with one opening move. Not that she was going to get there. She'd taken an air cannon at point blank. She was probably unconscious. The dragon would be on her in 10 seconds. Rescue? Not in the vocabulary. Sorry. That thing was silver adjacent and in a rage, and even if I won, I'd pay for it. And there's a lesson in what was happening down there anyway, which is that the size of your ability doesn't matter if you get careless, because careless has the same outcome for everybody. The ground dragon walked over to her, blowing white out of its nose, dragging a little from the chest wound, and there was something almost human in how personally it seemed to be taking this. It opened its mouth over her head. Well, that's that. Please finish and leave. And then she jumped up and ran. I actually laughed. She'd played dead. She'd taken a hit that should have ended her, kept just enough of herself together to fake it, and used the animal's own arrogance to get a head start, which confirmed the read. Nobody does that without training. Nobody does that without a very specific kind of composure. But she was hurt and slowing, and she was looking around for cover, and the buildings on that street were all 2 floors of nothing that the dragon could go through like a curtain. Then she saw a tall building, and she ran straight at it. Damn it. Because it was mine. Her name was Zhao Ling, and I'd like to tell you I found that out later, in a nice way. I found it out because she told me, while I was deciding whether to have her killed. Her family had money and expectations. She'd loved the blade since she was small, seriously enough that people had started using the word prodigy about her. In a normal life, she'd have been a master swordswoman with a house and children, and a very boring, very good time of it. 6 members of her family died in the first hours. She was there for it. So a 19-year-old grew up in one night and swore over the bodies that she was going to spend her whole life killing the things that did it, which is a beautiful sentiment, and also, from where I was standing, an oncoming vehicle with a dragon behind it. I put my hand on the floor. I need you. The crack opened, and the elf stepped out of it and stretched, because she has a genuine talent for making even a summons look like an inconvenience. Kill her. I want to walk you through that decision because I don't want anybody thinking it was reflex. If she got inside my building, the ground dragon came in after her. 4 meters of armored animal against a structure that had been condemned before the world ended. Best case, I'm outside at 3 in the morning fighting something I can't beat with a wall down. Her death ends the entire problem in 1 second. So yes, kill her. The elf didn't aim. Aiming is for people who learned this. The arrow came off the string so hard it dragged a little tornado behind it in the air. 1 shot. From ambush at that range, most professionals don't get to have an opinion about it. Clang. The arrow came apart in midair and the pieces fell in the street. Okay, I said. Down below, Zhao Ling looked around in complete bewilderment because as far as she knew, the only thing trying to kill her was behind her, and now there was a second one, and she had absolutely no idea where. Then she put her head down and ran harder. Something's wrong. Once is luck, twice is a good day. But in about 90 seconds, that girl had eaten a point-blank air cannon and stayed conscious, and then intercepted an ambush arrow she never saw with her mental capacity scattered across 3 different emergencies. And the way she blocked it, that's what got me. It wasn't a read. Her eyes weren't involved. Her arm went up on its own. 2 specialties minimum: extra life and advanced agility. The world is not fair, and it has never pretended to be. Most people wake up with one thing. Some people wake up with a stat line. There are people out there who absorb ambient energy twice as fast as everybody else. There are people monsters simply decline to attack. And there are people whose bodies got quietly rebuilt to survive things that kill other people. Envy being what it is, they got a nickname. Hero template. From the day they wake up, the universe has them flagged. Room to grow, ceilings that other people hit at gold, an actual path to myth. I don't like being around them. I'll admit that plainly. Spend a week near one, and you start to feel like a supporting character in your own life. Also, and this is the practical objection, they attract disaster the way a lightning rod attracts the obvious. Wherever they go, things happen. It starts with the family, then the friends, then whatever organization they build. There's a saying that heaven blesses them and then charges them for it, and having watched a few of them work, I believe it. She got through my front door and I lost my window. Fine. New plan. The girl isn't the problem anymore. The 4 meters of furious reptile behind her is, because I couldn't have that thing hitting the building. Even if I got out of a collapse, I'd be standing in the open with it. Summoner versus ground dragon, straight up. I was nowhere near that, so the fight had to happen out there. Shoot it. I said it quietly and the elf shivered, which I have decided not to examine. Then I clapped my hands together and put them on the wet floor, and the smell of rot came up through the boards. Imp came out of the crack, and it had changed. Still mud, still rotten meat. But there were 2 tentacles growing out of its chest now, and the faint fishy stink coming off them was extremely familiar. You fused with the tentacle monster? That's what devouring does. Eat enough of something, and sometimes you keep a piece of it. I'd fed it the arms 3 days ago as a snack, and it had installed them, which aesthetically is horrifying. Functionally, ranged grabs on a melee wall, bind the target and then close on it, and there is no second half to that sequence. I've never been precious about how things look. If it works, it stays. Wrap it up and rot the wound. Imp went out the 2nd floor window like a sack, hit the pavement, and got up unbothered, because a body made of mud doesn't have a concept of falling. Anything under 10 meters, it just repackages itself on impact. Meanwhile, the dragon had 1 eye left. I should back up half a step. The elf's first shot at it went into the left eye, through the eye and into the skull, at that distance, in the dark. Zhao Ling saw that happen, and I'm told it rearranged some of her assumptions about the world. The eyes are the only unarmored part of a ground dragon. She'd taken it on the first try, from a window, at night, at range. That put the animal into berserk, which is a trade. Pain stops registering, output goes up, and afterward it's crippled for 12 hours. High-tier beasts almost all have some version of it, and it's the reason a wounded one is more dangerous than a fresh one. Imp's tentacles came around its neck and legs, and it opened its mouth and put a stream of filth into the open chest wound. That's the combination, by the way. The elf makes holes. Imp fills them with something out of a swamp that has been eating corpses for its entire existence. The dragon whipped its tail around and knocked Imp across the street. Pieces came off. Didn't matter. Take the other eye. The 2nd arrow went in, and the world went dark for it permanently. The elf's hands were shaking by then. What looks like a casual shot costs her everything. Mind, breath, and spirit all lined up at once, and she'd done it twice under pressure. She was done for the night. Didn't need her anymore. Pin it, then smother it. And here's where I want you to appreciate what Imp actually is, because it doesn't fight exactly. It applies itself. It got the tentacles around the legs and the throat, and then it came down over the animal like weather. 4 meters of mud on top of something that could no longer see where the mud was. The dragon fought. It fought hard. Big chunks of Imp came off and went into the street. Under a minute, it stopped moving. The proudest thing on that street lay there with 2 arrows in its face, a rotting hole in its chest, and something out of the abyss sitting on it. I let out a breath and discovered I'd sweated through my collar. 2 summons at once, at bronze, is genuinely at the edge of what I could hold. And then I looked at the noise we'd made, and the windows we'd broken, and the very large dead animal in the middle of the street, and thought, well, there goes the house. She was standing at the bottom of the stairs looking up at me, travel-wrecked, split at the mouth, exhausted, and her eyes were still completely clear. There's a kind of person who gets scraped down to nothing, and what's underneath is just more of the same person. That was her. I looked at that and felt, honestly, a small, mean flicker of something. The universe plays favorites. That girl wasn't just a professional now. She was a hero template with better mental capacity than most people twice her age, and I'd watched her go at a silver-adjacent monster with a knife made of light because it was in her way. What do I do with her, is what I was thinking. She had potential. She also had a very good reason to hold a grudge, since I'd put an arrow at her 10 minutes ago, which meant the clean answer was the obvious one. Then she pulled herself upright and said, "My name is Zhao Ling. Thank you for saving me." I said nothing, because that was hilarious. Saving her. Then she added, trying to be nice about it, "Those arrows were yours too, right? That was incredible, hitting the eye from that far. It's just that the first one missed, and it nearly got me." Missed. And I realized I'd been reading her completely wrong. I'd been running her as a threat model, hero template, grudge, future problem, and what was actually standing at the bottom of my stairs was a 19-year-old who had watched her whole family die, and still, at the bottom of it, had not had the naivety knocked out of her. She wasn't stupid, she was unmarked, there's a difference, and the second one is much more useful. She was a poppy that hadn't opened yet. You could grow that in any direction you wanted, and a word came up out of the bottom of my head, fully formed, conquer, because a hero template is a resource. Somewhere down the line that girl was going to be a load-bearing wall in whatever humanity had left. If you could put your name in her, early, while the mind was still soft, that mark lasts a lifetime. The killing intent went out of my eyes. I smiled at her. I've since wondered how much of that idea was mine. Spend enough time with the abyss on the other end of the line and something starts coming back up the wire. It's not possession, it's more like a slow change in taste, which is dangerous, obviously. Also, good people don't last long out here, so on balance I decided not to worry about it. She laughed awkwardly into the silence because she couldn't work out what she'd said wrong. Then the elf raised the bow and put an arrow on her. "You mean," I said, "that I nearly killed you just now?" My voice wasn't loud. The elf, being eager to demonstrate, flicked her fingers and moved the point to the girl's head. "What? No, of course not. I'm grateful. You saved me. Why would I think?" She wasn't panicking about the arrow. That's the part that stuck with me. She was upset about being misunderstood. "No," I said. "It's fine if you think that, because I really did want to kill you with that arrow." Silence. She froze with her mouth slightly open, and I raised my right hand, and a tentacle came out of the air, wrapped around her waist, and brought her up in front of me. First time she'd ever left the ground without meaning to. I watched her get dizzy about it. The elf had put her bow away at some point and was studying the girl with what I can only describe as professional interest, from the neck down, and lingering. She could smell it. Purity, I mean. Dark elves react to that the way the rest of us react to an open flame. They can't leave it alone, and it never ends well for the flame. The girl felt something, and the hair on her arms went up. "I think this is a misunderstanding. I didn't." "You didn't do anything wrong." I cut her off, because I wanted the ledger clean. "It's dangerous out there. I went to a lot of trouble to find this place. Because of you, all of it's gone. Under those conditions, the correct move was to kill you. You die, the reptile loses interest, and I still have a roof." I let that sit for a second. "Unfortunately, you blocked the arrow, and now the reptile's dead, but it made enough noise that this building is useless to me anyway." That landed exactly the way it was supposed to. I watched the last of the warmth go out of her face. She couldn't reconcile it. She'd been raised on a story where a stranger appears in the dark and kills the monster, and the stranger turns out to be a good man. In this chaos, people should help each other. Why is he like this? Just because his safety was at risk, he was going to kill me? Yes, that's the answer. That's the whole answer. To her credit, she took the honesty as a kind of respect, which, fine, I've been called worse things than blunt. I was watching her while she worked through it. Simple, clear, no double bottom, everything on the surface. She'd have made a terrible poker player and an excellent martyr, which was fine by me. Imp is easier to control than the elf. Fools are easier to control than either. And fool, in my private dictionary, has a very specific entry. The judges. Brave, fearless, self-sacrificing, absolutely dedicated, and pedantic to the point of clinical concern. An organization built on the belief that people are fundamentally good, and they show up wherever there's trouble. They'll walk into an insect nest for strangers. They'll go into a corpse tide for a village they've never heard of. It's genuinely noble. It also means they have a list of things they'll kill you for, and they wrote the list themselves. That girl had judge written all over her. Strong likes, strong dislikes, everything for the people who help her, and a blade for whatever gets labeled heresy. Look at the two halves of that evening. She'd gone at a ground dragon like a legend, and then stood at the bottom of my stairs arguing about whether she'd hurt my feelings. Same person, 20 minutes apart. I gave it a moment and then said pleasantly, "All right, let's talk. I need to be out of here shortly, so I'll give you a chance to say your last words." What? You still want to kill me? I'm careful. What you did out there startled me. I have no way of knowing whether you'll hold this against me, so the safest option is to remove the question. Why? It was a misunderstanding. I told you I don't blame you. I'd never. The elf lifted the bow again, and this time the killing intent came off her in a way even a bronze could feel. And the girl finally understood that nobody in that room was joking, and she said, "No, listen, I can't die yet. This disaster took every single member of my family. I swore I'd make these things pay in blood. I can't die here, not yet." "What does that have to do with me?" I said. "I'm doing this for my own safety." "And don't you think a verbal promise is a little thin?" "Then what? What will it take? I'll swear it on my family's spirits. I'll never—" "Do you think a man like me believes in vows?" She stopped. Because no. Obviously not. She just watched me explain, in a level voice, the cost-benefit of her death. I let her get all the way to the bottom of that. Then, "Of course, if you'll agree to one thing, I might reconsider." Really. There it is. That's the moment. When somebody's been dropped far enough, they'll grab whatever's in reach, and they'll grab it without reading it. "Anything," she said. "Whatever it is, I'll do my best." That's all I needed. I stepped in close enough that she could hear how quiet I was. "Anything, all right, then here are my terms." And I laid it out for her, item by item, the way you'd read a contract to somebody who's about to sign it in a hurry. I knew what was coming in this city, and she didn't. I knew what the thing that killed her family actually was, and where the next four, like it were sleeping, and which building was going to be a tomb by Thursday. I knew which monsters die to a brick and which ones kill a squad. That kind of knowledge doesn't exist anywhere else on this planet, and it is worth more than any weapon she will ever hold. I would give her that, piece by piece, plus food tonight because she was going to fall over otherwise, and in exchange she owed me, not a favor, a life, called in when I called it, no arguing about the terms afterward. "And when you accept," I said, "you'll say it out loud. To me, the word is master." I want to be honest about that word since we're being honest. I didn't need it. It bought me nothing tactically. I used it because a thing you say out loud with your own mouth changes how you think about yourself, and I wanted her carrying that. The elf, off to the side, made a small sound of approval that I chose not to interpret. Zhao Ling's face went through about 4 different colors, because it's an insulting word and she knew exactly how insulting it was. And she was also standing in a building with a corpse eater and an archer and a man who had already explained calmly why killing her was the efficient option, and outside was a district where her entire family had died in one night. "I'm not saying it," she said. "Not tonight." "Good." That was the right answer, actually. I don't trust anything that folds on the first push. "Then take the food," I said, and I dropped a bag at her feet. Bread, water, and enough calories to keep her upright for a week. "The next few days are the worst of it. Stay out of the open, stay off the main roads after dark, and when we meet again, I want to hear you say it in person, with your own mouth, instead of me having to take it out of you." I turned to go. "Of course," I added, "if you die out there, our arrangement resolves itself." Because that's what it actually was, a test with a very low entry fee. If she survived, she'd survive as somebody who owed me, and by then she'd be worth having. If she didn't, I was out a few bags of groceries. I could save her once. I was never going to be able to save her constantly. What I needed was an asset, not a bird in a cage that I had to build a road in front of for the rest of my life. I went down the stairs and dropped onto Imp's back. The ground dragon was excellent raw material, and I couldn't use it. Both slots full, no room at the inn, so I settled for having Imp bite the head off and swallow it whole. Summoners have an interest in what the literature calls dark experiments. A dragon's head is superb material for several of them. Then I left. She was still sitting where I'd left her when I got to the end of the street, staring after me. And the last thing I saw looking back was a 19-year-old girl sitting alone in a wrecked building with a bag of bread and a very long shadow lying across the floor in front of her, which, I'll admit, is a fairly on-the-nose image. I didn't get 2 districts before somebody tried to recruit me into an operation I'm going to describe as a food business, which tells you something about how that week was going. It started with a man in a police uniform. He was walking down the middle of a street where nothing else was moving, and he was doing it wrong. Shoulders up, neck forward, that rolling hip-heavy walk that men develop in one very specific line of work and never lose. 10 years in the apocalypse will teach you to read a walk from 40 meters. "Young man, the streets aren't safe. Why are you out alone? I'm with the police. We're gathering isolated survivors. The station's just ahead. Come inside and shelter with us." "Sure." Police station. Of course. Here's the thing though. I needed somewhere to sleep, and this man was volunteering to take me to a building with reinforced doors. "Okay," I said. Night is the time for killing anyway. If he had plans, I'd deal with the plans when they arrived. The station had a car park on the ground floor and offices on the second, and the walls were still wet. Fragments on the concrete. In one corner, an arm and part of a leg with very clear teeth marks on both. I stood there and had a good long sniff of the place, and my escort's face changed and the pistol came out and pointed at my head. "What are you looking at? Get inside." There we go. Much better. I hate small talk. The room upstairs had a dozen men in it, smoking, drinking something brown out of the bottle, and looking at me with the specific hostility of people who have already decided what you are. blue striped shirts and yellow trousers, most of them, which meant they'd walked out of a facility somewhere in the first hours. 12 of them. Murder, kidnapping, fraud, and worse. Some of them had been scheduled to be executed. The apocalypse came and opened all the doors at once, and for these particular 12, it was the best thing that had ever happened. 6 ragged people were huddled in the corner with the courage entirely worn off them, and there was noise from the next room over that I'm going to leave alone. The boss stood up, shirtless, middle-aged, gloomy face, and the first thing I felt off him was that little pressure on the skin that tells you the guy's awakened. Lee Kong. Rock warrior. Hands turned to stone now, whole body later, at which point he'd have been an actual problem. He looked at me for about a second and a half and lost interest because I was a man, and men were only useful to him in one way. Search him, keep what's useful. Same as always, strip him and throw him in the corner. Just don't let him starve. I want you to hear that last part, because it's the load-bearing sentence in that man's entire operation. Don't let him starve. For 2 days, Lee Kang had been throwing people off the second floor, 25 of them, minimum. Not out of cruelty, exactly, out of logistics. He'd worked out that a fed monster lies down and a hungry one comes through the door, so he'd been keeping the local population topped up with the local population, sending men out in police uniforms to bring back more stock, and it worked. That's the horrible part. It worked completely. The one who'd walked me in started patting me down and hit something at my waist. Hey, what's this? He pulled out the boning knife. Boning knife, I said, helpfully. What are you carrying a knife for? Killing. The room went quiet for about 2 seconds, and then it laughed. Because everybody carries a knife. Everybody. It's the least remarkable object in the world that week. They'd asked the question expecting protection, and I'd answered like a man reading off an inventory. Big brother. He says he's gonna kill people with it. Who do you think you are, kid? You ever seen blood? You ever seen a dead body? Murder. You haven't even got a beard yet. My escort was still laughing when he handed the knife back to me, which I want on the record as the single most generous thing anybody did for me all week. Murder, he said. Go on then. Try it. PFFT, straight into the neck. His eyes went very wide, and he put his hand up to it, and I watched him do the thing people do where they try to hold their own life in with their fingers. He didn't understand what had happened. He genuinely didn't. He'd been mid-sentence. Nobody moved. Everybody in that room had watched him mock me, and now he was on the floor and I was still standing there holding the knife, and the 2 lines of dialogue we'd exchanged were replaying in all of their heads with completely different weight. What are you carrying a knife for? Killing. Even Lee Kang's face changed. He stood up and his hands closed because somebody had just killed one of his own men in front of him, and that particular offense has a mandatory response in that line of work. I bent down and pulled the knife back out and gave him a very open, friendly smile. Something wrong? He asked for it. Honestly, nobody's ever asked me for that before. And then, because I did like the building, the location's not bad. I could work with this. To thank you for your hospitality, I'll send you all off. PFFT. I opened the nearest one from collarbone to hip and put my weight on the handle at the bottom. Then I moved, low, the way you move through undergrowth, and took the second one across the throat. Under 10 seconds, 2 more down. Lee Kong's whole plan for me evaporated. He'd been thinking about how to make an example out of me, and now he was thinking one thing, which was that this needs to stop right now. Shoot him! Shoot! 3 pistols came up. At that range, on open floor, there is no version of that where I run. Bang, 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 and nothing hit me because there was 4 meters of rotting mud between me and the muzzles. Imp came up through the floor and the bullets went into it and stopped mattering. Mud and dead tissue is a terrible material for a lot of purposes and an outstanding one for eating handgun rounds. A tentacle went out, took a man around the waist, and put him into the concrete. The room stopped being a fight and became an event that was happening to them. A couple of them kept firing, which I respect on some level. Imp picked up a table with a tentacle and swung it, and 4 men went down with their chests wrong. Lee Kang roared, and his arms went gray to the elbow. Actual stone, his one real card, and he stepped forward to hit the thing. Whoosh. He went down with an arrow through his left thigh, and the elf came out from behind Imp and stood there with the bow, and I watched a career criminal lose the entire thread of the situation. A monster, and then an impossible-looking woman with white hair and purple skin in a police station at 2 in the morning. A pile of useless trash, I said. I don't have a use for any of you. She fired 5 times in a few seconds, and 5 men stopped existing as ongoing concerns. Lee Kang was still on the floor. And here's the thing about the men who run those little kingdoms. They're all exactly the same when it stops going their way. Don't kill me. Don't. I'll make you the boss. You're the boss now. You make all the decisions. Look at my ability. I'm not like the others. I'm useful. An arrow went through his throat, and the sentence ended. 12 men. A few minutes. Then I fed him to Imp. Rock warrior tissue is dense with power, and even if Imp didn't inherit anything from it, it was still a hot meal. It dragged itself over and opened up, and the man who'd spent 2 days feeding people to monsters got sorted into the same category as the people he'd been feeding. I'd love to tell you that felt like justice. It didn't, particularly. Big fish eat little fish. Nature has a food chain, not a moral one. Li Kong didn't die because the universe balanced a ledger. He died because he was slower than me and had, at the critical moment, a worse plan. Arrogance kills more professionals than monsters do. I've watched it happen for a decade. Even a lion uses its whole body on a rabbit. The hostages started screaming, "Don't come near me. They're dead? They're all dead. Please, I'll do anything. Don't kill me." Several of them got on their knees and started offering me their lives in service, which was, in fairness, the correct read on the situation. "Shut up," I said. "Anyone who wants to leave, leave. Nobody's keeping you." They ran. Every single one. And I understood why. I hadn't rescued them. I'd exchanged the management. From where they'd been standing, some of them watched a mud-colored thing eat a man and then obey a human voice. And their nervous systems just filed me under the same heading as everything else that had happened that week. Demon Lord. One of them actually said it on the way out. They'd rather take their chances in the street than sleep one floor below me, and I want to be fair to them. They were correct about the danger and wrong about which direction it came from. They also all died, obviously, weak, unarmed, courage gone, in the dark, on that street. 3 slow zombies could corner that entire group in an alley and take their time, none of which was my business. Leaving was their decision. I'm not a shelter. Dragging 6 people who can't fight through that district would have cut my own odds by half, and I'm not going to pretend I considered it for longer than the sentence it took to say. I went through the offices to make sure nobody was left, and in the last one, I found a woman, bank uniform, or what was left of it. She'd been held there for a while, and they had not been careful with her. She was alive, and this is the part that stopped me. She was calm. That's not normal. That's not shock either. I've seen shock. Shock has a specific vacancy to it. Her eyes were bloodshot and completely present, and she looked up at me and said, in a voice that had been screaming recently, "Could you lend me your knife?" I looked at her with genuine curiosity. Not desire, not pity. Curiosity. Because there's really only one explanation for that kind of composure after that kind of week, and it's that something's already broken and the pieces have settled into a new shape. "Could I borrow your knife?" she said again. I thought about it, and I tossed it to her. "Yeah, I know. I assumed suicide. So would you. In the apocalypse, the thing that kills people isn't the monsters, it's the arithmetic of the next 40 years, and the fastest exit is right there in your hand. Half the professionals I ever met came within one bad night of taking it. I stood back to watch because I had no stake in it either way. She picked up the knife, turned the blade around, and laid it against her own face, and then she started cutting. 1, 2. She did it the way you'd cut fruit. No hesitation between strokes, no sound at all, and about a dozen passes in, her cheek wasn't a cheek anymore. And with every single cut, something came off her. Power. I could feel it moving in the room. My curiosity dried up instantly. Transcendent awakening? Most people got their gift the moment the storm hit, and that was the end of the transaction. But a few of them get a second door, later, and it only opens under a very specific kind of pressure, a hard ceiling, or a blow big enough to take the person apart. When it opens, the body starts rewriting itself. It's rare. It's also, historically, how most of the truly frightening ones got made. My chest tightened. My vision went red at the edges, and my breathing changed, and my thoughts started sliding. And I recognized what was coming off her, because I'd stood in a room with it before. The Church of Doom. They believe they are the disaster, not that they serve it. That they are it, personally, walking around. Their doctrine is 3 words long: catastrophe, death, ruin. They hunt monsters. They also hunt people, if the people qualify, and their standards for qualifying are not published. They're not a good organization, and they're not a bad one, exactly. They're a hole in the shape of one. I'd tangled with their believers more than once. The judges walk around in the light with a list. The Doom faithful move at night and have no list, no method, and no upper limit on what they'll do to get where they're going. And she was still cutting. Her nails were coming in longer. Her face was aging in front of me, 10 years in about 40 seconds. She looked less like a woman and more like something that had been standing behind a door in a story your grandmother told you. And she kept getting stronger. Will is a force. A big enough one can push on other people's minds from across a room, and she'd only had it for a minute. Then I saw the pattern of the cuts, and my stomach dropped. The church has a rule they never wrote down. Every time a believer kills an enemy of equal rank, they cut their own face. It's a rank badge. It's how you tell. That's why the practical advice about them is very simple. If you meet one whose face has no undamaged skin left, do not engage, because that person has been doing this professionally, and every mark on them is a receipt. Doom. A thought came up out of my memory and I couldn't put it back down. Lady Misfortune, the head of the Church of Doom. Never in the same place twice, kills by putting her fingers through the top of a skull, and generally understood to be the most efficient interrogator walking around in this country. She surfaces, people die, she's gone, potential all the way to epic. And a genuine gift for building a cult. Under her, the church came up out of nothing and for a while eclipsed the judges entirely. I stood in that office and did the assessment and came out at about 90% certain that I was watching her make herself, and I thought about killing her right then. I did, genuinely. There's an argument for it. The woman standing 3 meters from me would eventually be responsible for a body count I can't estimate, and she was mid-transformation and probably at her most fragile. Then I ran the other number. My honest odds of putting her down in that room were under 60%, and I had a summon out and a summon on cooldown, and if I opened that and failed, I would have spent my one chance to make a permanent enemy of a future giant. Don't underestimate people, especially not the ones the future has plans for. So I stood still. She let out a breath and lifted her head, and the face she lifted was designed to remove courage. If I'd been a normal man, I wouldn't have been able to hold eye contact with it. Intimidation. She'd woken up with a fear aura. Useful in a fight, useful against weaker monsters, and, I noted, for the file, very useful for building a congregation. Then her eyes changed. They went from empty to focused, and she looked past me, out the door, at what was left of the 12 men in the next room, and something in her assembled. Thanks, she said, one word, horse. I felt about 6 things at once and let none of them onto my face. It's nothing, I said. Small favor. If you want to work through the rest of it, you can keep the knife a while longer. Here's what I was actually doing in that moment, since I'd rather you knew. Transcendent awakenings have a failure mode. The pressure that opens the door is despair and rage, and when the door opens, a lot of them come out the other side in a state the records call chaos. No self, no recognition, no discrimination, killing whatever's in the room. It's not theoretical. There's a well-known case of a man who awakened while a monster was going for his family, killed the monster, and then killed the family, and came back to himself afterward. He didn't survive the afterward. So I had the elf braced with an arrow on the string and Imp's tentacles ready behind me, and if she'd come out of it wrong, I was going to open with everything and accept the consequences. She came out of it right. And I ended up with the thing I actually wanted, which was that a future monster of the first rank now had, filed somewhere in her, the fact that I had handed her a knife on the worst night of her life. The goodwill of a giant is worth an absurd amount if you ever get to spend it. I want to be clear that I was not stupid about it. I didn't try to recruit her. Lady Misfortune is not Zhao Ling. One of them is a girl who hasn't been broken yet. The other is a woman whose first act on receiving power was to remove her own face, and I can handle the first category with patience and pressure. The second category is a device with a timer in it that you keep at a respectful distance and never ever pick up. She didn't do anything dramatic. She checked that the 12 were dead, put the knife down, and went out the window. A few minutes later, I heard something screaming a long way off, which suggested she'd gone looking for a more responsive audience than a room full of corpses. I let out a long breath. I just watched something get born. That's the apocalypse for you. You never know what the next hour is going to hand you, so the only sane policy is to get stronger fast enough that it stops mattering. Which brought me back to my problem, which was that I now had a building with 11 corpses in it, a floor I couldn't walk across, and a smell that was going to bring every carrion eater in the district. Cleaning would take hours, so I didn't clean. Imp the head. It brought the dragon's head back up out of its stomach, perfectly preserved, eyes still open and still furious about the manner of its death. Because here's the second half of my ability, and it's the half that keeps me alive. The 2-slot limit is on permanent summons, but a summoner can also do a temporary eye, a scroll, or an offering, and something comes through on a fair contract for a few minutes and then goes home. It's not a servant, it's a rental, and it's completely random, so a good offering doesn't just buy you more time, it buys you a better draw. I put 11 bodies into a rough 5-pointed shape, opened the arteries, and let it pool. Then I set the dragon's head in the middle of it. I bit my thumb until it bled, because your own blood is the down payment on a fair contract, and I said, "Powerful one of the abyss, I offer you this blood and the head of a dragon. Grant me the use of your strength for a few minutes." The walls went strange. Lava, and a sea of blood, and an altar, and the shadow of something enormous moving behind all of it. Then the room tore open, and the desks nearest the tear went into it and came apart into dust on the way. And something walked out. 3 meters standing. Shaped like a spider if you squint, and then immediately regret squinting. 8 legs like scaled snakes, dark green, and a mouth like a flower that had learned to inhale. Demon hunting spider, silver rank. It eats demons for a living, in an environment made almost entirely of demons, which tells you everything about its win rate. It can't speak. It doesn't need to. It talks straight into your head. poison, armor penetration, webbing that comes with a paralytic in it. It took a step toward me, and the concrete under its legs broke like biscuit, testing me, so I stepped toward it. I got close enough that I could see the fine hairs around its mouth, call it 5 centimeters. Ugly thing, I said. Your posturing doesn't work on me. Either take the contract and serve when I call, or get out. Now, I want to be clear that this was not bravery, this was accounting. I had spent a dragon's head as an altar, 11 lives as the offering, and my own blood as the catalyst, and that combination doesn't summon a monster, it drafts one. The terms were signed before it arrived. If it attacked me, the contract would take the difference out of its own body. It looked at me. Then it looked at the blood on the floor. And I watched a silver rank apex predator lose an argument with its own stomach, because down there, everything is rot. That's the fundamental condition of the abyss. The food is spoiled, the water is worse, and even the demons taste like something left out. Human blood is sweet, and there was a dragon's brain sitting in the middle of it. It turned around, put its head down, and drank. Hypocrite, I said. 5 minutes of a silver rank monster, on demand, whenever I wanted it. That's not a summon. That's a card you keep face down. And I was going to need it in about 4 days, when the army walked into the worst district in this city and got taken apart in front of me. Day 7. The city went off like a volcano. I was standing at a window when it started, the first artillery, and then the whole horizon lighting up in that rolling way that means somebody has decided to stop being careful. There it is, I said. The fight for the center. 7 days. Right on the timetable I'd been carrying around in my head for a decade. I'd changed in those 7 days, and not in a way I'd have chosen. I'd killed a lot of things and a number of people, and something about the way I stood had gone hard enough that ordinary people were going to start giving me a wide berth without knowing why. The army was going to take this city back, that much was certain. It was also going to cost them, because the district was still full of things like Hellhound, not many, but enough, and every one of them would be paid for in men. Should I sit tight and let them? No. There's an old line about how it's easy to add flowers to embroidery and hard to bring charcoal in the snow, meaning showing up when everything's fine is worthless. Showing up at the exact moment somebody's freezing is worth whatever you decide to charge. Up until then, hiding had been correct, because going out alone meant fighting the entire district. But with the army pushing in, the district's attention was elsewhere, which meant it was time for me to go outside and steal some kills. The man in charge of that push was called Gao Yuan. 20 years in uniform, nearly 50, and this is the part that mattered. No powers at all, not a professional, not awakened. A completely ordinary man who had woken up on day 1 to the end of the world, been stunned for about a minute, and then started giving orders and never stopped. 3 districts in this city. He'd taken 2 of them back in 6 days with a force he'd assembled out of whoever was still standing. This was the third and worst. He had about 1,000 men, 13 professionals across the whole operation, and 4 with him personally, an iron caster whose skin went to steel, a qigong master who could put a ball of compressed force out of his mouth hard enough to punch 3 centimeters of plate at 50 meters. A ghost assassin, so fast that if he ever hit legendary, he'd have functionally been teleporting, and a vine sorcerer who could put 5 meters of unbreakable growth up out of the ground in a second. Defense, ranged, control, and a killer. It wasn't a random 4, he'd built it. Rapid fire, indiscriminate, combat battalion ready. The target is the lone monster. This is the fight. Do not leave one of them standing. I heard him say it from a rooftop about 90 meters out. He was angry, which is the only mistake I ever saw him make, and it lasted about 4 minutes, which is longer than he could afford. Because in that 4 minutes, everything went wrong at once. They'd cleared the insects, they'd cleared the corpses. What was left was a pack of deformed beasts, the offspring of local wildlife, and something that came out of a crack, roughly lion and hyena shaped with the faces assembled from the wrong parts. Ugly, greedy, and endlessly hungry. The ghost assassin was mopping up. He'd just put his hand through the skull of one and didn't bother wiping himself off because his squad mates were dead and he'd made a promise about it, and then he felt something behind him. I want to describe what came in because I need you to understand why 4 professionals wasn't enough. Pale green and pink, built like an enormous boar, so bloated that Imp would have looked athletic beside it. Bat wings coming off the back that had no business lifting that much weight and lifted it anyway, fast. And the face. The face had a mouth in it that took up too much of the available real estate, packed with teeth in about 6 colors, all of them venomous. The pack leader. It had spent 7 days eating everything in that district, including its own kind, and all of it had gone somewhere. It took the ghost assassin through the abdomen before anyone saw it arrive. He looked down at himself. He put his hand there. He didn't get to do anything else. And then the thing bit his head off and ate it. That's not cruelty. That's strategy. The brain holds most of a professional's power, and it's best absorbed fresh, which is a genuinely horrible fact about this world that I learned early and have never been able to unlearn. The beast shuddered, and a column of silver light went up out of it. It had just leveled. Silver. In front of 1,000 men who had thought they were finishing a job, the Qigong master lost his mind. That had been his closest friend, and he emptied himself into one shot. Everything he had, the kind of output that costs you a month in bed, and it hit the beast in the chest and set the fur on fire. It ignored him. Then it flew. It came across the gap so fast the warning was useless, and it took his left leg off at the hip. The venom was in him instantly. Blisters the size of eggs came up across his skin, and he started tearing at them. And that's how he died, on the ground, in under a minute. The iron caster went in next, and credit where it's due, he was good. He waited for the ammunition gap, went in under the wings, and put a fist through the thing's waist, and it went down and stopped moving. He got about 2 steps of triumph. Because it was faking, it came up, doubled in size, and took the top half of him in one bite. A stupid combination, I said from about 40 meters up. Do you really think a silver goes down that easily? I'd been there the entire time. Let's be completely honest about that, because I'd rather you hear it from me. I could have moved at any point. I could have opened with the elf on the wings before the ghost assassin died and changed the whole shape of that fight. I didn't. And it wasn't hesitation. The 3 of them dying was the point. If I'd stepped in while they were winning, I'd have been the guy who helped. Nobody remembers the guy who helped. But if the beast kills 3 professionals in front of 1,000 witnesses, then everything about it, how strong it is, how hopeless it is, what it means that it's dead, gets established for me, for free, by the corpses. Ironcaster and the others were the beast's stepping stones. The beast was mine. Cold? Yes. Also correct. Down on the ground, Gao Yuan had run out of options. The thing had gone into the crowd. It had opened 3 men across the waist, and they were still moving. It had a cook in its mouth, not killing him, just holding him and shaking him, because it had discovered that it enjoyed the sound. The vine sorcerer put everything he had left into a binding, and the beast came out of it in about 2 seconds. And Gao Yuan stood there with an entire firing line waiting on him. He had 1 shot. The beast was in among his own people, which meant it was stationary, which meant this was the moment, and the moment cost 20-odd men who were still alive inside it. He closed his eyes. Fire. What? Sir, our brothers are still? Yes, if we fire now, they've got no. I said fire. And then 1,000 men watched a 50-year-old regimental commander, a man who had spent his entire career telling recruits that men bleed and don't cry, stand in the middle of a street with tears coming down his face and scream at them. What are you standing there for? I told you to fire. Fire! You bunch of cowards! You useless! I am ordering you to fire! They raised their weapons. Somebody down the line said out loud, Ah Ming, I'll be your brother again next life. And that's when I stepped out onto the edge of the roof. Wait, look up there. I want to be clear that the timing was not luck. I'd been counting. I needed the men dead. I needed the order given. And I needed the guns up, because there is a very specific second in which a man will remember you forever. And it is the second immediately after he has accepted that he's about to do the worst thing he'll ever do. Most of them are already dead, I said, to nobody. Then I put my hands out, and 2 cracks opened in the air beside me. The elf came out first. I'd stopped noticing what she looked like weeks earlier, but 1,000 men had not. There was an audible change in the sound of that street, which is, incidentally, functional. Charm is a weapon in her kit, same as the bow. In the abyss, you don't survive on archery alone, and she has never once been shy about which of her assets is loaded. The beast turned and looked at me and made a noise that meant this is mine. Walk away. If you were at full strength, I wouldn't come near you, I said. But you've eaten 3 professionals, you've taken half the ammunition in this district, and you don't have 30% left. You want me to leave? I let that hang for exactly 1 beat. You're not in a position to want anything. Then, kill it. The elf put 5 arrows into it. Ankles, wrists, chest, waist, eyes, in that order, deliberately, which is a thing she does that I have decided is her business. Her people worship a goddess who blesses believers for making powerful enemies suffer, and she has never needed to be told twice. The 6th went through the heart, and then she knelt down in the street and started praying, and something came up behind her, the upper body of a beautiful elf and the lower body of a spider, hanging in the air, half real. The pressure off that thing was worse than the demon-hunting spider had been, and it was a projection. Rose, Spider Queen, Queen of the Abyss, in the sense that she is one of the things that owns pieces of it. The corpse of the deformed beast went gray and shrank to half its size in about 4 seconds while she took the power out of it. White vapor came off the elf. Her hair grew, her whole outline sharpened. She'd gone from mid-bronze to 1 step off silver in the time it takes to boil a kettle, on a sacrifice, in front of an army. Then she cleared up the remaining 5 deformed beasts as a formality. And then, in front of 1,000 men who had spent the last 90 seconds watching her put down the thing that had killed 3 of their best and had already started assembling her into a goddess in their heads, she turned around, walked back to me, and knelt. I don't think I can overstate what that did to that street. They just decided she was the most powerful thing they'd ever seen, and she got on the ground in front of a young man in a clean shirt. I say clean deliberately. Every single person down there had been fighting for 6 days. Their uniforms had gone black with other people's blood, and I'd come off a roof with dust on me because a summoner in a properly run fight does not get dirty. Gao Yuan walked up, not arrogant, not grateful exactly. He came over the way a shopkeeper comes over to a customer he hasn't priced yet. Hello, I think we owe you thanks. You saved my soldier. The elf stayed exactly 5 meters back. That's not a coincidence. That's a firing solution. At her speed, from 5 meters, she could take the commander before anybody's rifle came up. I hadn't told her to do that. She'd worked it out on her own, which was the first time I'd thought of her as anything other than a tool. My name is Li Lei. I'm a summoner. My ability calls creatures from other dimensions to fight. I've been holed up in a police station nearby. I heard the noise. His face did something small when I said dimensions. He glanced at the elf, confirmed for himself that whatever she was not a person, and put it away for later. Regardless, he said, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, some of these men would be gone. We've already lost too many. If it's possible, I'd like you to join us. It would improve our situation considerably. Of course, I wouldn't ask you to do anything unreasonably dangerous. He added that last part fast, and I watched him remember the iron caster while he said it. I agree. Ah. What? Really? That's wonderful. He hadn't expected it. He'd just lost 3 professionals in front of me. Anybody sane would have walked. I agree to join, I said, but I have conditions. My ability requires the corpses of monsters. In future engagements, I want first claim on anything significant, and I want a position, not a rifleman. Management. He blinked at me. That's all? You want the bodies? Take all of them. They're not edible and they're a nuisance to dispose of. Which is a sentence I have thought about many times since, because within a year the corpses of bronze rank monsters would be functioning as currency between factions, and this man handed me an unlimited claim on them because they were annoying to move. As for the rank, that was easy for him too. He needed heroes. Making one out of a stranger who just saved his column cost him nothing and bought him a great deal. And I'd like to say I took the deal because of the badge, but the truth is simpler and worse. Imp needed feeding. That thing grows by eating, and I had just been given permission to feed it an entire city's worth of dead monsters by the man responsible for producing them. The funeral was that evening. 23 dead. They stacked them, doused them, and Gao Yuan threw the match himself, which I noticed he did not delegate. You could hear people crying in the crowd. Some of these men had served together for years, and they'd watched 23 of their friends go into a pile, and the thing nobody was saying out loud was the obvious one, which is that the pile is not full. I stood at the back and watched it burn and felt, and I'm being accurate here, not modest, a small flat sadness that didn't attach to anything. In the apocalypse, a human life has the market value of grass. That's not a saying, that's an observation. The dimensional rifts open where they open, and they open wherever the barrier is thin, which turns out to be everywhere. Wilderness, market square, someone's living room. 1 second you're eating a meal, the next second the wall isn't there and something comes through it. That went on for about 6 months before it settled down. They spent the next stretch sweeping the district for supplies and survivors, and they were good at it. Over 500 people came out of the buildings and got walked to safety in one afternoon. Whole families finding each other in the street, grown men on their knees in the road. And out of those 500, they found 2 professionals. One was an 8-year-old boy who could generate a gravity field. Anything that walked into it, human or otherwise, suddenly weighed 30 kilos more. Enormously useful, and they immediately packed him in cotton wool and forbade him from going anywhere near the front, which was the correct decision. The other was a man in his 70s. He was standing in the crowd with his hair combed so carefully that not one strand was out of place, holding a calligraphy brush, and Gao Yuan, who had not bowed to anybody all day, actually dipped about half an inch when he greeted him. Wu Tao, president of this city's calligraphy association for the last 10 years, never married, no children. He'd tried to step down twice, and nobody would let him, because there wasn't a replacement with enough name. And the storm had woken him up. He looked better than he had in a decade. The lines around his eyes had gotten shallower. Scholars kill with the pen, I said quietly, because I knew exactly what I was looking at. That old man was going to spend the next decade defending this city with a brush. He writes the character for kill, and it comes down on a target like a blade falling out of the sky. He writes the character for seal, and whatever it lands on stops being able to move. It's not the ink and it's not the calligraphy, it's that he'd spent 60 years putting himself into the strokes, and when the world started handing out abilities, it looked at him and gave him the only one that made sense. That's how a lot of them worked, actually. The world took what you already were and turned the volume up. Fighters woke up as fighters, boxers got fists. A man who'd been writing for 6 decades got a brush that could kill. And here's the part that I want to be honest about. In my last life, I looked up at Wu Tao the way you look up at a public monument. He was one of the reasons this city survived at all, and I never got within 20 meters of him. This time, he was standing about 4 meters away, and we were, professionally speaking, colleagues. None of the strong ones were ever simple, not a single one, which is why I intended to get to all of them before anybody else did. We couldn't make it back to the East Bridge district that night, so Gao Yuan picked somewhere to sleep. He picked the first middle school. Before all this, it was the school, the one families spent years and considerable money trying to get their children into. Strong faculty, good atmosphere, the whole brochure. The gates opened and the smell arrived first. Some people's legs went. A couple of them were sick right there in the gateway, and these were men who had spent 6 days in this district. That should tell you something. The playing field was covered in bodies, hundreds, and on top of the bodies dark shapes were feeding, 1/2 meter each, about the size of a small child. Giant corpse beetle, I said. Thick armor plate, feeding limbs, a mouth built like a flower, which sounds pleasant and is not. They're scavengers by preference. Cold and damp is their idea of a nice neighborhood. In breeding season, they get into a living body and lay in it, and the larvae come up on the host, and that's how the next generation happens. And they don't eat fresh. That's the thing about them. They kill, and then they store, and they wait until it's gone over completely before they'll touch it. But the actual problem is that they're social. They live in colonies of 40 to 60 with a single female in charge, and the colony does what she says, which meant the field wasn't a feeding ground. It was a pantry. I got to Gao Yuan fast. We have to leave. Giant corpse beetle, social species. From the visible count, this is a mid-sized nest, around 50. They burrow. Whatever you can see is not the number. If they come up underneath these people, nobody gets a chance to do anything. He frowned. He'd never heard the name in his life, and I watched him decide not to ask me how I knew it, which I appreciated. He gave the order to withdraw. I was already looking at the ground, because the soil on that field had been turned over. That's a tell. Insects and skeletons and a certain class of dark creature don't just occupy somewhere, they renovate. The really committed ones will kill 1,000 people to get the local conditions right. They'd been settling in. Then the withdrawal turned into a panic, because 500 civilians heard, "We're leaving," and translated it into "run," and 500 pairs of feet started hammering the ground. Corpse beetles sense footfall. I put my hands down on the dirt. Shhk. 2 of them came straight up out of the ground, and one of them took a man in half at the waist. Bronze. Both of them. And there was more than one. Rifles opened up, and the rounds came off the shells and went sideways. A few found joints and did nothing worth mentioning. That's the difference between the trash and the real thing. Below bronze, they're soft. At bronze, the shell goes hard in a way that stops being funny. You want rockets or artillery, and if all you've got is small arms, you can put 1,000 rounds into one and produce a slightly annoyed beetle. The upside is that the same shell makes outstanding armor, and later on a good set of it was worth a small fortune. Not that this helped anybody standing in that gateway. No, the bullets aren't doing anything. What do we do? The vine sorcerer stepped up and put seeds in the ground, and 5 meters of growth came up and wrapped the first one. He went white doing it. It wasn't going to hold, and everybody knew it. Then an arrow took the beetle through the eye, then a second one into the same eye. That's the pairing that works. The vines don't have to beat it. They only have to make it stationary for 1.5 seconds, and there's an elf on a rooftop who only needs one. The beetle went down. Imp had the other one, and Imp had changed again because it had spent the week eating, and something had settled in its face. There were pustules across it now, chestnut-sized, and every so often one would open and a corpse worm would come out. I want to be clear that I did not design that. I have never designed any of it. I just kept feeding the thing. It got the second beetle down in the mud and held it there while the acid did the work. "Stay close together," I shouted at the civilians. Corpse beetles are aggressive, but the larvae on that field have soft shells. Bullets will kill larvae. Aim low. And the soldiers, this is the thing about trained men. The soldiers stopped panicking the second somebody gave them a task with a verb in it. Gao Yuan was watching me instead of the field. I found out later exactly what he was thinking, because he told me, months afterward, when he'd had a drink. Gray sky. Cold wind moving my hair. A man with both hands flat on the dirt and a faint smell of sulfur around him, and 2 things out of a nightmare doing what he said. If that's a demon, he thought, then what is he? Then the ground shook, and I remembered the part I'd been trying not to think about. "Corpse beetles are stupid," I said out loud. "The queen isn't." She's greedy and she's clever, she laid all of them, and she runs the colony. Because the soil didn't turn itself over. Single-celled aggression doesn't do landscaping. Somebody had given an order. The field split open. A crack 3 meters wide opened across the middle of the running track, and a leg came out of it like a support pillar. 6 meters. That's what came up. Bloated to the point of being spherical in places. 4 pairs of limbs. Eyes that were not eyes but sockets full of something moving. And every so often the abdomen would contract and put another white egg out onto the dirt. Mother corpse beetle. Silver rank. Underneath her was the rest of the school. I don't mean the bodies on the surface. Those were the recent ones. Under her was a pit they'd been filling for a week, and after 7 days of that, you can't count what's in there, and you can't identify any of it. There were small shapes rolling around in it. Larvae, feeding without having to hunt. Every single beetle on that field stopped eating and lay flat on the ground. They didn't have the courage to be predators in front of her. We're going to die. Where did that come from? We can't win. There's no... She came out of the crack completely and started moving, and she moved like a truck moves, without technique and without needing any, and the first pass killed 7 or 8 people. Gao Yuan got his men firing. Below bronze, the beetles died of rifles, so the larvae started coming apart, and that at least gave the crowd something to do besides be eaten. And I stayed exactly where I was. I want to be honest about why, because this is the part of the story where I stopped being able to argue that I'm a bystander. I stayed because that playing field was the best ritual site I would ever see in my life. Let me explain the economics. A blood sacrifice, a real one, the kind that gets the attention of something enormous, needs hundreds of dead, not a dozen. Hundreds, which is why almost nobody ever manages one, and the ones who try get hunted down by every faction in range the moment word gets out because nobody likes a man who needs that many bodies. And in about 15 minutes, that field had produced over 100 human dead, dozens of larvae shot to pieces, 2 bronze-rank corpse beetles, and a mass grave underneath it that had been marinating for a week. Everything I needed was already on the ground. Except for one thing. The offering was quantity. What it lacked was quality. 100 ordinary people is a lot of volume and not much power. I looked at the 6-meter thing in the middle of the field. Silver rank. That's the one. That's what makes the whole ritual worth doing. Now, if you'd said out loud at that moment that a bronze-rank summoner was planning to kill a silver-rank queen, people would have laughed at you. But I had a card face down, and I had a second player nobody had counted. I still have the spider, I said to myself, on a field with 400 people screaming on it. 5 minutes, though. 5 minutes is the whole window. And then I turned my head and looked at the old man. Because I wasn't the only professional on that field. Wu Tao was standing in the crowd with the brush in his hand, and his hair was moving, and he had started to draw. So you finally can't help yourself, I said. I need to be exact about this. I did not ask him to fight. I did not warn him. I stood 20 meters away and waited for a 70-year-old man to lose his temper because I needed the queen wounded before I spent my 5 minutes, and I knew he'd do it if I gave him long enough to watch. He finished the stroke. A single character, in red, hanging in the air, 4 meters tall, fierce. Knowing the constant is enlightenment, he said to nobody. Not knowing it leads to reckless action and disaster. Bang! It came down on her like a building. 6 meters of armored queen got pressed into the dirt, inch by inch, and her back split open along 5 centimeters, and the flesh came out of the seam under the pressure. The old man's eyes had gone red through. He didn't look frail at that moment. He looked like something that had been waiting 60 years for a reason. Then he coughed, and it came out red, and he went down. He'd gone past his limit and kept going. His writing hand had turned black to the wrist. The character faded. The queen got her legs back under her, but she was open, and I had what I needed. I bit my thumb. Slaughter, appear. In the name of the summoner, a pact forged with flesh and blood, I need your help, assassin who walks in shadow. Bring me the shadow of death. The temperature dropped about 10 degrees, and the field went quiet in a way that the screaming didn't fix. The demon-hunting spider came out of the crack with something's leg still in its mouth. Gao Yuan told me later that his first thought was, where did that come from? And his second thought was, oh, and he turned around and looked at me, and that was the moment he understood exactly what I was. The spider took one look at the queen and hesitated, which I want to note, because that thing does not hesitate. It has an intelligence somewhere around a 7-year-old's, which is enormous for the abyss, and it used all of it to work out that the 6-meter thing in front of it was about to go berserk. Berserk is the one condition every creature down there avoids on principle. Intelligence goes to 0, output goes up, and the thing stops caring about its own survival. In the abyss, nobody picks a fight with a madman, and it doesn't matter how strong you are. The spider looked at me with what I can only call resentment. Why now? Why this? I looked back at it with nothing. You take the offering, you pay the price. Demon hunting spider, kill it. It went in. Shadow shuttle, It can go so thoroughly absent that even the smell disappears, which is how it earns a living against opponents who can't see it coming. The queen didn't bother looking. She put her tongue out at about the speed of a whip crack and hit it anyway. Something dark hit the floor in the shadows. The spider hooked her tongue with a barbed leg and started dragging her in, and she tore off one of her own limbs rather than be pulled. They were even. That's the honest assessment. Silver against silver, both wounded, and it could have gone either way for another 10 minutes. Except she went berserk. Everything came off the rails at that point. She hit the spider like a collapsing wall and put those flower-shaped mouth parts through its body, and green came out of it in quantity, and it called me. Right into my head, no words involved, the raw shape of a request. Help. And I said no. Actually, I said something worse. The more material, the better. Then I said it out loud so it could hear me properly, because there was no reason not to. From the very beginning, I never intended for you to leave here alive. The sacrifice needs the corpse of something powerful. I'll remember your contribution. Now die. Here's my thinking, and you can do what you like with it. Can a man develop an emotional attachment to his own kitchen knife? Because that's the relationship. The summon exists to cut. When it goes dull, or breaks, or the situation calls for it, you put it down and you get a sharper one. Everything I have, the elf, imp, the spider, has exactly the value of what it can do this week, and the moment that stops being true, it becomes an ingredient. I decided that a long time ago, in my last life, on a much worse day than this one. The spider heard me and went insane. It stopped fighting the queen and started trying to reach me, and it couldn't because she had it pinned. 2 meters. Might as well have been a country. It had climbed out of the bottom of the abyss. It had made itself into something. And it was going to die on a school playing field because a human it had never met needed a component. Then it did the thing I'll actually remember. It broke its own legs, all 8, deliberately. Snapped them at the joint and drove them through, head, thorax, abdomen, like 8 javelins going in at once from underneath. The queen died on top of it, and then it lay there, out of everything, and looked at me. I've been looked at by a lot of things. That one I still have. Thanks, I said. It stopped. The soldiers spent the next hour cleaning up. 60 men dead, give or take. Civilians, over 100, the panic did most of that, because the larvae got in among people who were running instead of standing. I stood off to the side and did some arithmetic I have never shared with anyone. If I hadn't intervened against the deformed beast, this column would have been mauled badly enough to withdraw, regroup, and come back into this district a week later with artillery and a plan. They'd never have slept at that school. So the honest ledger goes, I saved a few dozen men on Tuesday, and by saving them, I killed a couple of 100 people on Wednesday. I looked at that number and felt nothing move, which I noticed, and filed, and did not examine. Then I got them out of there, because I needed the field empty. That part required lying, and I did it well. You have to leave now. The blood in this place is going to bring everything within a kilometer. There was a problem with the summoning. That corpse has to be sent back to its own world, and it has to be me who does it. I've used almost everything I had. If something arrives while you're still here, I can't protect this many people, and you'll lose them in numbers. Every part of that was constructed. The core of it, leave or people die, was even true, in the sense that if any of them had come back and seen what I did next, I'd have had 2 options, and one of them was killing everyone who watched. Leave me some gasoline, I said. I'll give these people a funeral before I go. And that was the piece that closed it. Because you can't argue with a man volunteering to stay behind alone and burn the dead. Gao Yuan stood there looking guilty. I'll remember everything you've done here. When it's finished, come find me in the East Bridge district. They left 5 drums of gasoline. Some of the men asked me, personally, to make sure their friends got cremated. Out in the open you burn them, because burying just means something digs them up in a week. The column moved out. A few people had to be physically separated from bodies. Then it was quiet. I put the elf on overwatch with instructions that anybody who came back out of curiosity was to be shot before they got close enough to see anything. And I walked out into the middle of that playing field. Come forth, evil thing of the abyss. I offer this blood before me, and I ask for your attention. Then I reached down and put my hand into a corpse beetle larva and took its heart out, because the abyss doesn't respond to a formal request, it responds to violence. That's the appetizer. That's how you get anybody down there to look up. The vision came in immediately, and it came in wrong. A scarlet continent with things moving on it. Ghouls, skeleton warriors, corpse demons, imps, coward demons, succubi, half-orcs, liches out at the edges, doing whatever it is they do with the eternity they bought. And every single one of them turned toward me at once, because a living human being was standing at the other end of the line, and down there that's not a summoner, that's a delivery. My body started shaking, something accepted. The temperature came up more than 10 degrees in about a second, and the elf's ears twitched from 30 meters away. Then every corpse on that field caught fire at the same time. Not the insects, everything. The human dead lit up like they'd been soaked in something, and the queen and the spider went up together into two columns of flame. The fire started moving toward the center like water going down a drain, and out of the middle of it, something stood up. Demonic script across the chest, a pair of horns coming off the head like a bull's, and wings, enormous, tattered, covered in scars and tears and old bite marks, and every one of those was a receipt. Blazing flame demon, Balrog, if you like the older word, legendary rank, above gold. That thing had been alive for so long that its life had changed category, and it held territory in the abyss, which means it isn't just powerful, it's landed. And this was a projection. This was the shadow it cast through a hole while sitting comfortably at home. It glanced at me, and my heart nearly stopped. Not a metaphor. My scalp went numb, and my whole body locked, and every part of me that thinks it's clever shut up immediately, because there's a level of power at which courage stops being available. It sniffed the air over the field, and something like satisfaction went across its face. Demons don't have a concept of killing as a moral event. They have it as a pastime. Anywhere else, it would have taken me apart out of habit. Not here. The rules of a fair summons are the rules, and breaking them costs even a mythic something it can't easily pay. It had accepted the sacrifice, so it owed me. Joe. I was on fire before I understood I was on fire. My clothes went to ash. My body, and this is difficult to describe, my body started getting more of itself. Muscle laying in where there hadn't been any, fingernails going hard and pointed, and across my chest a mark came up, curling, opening outward. A poppy, that's the closest I can get. A blooming poppy, drawn in something that was not ink. Then the pain came. My blood went to steam. My bones softened. Every channel in me tore, individually, in sequence, and I have no idea how long it lasted because I stopped tracking time. When I could move again, I took a step, and the ground under my foot went black. I put out my right hand, and the fire came to it and gathered and became a sword about a meter long, made entirely out of flame and behaving exactly like steel. I pushed it down, and it went through the concrete without noticing. The grass around it caught, blade of flame, and when I let the fire go out, everything went back to normal except the mark, which shrank down to the size of a palm and stayed on my chest. I concentrated on it. The mark expanded. My nails came back. The sword rebuilt itself in my hand in about a second. Transformation. The demon hadn't just paid me in power, it had paid me in a second body. Do you understand what that does for a summoner? My entire structural flaw is that I'm made of paper. Now I could hold a line myself. Now somebody who got past my summons found a man with a sword that goes through stone. And underneath all of it, quietly, something else had happened. I'd broken into silver. Then the demon made me an offer. It made a noise, harsh and a little contemptuous, and I understood the shape of it. It wanted me as a believer. That's the game up there. The Lords of the Abyss spend most of their existence recruiting, because everything down there dies constantly, and even evil gods lose stock. Balrogs in particular run mixed forces, minotaurs, imps, elite worms, succubi, whatever's available. It doesn't care that I'm human. It cares about throughput. And the deal was real. Believe, and I could feed it blood and corpses on a schedule and take power back every time. Also, permanently, I would be its property, marked, and if it ever fell, I'd feel it. I said no immediately. I didn't even do it politely. What is the abyss? Legendary is common down there. Epic is a Tuesday. Thousands of lords die every year in wars nobody records. If it had been mythic, I'd have thought about it, because a mythic patron is a genuine umbrella, but hitching my existence to a legendary demon is a coin flip with my whole life on it, and only a fool takes that bet. It did not enjoy being refused by an ant. The fire came at me in a wall. I transformed and stood in it, and my skin went red, and nothing else happened. Because it turns out one of the things I'd inherited was a body that treats fire as weather. It couldn't touch me. The rules again. It could burn the field. It could not attack me. So it stood there and screamed, and its face started running like a candle, 3 black holes opening where the eyes and mouth had been, and it kept going. Roar! Get out! I closed the ritual from my end and threw a legendary demon out of my world. I heard something on the way out, abyssal, so I only got the tone. The tone was a promise. And it left the mark on my chest, which meant that when it eventually gets strong enough to tear a hole in the wall between us on its own initiative, it will know exactly where to come. When you look into the abyss looks back. Yes. Very good. Everybody's read the line. Here's the part nobody quotes. It works in both directions. Because the mark is a connection, and connections have 2 ends. That thing can find me. I can also find it. And on the day I make legendary, I can reach down the same wire, put a summons on the other end, and drag it up here as a servant. So it's not a curse. It's a wager, with a very long settlement date, and it made both of us the stake. Also, and I want to be practical about this, worrying about it was pointless. This is a world where something can come through a wall in your kitchen. If I'd spent my nights being frightened of a demon that might arrive in 5 years, I'd have saved everybody time by walking into the river. Pressure is fuel. A legendary enemy on a timer is the most motivating thing I've ever owned. The elf, 30 meters away, had watched the entire exchange. She'd felt the projection from there, and it had nearly put her on the ground. She'd also, apparently, watched me shout at it. Something in her face changed when I looked over, and I want to be clear that I did not notice at the time and would not have cared. I was standing in a burned field, on top of an unmarked mass grave, wearing nothing because the transformation had incinerated my clothes. I got new ones from a shop 2 streets over. And then, because silver rank had come with a 3rd summoning slot and no corpse worth putting in it, I went looking for something to kill. I found a bronze zombie standing in the middle of a street, doing nothing. Skin like it had been in water too long, tumors packed across the body, the evolved kind. They come in a lot of flavors by then. Corpse fiends, stealth types, tongue monsters, blood corpses. There's one called a burst zombie that's basically a bloated man full of gas, and when you kill it, you find out what it was saving that gas for. This one had no face, not damaged, removed, eyes gouged, nose cut off, ears taken. And here's the thing about that. No bronze rank zombie stands still while somebody does that to it, which meant it had happened while it was alive. I made the sword and took it in 2 moves. Chest went black on contact, internal organs cooked in place. Then I opened the skull. Too weak, I said, and I meant it as a compliment to the sword. It had a whole ability it never got to use. Those tumors were dark purple and full of something, and if it had detonated a few of them, I'd have had a problem. It didn't get the chance. Bronze against silver isn't a fight, it's a schedule. Then I remembered the little girl. She'd been crouched about 10 meters away the whole time, facing away, in a floral dress, shoulders shaking. I walked over, and when I was 3 steps out, I kicked her in the head hard enough to lift her, and took both her legs off at the thigh. The flame sword cauterizes. There wasn't any blood. She landed badly and lay still. Then there was a click, and her head turned around. Not her body, her head. All the way, while her back stayed where it was. Eyes with no white in them at all. Face rotting, and things moving in the folds of it. Because a living child does not sit in the open on that street. Not a baby, not anything. Everything with meat on it in that district had been processed within the first 3 days, and the idea that something small and soft was sitting unattended in the road, that's not luck, that's bait. She'd been shaking because she was eating. She had somebody's forearm in her hands, and 3 of the fingers were gone. She dressed like a child and waited for a kind person, and I want you to sit with that for a second, because everybody has a version of this in their head where they'd have gone over. She stood up on her knees, since I'd removed the alternative, and screamed, and every zombie within 2 streets came off the buildings at once, including a second bronze. A blood corpse, skin gone, veins visible, controls blood, extremely annoying. A commander, I said, that's the outlier. 1 zombie in 10,000 comes up with the ability to give orders, and the well-established hordes, the ones that get to 5 figures, all have one somewhere in the middle. They're not clever, they're clever enough, which is worse. That little thing was on a trajectory that ended with 100,000 corpses walking in one direction. I called both summons. The elf opened with 2 arrows twisted into one, which came apart in the air, and put one through a chest, and one through a knee. Then she got behind the blood corpse, put her longbow across its throat, dropped her knee into its spine and fell backward, and its head came off. That's new, incidentally. She'd been picking up melee. Imp was 5 meters tall by then and had a move I'd started calling the hug, which is exactly what it sounds like and ends with the target being absorbed. Both of them were on the edge of evolving, which raised a decision about Imp. Let it change species, or hold it where it is. An Imp is a template. Feed it enough and it becomes a proper demon of some kind, and the kind is a lottery. I could put in a week of corpses and get a demon fly. Or I could keep it exactly as it was, a body that had already proven it could install other creatures' parts, and see what it built. I kept it. That decision is responsible for most of what happens later in this story, and I wanted on record that I made it for boring reasons. Then the commander started kowtowing. I mean that literally. This thing, which was going to command a city's worth of dead, got down on the ground in front of me and started slamming its forehead into the concrete hard enough to crack it over and over, and making a sound like sobbing, begging, pure instinct. Whatever was left in there had done the math and gone straight to surrender. Stop that, I said. It didn't. It couldn't. Its forehead had opened up and things were coming out of it, and it kept going. Still going? Want me to help? I put my foot through the back of its skull and drove it into the road until there wasn't a head anymore. Because here's the thing, I don't trust people. I have never once in 2 lifetimes been given a reason to trust people, and I was being asked to accept a promise from a corpse. Imp ate it, right before the evolution, which turned out to matter enormously. I sent it home to finish changing, and I honestly did not know what was going to come back. I want to tell you about a man I never met. He'd been someone. State enterprise, young, well-regarded, about to be sent abroad for training and come back into a director's chair. Parents alive, gentle wife, one boy, one girl. He was asleep when it started. He woke up and looked out the window and watched the neighbor's daughter, a girl who just sat her exams, who was always polite to him in the corridor, get bitten in half by a beetle the size of a calf with her school bag on the pavement next to her. He nailed his doors shut and stayed inside for 10 days. Then he came out because his wife and his 2 children hadn't eaten properly in a week and were going to be dead in 2 days. That's a job now. Scavenger. Bottom of the world. You go out early, you come back late. You fill a rice sack with leaves and moldy bread and whatever meat you can find that isn't guarded. He had rotten meat in that sack, a dead blade mantis somebody else had killed, far enough gone that there were maggots in it, which is fine apparently. You wash the maggots and their protein. On the 7th day, he had killed the family cat. It had been with him 4 years, Scottish fold, quiet, gentle, used to lie next to him while he worked. It rubbed against his leg while he was doing it. He cried while he ate, and when he thought about it afterward, the conclusion he came to was, I'd do it again, because you cannot understand hunger from the outside. You can't. I've watched entire moral systems come apart in 11 days, and I've stopped being impressed by it. He was on his way home when he heard a sound in the grass. Something red, curled up, whimpering. Cat-shaped, weak. He poked it with a stick and the stick sank in because there were no bones in it. He decided it was food and reached for it, and the cat opened. Not its mouth. All of it. Split down the middle, and what was inside was white and wet and had a needle in the center of it, and the needle went through his chest. He got about 4 steps. His skin loosened. It started at the chest and spread, and by the time he stopped moving, he was going soft, and then he was liquid, and then he was running downhill into the split open thing in the grass. An hour later, there was a man lying in that grass again, dark red, breathing. He was saying 3 names, over and over. That's all. That's the whole story. I never learned who he was, and I only know the shape of it because I met the thing that was wearing him 9 days later. I'm telling it to you because everybody thinks the danger in the apocalypse is the big obvious monster in the road. It isn't. The road is honest. It's the quiet corners that get you. A week after the school, I went into a residential compound called Siziwan. Before all this, it was one of the top addresses in the city, the kind of place where people parked cars worth more than my family's entire history, which meant nothing now because monsters have never once checked the property value before eating somebody. There was a supermarket inside the complex and I needed to restock, and the place was silent, not quiet, silent. No howling, no corpses on the ground, and I mean no bodies at all, which in a residential compound in week 2 is impossible. A place that size should have had a few dozen zombies shuffling around in the courtyard. Nothing. I went in anyway, because I was silver now, and because I only needed 5 minutes. Who's there? A middle-aged man with a crossbow. Work clothes with dried paint on them. A painter. Relax, just looking for food. I'm alone. He'd survived on that crossbow and luck, and he had a full sack at his feet, and he'd had the best day he'd had in weeks. Supermarket straight ahead. There's plenty inside, he said. There's still monsters around the front gate. There's a low wall over that way. Go over it. There's a footpath. It's safer. Kind. Genuinely. He didn't have to tell me any of that. He waved and walked off toward the wall, and his footsteps stopped. Not faded, stopped. Mid-stride, between one and the next. I stood there for a good 10 seconds and listened to a compound with nothing in it. Then I went and parted the grass. He was lying there naked with his skin gone dark red, and he was already gone, and the body split open. There was nothing inside it, no blood, no organs, just a tendril which came up out of the cavity and swayed and slowly turned toward me. I took it off with the sword. Cloudy white sprayed on the grass. Bad acting, I said. Then the rest of him melted, and the puddle started moving, and I put the blade in it, and about half of it went up as steam, and something screamed underground. The earth shook. A whip came out of it, and split a tree as thick as my leg. I got out of the way, and watched it climb into the open, human-shaped, covered in white slime, skin like a toad's back, all bumps, yellow teeth, and instead of arms, 2 long whips. Its face was full of pustules, and every so often one would open and a black insect would drop out. Insect demon, not an individual, a mother entity. It comes here to build a species, not to eat. It finds a human body, takes it over completely, including the memories, which is the part that keeps me up, and then it goes looking for somewhere to raise its young, and it had found somewhere. There was a woman in the crater behind it, swollen out to the size of an elephant, eating without stopping, and there were things moving under her skin. I'm going to give you 1 sentence on that, and then we're moving on. There were thousands of them in there. They were as thick as a child's arm, and when they hatch, they go looking for open mouths. That's the whole plan. That's why the compound was empty. Everything that had ever lived in Cizewan was in that crater in installments. I came down on it from above and put the sword through it. And then I ran, because I knew exactly how little that had accomplished. Insect demons are half zombie in their construction. Take the heart and they keep going. You have to take the head, and it moves in bursts that are genuinely difficult to read. It came after me in a rage. I'd killed its lure and damaged its body, which meant starting the whole parasite process again. It drew its arm back, swelled it to twice the size, and stretched it out 2 meters like a python aimed at my back. PFFT. And it hit something that wasn't me. 4 meters of rotting flesh, standing where I'd been, more than a dozen arms hanging off it, pale and bloodless, opening and closing on their own, and on top, a face, a little girl, 5, maybe 6, long black hair over the shoulders, skin like milk, dark eyes with something mischievous in them, small pink mouth turned up at the corners, smiling, at a burning street in the middle of the apocalypse, like she'd been let out into a field. Underneath the face was the body, and the body was what it had always been. Imp had finished, and it had kept the commander's head. The zombie child I'd stamped into the road and fed to it. That face was now sitting on top of 4 meters of corpse mud, and the eyes worked. "I'll eat you," it said. "I want to eat you." And the voice was wrong. It was an old man, and then a woman, and then a low male register, all inside one sentence, layered like a crowd of people trying to say the same thing at slightly different speeds. Because it hadn't just eaten bodies, it had been eating minds for a fortnight, and now that it had a mouth, they all wanted a turn. The insect demon, a thing that had eaten a district, took 3 steps backward. I want to note that, because I was standing right there and I saw it happen. Imp had gone off the map. Whatever it was supposed to become, it hadn't. It had become something with no entry anywhere, and I'd made it. That's not modesty, that's the charge sheet. I picked the shape, I picked the diet, and I kept feeding it. "You came to me," I told the insect demon, which had by then decided it wanted to negotiate, "and now you want me to leave? Nothing in this world is that easy." Then I snapped my fingers and the elf came out. "Business first," I said. "See that woman? Kill her. Her life is the offering. I'm going to get you to silver today." Because the nursery was the real prize on that street. That thing had absorbed monsters and humans from an entire compound. As material, it was extraordinary. The elf's face changed the second she heard the word sacrifice, and everything ornamental in her expression went away. Nothing in the abyss wants power more than a dark elf. Imp got hold of the insect demon with a dozen arms, and it drove its limbs straight through Imp's neck, and Imp, having no vital signs to disrupt, carried out the order anyway. The elf's arrow went through the nursery's skull, and the goddess came, the same spider and elf shape from the school, hanging over the crater, and this time she noticed me. I felt her look. It's like being read. She'd realized that her own faithful servant was carrying another power's mark, the poppy on my chest. Then she decided I was one drop in an ocean and moved on, and the pressure came off my chest, and I have rarely been so relieved to be beneath somebody's notice. The insect larvae came out of the corpse in a wave. She stopped them a centimeter off the ground and opened all of them at once, and it came up into the air in flowers and went into the elf. The elf hit silver in front of me. New skill on the way in, energy focusing shot, which puts a detonation on the arrowhead. She used it twice. The first shot moved 500 kilos of insect demon 5 meters and put a furrow in the ground. The second one took its head off while it was running away, which left me standing on a lawn in a luxury compound with a silver rank corpse, 1 open summoning slot, and enough offering to be indecent about it. I bit my finger. "You self-proclaimed evil and filthy land, you violent and wicked thing, hear my prayer and descend. I offer my silver blood and I summon you." The crack opened and something cold came out first. Bone plain, I thought. That's where this is from. Then an arm came through and there was nothing on it. No flesh, no skin, white bone. And the bone was better than jade, clear, dense, and finished, like somebody had made it on purpose. What came out was 2.5 meters of dead soldier, body like blue stone, arms like iron. In one hand, a club that used to be somebody's femur, and the head was wrong. The head was wrapped completely in barbed wire, wound around and pulled tight so that the shape of the skull came through it, and driven through the neck were 3 iron nails long enough that the points came out the other side of the spine. 1 red eye was visible through a gap in the wire. Banshee, undead form the way they always form. Somebody died badly enough that the resentment didn't fit in the body. And you can read this one's death off it like a receipt. They wound the wire around his face while he was alive, and then they put 3 nails through his neck, and he died of it, over a long time, and he was aware for all of it. Whatever came back was not the man. It was what was left when you take a soldier and remove everything except the willingness. War stomp. Undying body. Regeneration that speeds up when it eats. And here's the part that surprised me. Every other summon I ever pulled came up swinging. Imp tried to kill me. The elf sneered at me. The spider tested me. Banshee came out, looked at me, and stood still, waiting for an order. Whatever else that man had been, he'd been loyal, and death hadn't taken it. I put the flame sword against his chest and burned a mark into him, a servant's mark, so that anything down there knows who he belongs to. He didn't move while I did it. He would never betray me. The only way he'd ever stop fighting for me was if somebody destroyed the body entirely. I looked at the femur in his hand and made a note. Ranged, wall, and now a proper melee killer. 3 slots full, and a 4th still empty. For the first time since the world ended, I had a complete kit. Now I needed people. I found my first employee about 400 meters later at the exact moment he murdered his best friend. 2 of them arguing in the street. One in glasses, refined looking, the kind of face that ends up teaching somewhere. The other with a hooked nose and a red face who was losing. Wushan, do you know what you're saying? I will not agree to this. I don't want to do it either, but why are we risking our lives so those people can sit there? It's dangerous out here. Look around. I nearly died last time. Do you understand that? Is that your reason for abandoning them? I've said it a dozen times. This is our responsibility. I will not leave them on the street. Not one of them. Responsibility. The hooked-nosed one laughed. With the power we've got now, this was given to me by God, for survival, not to be wasted on garbage. And then his skin went red and hard, and a tail came out of the back of him, and I revised my assessment upward. Half-orc, giant lizard warrior, keratin plate, slit pupils, and nails that were faintly blue at the tips, which meant venom. An ordinary man scratched by that doesn't get half an hour. The one in glasses snorted, and the ground came up around him in compressed spheres. Earth elementalist, also awakened, also not weak. Wushan, since you won't protect them, then go. I'll do it. Don't come back. And he turned around and walked away. 4 years at university together. They'd come out of the school gate side by side on day 1. They'd picked up survivors along the way, and they'd put 100-odd people in an air raid shelter and kept them alive. Wushan stood there with his head down and his fists shaking. Don't come back, he said. Then he put his hand through his friend's back and out the front of his chest. The elementalist went down without a sound, and then his killer stood over him and started screaming at the body. We finally found somewhere the monsters can't get into, and you tell me not to come back. Without me, how long do you think those useless bastards last? I know you're kind. That kindness is going to get you killed. I have to go out there every single day. One day we die out there. Die. I'll live for you. It wasn't me who ruined you. It was them, and I'll make them pay for you. And he was crying while he said it, with his face twisted up. And I have honestly never seen a man mourn somebody he'd killed 30 seconds earlier with such sincerity. Then, if I could go back, I'd have killed you sooner. Interesting, I said. He spun around. Who's there? Here's my read, and I made it in about 4 seconds. The man in glasses was a hero. Actual one. He had power, and his first thought was other people, and he kept that up under conditions that strip it out of nearly everybody. He was also dead on the pavement, which is what happens to heroes on a schedule. They carry obligations and principles into situations that don't have room for either. The one still standing was selfish, treacherous, vicious, and had just demonstrated that he would kill somebody he loved to avoid a slightly harder week. Guess which one I wanted? Swear to me, I said, and I'll give you whatever you want. Food, status, protection. He looked at me like I was insane, which was fair. What nonsense are you? Then I transformed. Runes across my hands and neck and face, sulfur in the air, and enough heat coming off me that a man standing 4 meters away felt his skin start to sting. Are you sure you want to be my enemy, you little ant? He got out one sentence. What kind of monster are you? And I crossed the gap faster than he could track and put one punch into his chest, and he went 3 meters and came down on his back coughing. He'd fought monsters with that body for 2 weeks. Zombie claws didn't mark him, and a man in a shirt had just moved him like furniture. I put my foot on his head. I admire how ruthless you are, so I'm giving you a chance. Join me, and you get my protection, and you'll outlive everybody you know. That was not a question, and he knew it. I accept, he said, into the pavement. I'll be loyal. Smart. Then I had Imp come up and take the elementalist's body because a bronze-rank corpse is a tonic, and because I'd started an experiment. Imp's arms were ordinary human arms at that point. I wanted to know what happened if they were all professionals. The answer, in case you're curious, is that they get stronger, they get faster, and after a while, they start doing things when nobody's told them to. The air raid shelter had 100 and some people in it, and they were the cleanest human beings I'd seen since the world ended. That's not a compliment. Everyone in that tunnel was pale from no daylight and otherwise completely intact because 2 professionals had been going out every day and coming back with groceries while they sat. There were girls in the corner doing their makeup. I want to stress that. 2.5 weeks in, and somebody had a mirror out. A man in a suit came over, ruddy, hair waxed, tie on. He looked like a department head visiting a regional office. Ding Liang. board member of the university, dean of academic affairs. He'd taken over food distribution and daily assignments on the basis that he was used to being in charge of things. He looked at Wu Shan's single sack and his face soured. What's this? Why is there so little today? Not thank you. Not are you hurt? Wu Shan, what exactly were you doing out there? There are over 100 people here waiting on you. Don't you care about your teachers, your classmates? How can you live with yourself? And the room joined in. Yeah, I'm starving. Some people really don't think about the rest of us. If you ask me, they ate their fill out there before coming back. I stood in the doorway and watched 100 people, who had never once been outside, take the two men who'd been risking their lives for them and casually itemize their failures. Not evil, just what people become when somebody removes the consequences. Wu Shan said, Lin Hao isn't coming back. I killed him. The room stopped, and then he did the one useful thing he ever did unprompted. He told them the truth. And stop performing, Ding Liang. You think I don't know where the food goes? You give them instant noodles and the cheap bread and you keep the rest. I've heard you eating in the corner more than once. The dean's face went the color of putty, and I watched a man decide, in real time, that he was going to get out ahead of this. He'd hidden food. Several students had gone out on their own because there wasn't enough. None of them came back, and in his head that was fine because he was a board member and he'd been managing, and management eats. Wu Shan has lost his mind, he announced. He's brought an outsider here to suppress us. Lin Hao is already dead at his hands. Are we going to allow? Wu Shan put his arm through him. Go to hell. And I watched something wake up in that man's face. He'd killed twice in an hour, and the second one had been better than the first, which was a problem for later. Right then it was an asset. I stepped into the middle of the room. From now on, the rules here change. You eat if you work. Anybody who wants to be carried gets carried outside and left for the insects. Men from 15 to 50 go out with him for supplies. Women organize a medical station. Children and the elderly keep this place clean because in 3 weeks there'll be no antibiotics anywhere in this city and a stomach bug will kill more of you than the monsters will. Somebody found their voice. A friend of the dean's. What are you talking about? Who are you? Wu Shan, have you lost your... Kill him. Wu Shan crossed the room and hit him once and the man's head came apart. I don't like being interrupted, I said. I'll say things once. Anybody who fails to do what I've said or forgets may as well save me the trouble. Nobody said anything after that, and I want to be honest about what I was doing there, because it wasn't cruelty, and it wasn't a power trip. Those people had already lost. That's the whole diagnosis. They were 3 weeks into the end of the world with soft hands and no idea what was outside the door, and if you'd put them on the street that afternoon, they'd have been food by evening. I wasn't going to make them good people. I was going to make them useful, and the fastest available method was terror, and I used it, and it worked in under 4 minutes. 47 men lined up to go out. Some of them emptied their pockets while they did it, hidden food, hoarded over weeks, enough to make a small pile on the floor. Selfishness. It's not a character flaw, it's a reflex. I didn't punish anybody for it, I just noted who did it. You, I said to Wu Shan afterward. This place runs on you now. 10 to a squad. Medics. Food inventory. Anybody caught hoarding is executed. He hesitated. Sir, you want me to go out for food. For those useless. One man's strength has a limit and there are too many things out there. I need every lucky person in this district gathered in one place. That's the only way any of this survives. Then I added the hook, because I'd already decided he was a dog, and dogs need to be shown the meat. They're your command. I have contacts high up in the army. Do this well, and I'll find you a position. His eyes lit up. Excellent. One more thing, I said, and let the temperature drop out of my voice. I promise to protect your life. In exchange, I want unconditional obedience. I hope this is the last time you question a decision. He got about 2 syllables out and stopped. So then I asked him what was nearby and got the local threat map for free. South, 2 miles, a freight depot with a warehouse of food. They'd tried it. There was a cemetery next to it with no headstones, and when they were halfway through loading, things came up out of the mounds, red, clawed, like skinned dogs. 13 went, 2 came back, ghouls, carrion eaters, hyena-shaped, fast enough that a cheetah would lose. They live in the graves they eat out of. They never know when they're full, and they'll eat until it physically stops them. North, a botanical garden with a swarm of fist-sized bees, scarlet eyes, big stingers. He'd only looked from a distance, and what he'd seen was that they were building their combs in human bodies, bloodthirsty bees. And that one made me sit up, because their honey is one of the genuinely miraculous substances in this world. It closes wounds, it restores a professional's stamina, and taken over time it will rebuild a body. It's also produced by feeding them people, which is why the version on the black market carries a price I'm not going to repeat, and why I once burned down a villa where somebody was farming it at industrial scale. That's all I'll say about that. And then, 3 bus stops down the road, a factory with over 600 survivors in it, run by a man called Li Gang. He's a gangster, owned 8 of the 10 underground casinos in this city. He can control insects now, and there are 3 more professionals with him. He got uncomfortable when he said the name, and I watched him get uncomfortable, and I said, "So they approached you?" And Lin Hao said no, and killing him was your entry fee. He went the color of a fish. I only didn't want to carry. Let it go. What I care about is what you do next. Which was true, and also I have never trusted him for 1 second, and he has never once given me a reason to. The freight depot was where I made him. I took the whole shelter's fighting strength, 47 men with mop handles and bricks, upgraded along the way from a hardware store to wrenches and engineering hammers and steel pipe, which is a real change, because weight in the hand gives a frightened man something to be brave with. 3 of them refused to come. I had their legs broken. That sounds worse than it is, and it also sounds exactly as bad as it is. In a world with no healers and no medicine, a broken leg is the end of most of a life. And the point wasn't the 3 men. The point was the other 44, who stopped arguing forever. At the depot, the ghouls were out in the open, which was wrong. 20 of them, in a circle around a heap of scraps, zombie heads, insect legs, hide, and some things I'm not going to itemize. Not nearly enough for 20 animals. Hungry ghouls. That's the worst state they come in. Their stomach acid is so concentrated that starvation makes them frantic, and a frantic ghoul will go through anything. The big one was 2 meters, thin, with a head too large for it and eyes with no white left. While I watched, it grabbed one of its own, opened its skull, and started on the brain. Leader's privilege. They eat their own, starting at the head. That thing was 1 step off silver. Give it another month, and this district would have had a real problem. Behind me, 44 men were coming apart. Some of them went down. 1 went into a seizure, and I let them look. Because, and here's the part that matters, I never intended for them to fight. I knew exactly what those numbers meant. If I'd sent that group in, all I'd have accomplished is a catering delivery. I brought them so they could watch. Faith comes from power. Nobody worships a goblin. People worship dragons and demons for the same reason, which is that they've seen what those things can do, and they'd like to be standing behind it. The ghouls were a demonstration. Wu Shan found his voice. "Sir, there weren't this many before. It looks like everything in the graveyard has come out. We don't have the numbers. Maybe we should find—" "No, they're all here. Good. I don't want any of them coming back while I'm loading food." Then I looked at him. "Scared? If that's all the courage you've got, I'll find somebody else to hold your job." "My lord, I only meant—" "For my sake?" The temperature dropped. Frost came up on my eyebrows, and 2 black cracks opened in the air beside me like a pair of eyes. "I know you're afraid," I said. "That's fine. You've never seen what I actually am. Now, come out." The elf put 3 arrows into the leader in the same spot, one after another, through the heart, and pinned it to a grave mound. It never moved. I should explain her arrows, since they're the reason this works. Thorn tree. It grows in the abyss, and it goes up about 100 meters. The higher a dark elf can climb it, the denser the branches she can cut, and the deadlier her ammunition gets. A bronze burns out around 10 meters. Her arrows had gotten noticeably darker since the school. The rest of the ghouls came in a wave. Banshee took the first one by the head, put the femur through its face, and went into a rage. Berserk on an undead is a different proposition than on a living thing. He can't be frightened and he can't be killed by anything that isn't structural, so what you get is 3 meters of dead soldier moving through a pack at walking speed and removing heads. They broke. Ghouls do break. They're not stupid. They bully what's weaker and run from what isn't. And I didn't let a single one leave. "He needs bloodshed to solidify his prestige," is how somebody described that afternoon to me later, and they weren't wrong, but they were being polite about the mechanism. What I actually needed was for 44 men to stand in a field and watch a thing that had eaten 11 of their friends get taken apart without one of them raising a hand. When it was over, there was no fear in that group at all. There was something much more useful. They loaded a month of food onto handcarts in about an hour. They were red in the face and talking loudly, and on the way home, I found footprints coming in from the north and stopping at my shelter door. The visitors had been Li Gang's. He'd sent a professional called Scratch, a man who could move through solid ground, who'd done 19 years for what he did to people before all this, and who had come with a dozen enforcers to take the shelter by force since the soft approach had stalled. They got to the entrance and found a little girl lying on the steps. She was in the shadows, head resting on the stone, smiling. I've reconstructed what happened next from the voices, so bear with me. Scratch went over. He was pleased about something. He made a joke about being a nice uncle. She didn't blink. Not once. That's what he noticed first. That in broad daylight, a child was lying on the ground, perfectly still, smiling, and she hadn't blinked. "I'll eat you," she said, in the voice of an old woman. He asked her what she said. "I'll eat you," she said, in the voice of a grown man. And then the arms came out of the dark and took all 13 of them off the steps in about a second and a half. When I got back, Imp came out to meet me, and it had learned a new trick. "Owner," it said. "Hug me," in Scratch's voice. Wushan sat down on the ground. "That voice," I said. "Show me the body." It thought about it. I watched it think about it, and then the mud rolled, and a blue-white human head came up out of its neck, eyes wide open, pupils blown, and an expression that told you exactly how the last 4 seconds of that man's life had gone. Wushan confirmed the identity, one of Li Gang's 3 professionals. "Li Gang," I said. And I laughed, because I'd been planning to walk over there anyway, and now I had a grievance to do it with. "I wasn't coming for you yet, and you knocked on my door first." That night, I gathered everyone and made it formal. I kicked over a crate and cans of beef rolled out across the floor, and 100 people swallowed at the same time. You know what's happened to the world. Peace is over. I don't care what you were before. From now on you work for me, and in exchange, I keep you alive. Anyone who wants to go can go tonight. Anybody who stays takes orders. Wushan went down on one knee first and said he'd serve to the death, and the room followed him raggedly, and then in unison, and some of them looked strange while they said it, because 3 weeks ago they'd had employment contracts and now they were pledging themselves to a stranger like indentured servants. They also all understood exactly why they were doing it, which is the part I want to be fair about. They'd been outside now. They knew what freedom was worth out there, and it was worth about 4 hours. Then I set the rules that order still runs on, though it didn't have a name yet. Food centrally held and distributed by headcount. Hoarding is death. Waste and latrines dealt with daily, because a flu outbreak with no doctors is a extinction event. And one more. I don't want to hear about violence in here. I don't care what people get up to by agreement, but anyone who forces a woman, don't report it to me. Kill him. I've been asked about that rule more than once, usually by people trying to work out whether I have a conscience hidden somewhere. I don't. The rule isn't moral, it's structural. You cannot build anything on a population where half of it is afraid of the other half. Every hour a woman in that shelter spent frightened of the men around her was an hour she wasn't working, and every man who found out he could do it was a man who'd stop taking orders from anyone but himself. I wasn't purifying anybody, I was putting a chain on it. And the interesting thing, the thing I did not expect, is that it turned out to be the single most popular decision I ever made. Not the food, not the walls, that. Anyway. The flame was lit, as somebody put it to me later, and the next morning I took 200 armed men and went to introduce myself to Li Gang. Well, 100. 200 is what he thought he saw, because I put them in 3 groups. The factory was a cement plant, millions of wan of machinery standing dead in the yard for want of a power grid, and 8 hidden observation posts drilled into the walls, 30 centimeters across, covering every approach. Silver eyesight is a genuinely unfair advantage. I counted all 8 from 400 meters. The elf took 2 of them in under 3 seconds. Neither man made a sound, and the other 6 didn't know it had happened. "A greeting gift," I said. Then the door opened, and Li Gang came out, bald, tiger tattooed across the chest, built like something that had been poured rather than assembled. Silver rank, and unlike most of the ones I'd met, he'd actually done something with it. He had 2 cockroaches with him. I say cockroaches. They were the size of millstones, they stood as tall as a man, and their shells looked like polished obsidian. "Magic light cockroach," I said, and I'll admit my mood dipped. Cockroaches are the great success story of this planet. They live in basements and on the 40th floor, and in vacuum for about 2 hours, and when the world handed out upgrades, they were extremely well positioned to receive them. The magic light variant is the alien among them. Elemental immunity, fire, lightning, cold. The shell puts up a black film on contact and the attack simply stops. They occur in about 1 in 10 evolved cockroaches. He had 2. Both of them had pieces of women in their mouths because there'd been noise in the compound when the sentries died, and he'd solved it in the most direct available way. "Where did you scum come from, raiding my camp? Are you tired of living?" Good voice. Real authority in it. He'd been running underground casinos for a decade, and it showed. "You're Li Gang? That's right, and your people killed mine. Do you know who I am? Coming here to cause trouble? Let me tell you, even if the Heavenly King himself—" "Oh, you're Li Gang. That makes this easier." I smiled at him. He stopped talking, and I watched a fine layer of sweat come up on his forehead, and I enjoyed that more than I should have. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that this place belongs to me now. As for you, you may as well die." 3 arrows. The cockroaches got in front of him and their shells lit up black, and the arrows bent into bows and fell on the ground. "Even the elf can't get through," I said out loud to nobody. "Genuine alien species, not even silver, and it can do that." Then, cheerfully, "But it isn't permanent. Defense? Let's see how many you've got. Banshee, open it up." "I want the shell." Banshee came in with 2 sledgehammers he'd picked up on the way, the kind used for breaking rock that an adult needs both hands and a braced back to lift, 1 in each fist. First hammer put the cockroach down. The film held. second hammer arrived about a second later, and the film didn't, because it needs a moment to regenerate and Banshee does not provide moments. The head came apart. Green went across Li Gang's face, and his second professional, the one with the claws, made the correct tactical decision, which was to ignore everything and go straight at me. Catch the king. Very good. Textbook. He got about 6 meters before Imp took his ankle and lifted him upside down and put a dozen arms on him. I'll be brief. His shin bone came through the skin, and then the arms worked upward, and by the time it stopped, he was bent in several places that don't have joints. It took under a second, and then he screamed for a lot longer than that. Wushan went through the enforcers. They were real fighters. Underground boxers, throat and groin and back of the head, all of them capable of handling 3 ordinary men, and none of it got through lizard plate. Second cockroach lasted under a minute, and then Li Gang went down on his knees. Don't kill me. I've got no quarrel with you. I don't know what I did. Spare me this once and I'll be your slave. I'll do anything. I drew a finger across my throat for Wushan, and Li Gang's eyes went wide, and I watched a man realize that begging had failed, and then he stopped being a gangster and became something much more interesting. If I don't live, you're coming with me. He tore his shirt open, and the tiger on his chest moved. Then it came apart, and a butterfly came out of it, palm-sized, wings like gauze, eyes the color of a clear sky. It was, and I mean this, one of the most beautiful things I have ever seen, and it opened its eyes and the light hit me before I could do anything at all. I woke up in a bedroom with a lamp on. Let me sit in that for 1 second, because it's been a long time since I've seen electric light in a room. Master, said Xiaoling. She was standing by the bed with her hair down, smiling, and she looked like she'd been there a while. I pinched my arm. It hurt, which is impressive. Most illusions won't simulate pain because pain is expensive. Interesting, I said. Master, she leaned down. Don't you like being called that? I'm your slave now. Are you happy? I didn't answer. My parents raised me carefully. I never even let a boy hold my hand, and you humiliated me. Do you know how much I hate you? Her voice changed on that last part, and the blade came up in her hand, and she took my arm off at the shoulder. The pain was correct. That's the thing I want you to understand. It wasn't a suggestion of pain, it was the entire process, in order, including the part where your body doesn't believe it yet. If you've never had it happen, you'd have folded. Everybody folds. It's not cowardice, it's architecture. The brain is built to believe the nervous system over the reasoning, and a good enough illusion just walks in through that door. Not bad, I said. A healthy person would be lost in here. Then, unfortunately, I've had this happen. And I cut her head off. She came apart, and I stood up with one arm and a ruined carpet, and then an arrow went through my abdomen, and the elf was there, smiling, saying master, and I opened her face with the sword. Then Imp had me from behind, and my ribs started going one at a time. This kind of thing runs on fear, I said while it was happening. It feeds on the reaction. The more frightened you are, the faster you sink. I coughed up a considerable amount of myself. It's good. It's genuinely very good. Even I'm about ready to give up. Now, here's why it didn't work. In my last life, a vast scorpion king got venom into my leg, and I took the leg off myself, below the knee, in sections, over about 40 minutes, because doing it all at once would have shocked me out, and doing it slowly was the only way to stay ahead of the spread. Afterward, I paid an amount I don't like remembering to a healer to grow it back. And once, trying to make a living, I lay in a desert for 2 days waiting on a crimson fox, and when I finally stood up, the skin came off my chest. Compared with that, an arm is an arm. But I've already died once, I said. Fear? You think a picture is going to hold me? And I put the sword through my own head. I opened my eyes on a factory floor. Li Gang was still standing in the same pose with his shirt open. Less than a second had passed. The butterfly was hovering in front of him, and it had stopped flapping because it had never had this happen before. I closed my hand around it. Senluo butterfly, I said, and my voice wasn't steady. How is there one of these here? Alien species among alien species. 1 in 10,000 evolved butterflies, and that's optimistic. No strength, no elemental capability, and it doesn't need either, because it builds a space in your head and holds you there while it eats your consciousness. If I'd stayed in that room, I'd have gone until there was nothing left to drink, and what came out the other side would have been a man who could no longer form a thought. Li Gang's mouth was moving. I know roughly what he was going to say because I've heard the speech before. I can command any insect, not just those 3. That's my value. That's my bargaining chip. He wants to build a force, and so did I. And men like that always need people. Better a wretched life than a glorious death. I'll bow now and take it back later. He didn't get to any of it. I split his head with the sword. I don't know what you were going to say, I told the body. But I know I wouldn't have believed it. He'd stumbled into a magic light cockroach, then a second one, then a Senluo butterfly. That man's luck was enormous. In a fair timeline, he'd have been somebody. He was also, in the end, the reason I got all 3. The factory came with 600 people, 4 warehouses, and 1 object I didn't expect. The people first, pale, thin, and kept deliberately underfed because a hungry population doesn't organize. The remaining professional, an electricity type who'd been a factory worker, surrendered without being asked, having watched the whole thing from a stairwell. The warehouses had a grain depot's worth of rice in them, plus flour, oil, salt, vinegar, and snacks. That man had emptied an entire state granary and 3 convenience stores. And in his bedroom, under a cloth, there was a tooth. That's what it was, a tooth. It took 2 hands to lift, it was heavier than steel, and the edge went up in a curve like a scimitar. I touched my sleeve to it and the fabric came apart. Epic rank, above legendary. I don't know what it came off, I never found out. What I knew was that a cannon shell wouldn't crack it, and that Banshee could hold it in one hand. So the man who tried to kill me with a butterfly funded my entire next month. And I want that noted, because that's how this works. There are no self-made people in the apocalypse. Everybody is standing on somebody who ran out of luck first. Then I took the butterfly into a room and shut the door. It was exquisite up close, not slick like an insect, dense, like something carved. And it looked at me the way Hellhound had looked at me in that concrete room, which is to say pitifully, and with hope, because it had worked out that I was the one making decisions, and it wanted to live. I'm not an insect controller, I couldn't command it, couldn't talk to it, couldn't hold its leash. But there's another option, and it's a forbidden one for good reasons. A summoner can transplant, not summon, transplant. You take a creature apart, and you put a piece of it into your own body, and if you survive the process, you keep what it could do, permanently. Summoners have done this with the tail of a bone demon and the horns of a balrog and the arm of an imp, and every one of them came out of it less human than they went in. I'd never bothered. I'd never met anything worth the trade, but an illusion that nobody can defend against, that requires no strength to use, in a world where the entire game is who reacts first. That's worth a great deal. The butterfly started shaking, because whatever it uses instead of instinct had just caught up. And I want to be exact about what happened next, because people always assume I hesitated. I hooked 3 fingers, put them into my own left eye, and took it out. The numbness comes first. Then, about a second later, everything else. I stood there with a hole in my face, white as paper, sweating hard enough that it made a puddle, and the little creature in my other hand went completely insane with terror. That's the part I found funny, honestly. It eats fear for a living, and it had just met something that would do that to itself, on purpose, in under 4 seconds, for a tactical advantage. I grinned at it, which cannot have helped. You want to serve me? Fine, then merge with me. From today we're the same thing. I closed my fist, and then I put what was left of it into the socket. The hours after that were bad in a way I'm not going to detail, except to say it felt like a dozen insects walking around inside my skull, and it went on for a long time, and at the end of it there was an eye there again. Pale green iris, with 4 small colored points around the pupil, arranged like the markings on a wing. Then came the second half, which nobody warns you about. The butterfly's consciousness was still in there. Memories came up, a caterpillar, a pupa, a long dark stretch, then Li Gang, and behind them, deliberately, a wave of everything it had felt in the last minute of its life. It was trying to leave a residue. That's the real risk of the transplant, not death, contamination. Summoners who couldn't clear it out ended up carrying a monster's habits around in their own heads. The pull toward damp, dark corners, the preference for rotten meat, the slow slide where you know something's wrong and you go along with it anyway. They don't call it madness. They call it decay. So even dead, you want to leave something in me, I said. Make me half an insect. Very good. Then I put a mental storm through it. I have been building that particular muscle for 2 lifetimes, and the butterfly had been alive for 1 summer. It came apart, and I absorbed what was left, and the eye was mine. Myriad manifestations eye. That's what I ended up calling it when I needed to call it something. The cost is real. Every use puts blood vessels through the sclera and gives me a headache like a spike, because building an entire world out of somebody else's fear takes exactly as much out of you as it sounds like it would. But here's what it's actually for, and this is the part people get wrong. I don't need to trap anybody for hours. I'm a summoner. If an enemy loses 1 second, that's 1 second in which the elf takes their head off. I woke up the next day and there were 5 bodies in the middle of the factory floor with their necks broken. Li Gang's remaining loyalists had tried to leave in the night, and Wu Shan had gone through them, and he was standing over them looking pleased with himself until he saw me, at which point his face did something complicated. Very good, I said. This place is yours to run. Food centrally distributed. The atrocities stop today. Move the shelter people here. And then I asked the electricity user what else was in the neighborhood, because I now had a 4th slot and no corpse worth putting in it, and there was one more thing I wanted before I was done. There's a scorpion in the military hospital, 3 meters at least, big claws, and there's lightning coming off it. Li Gang was going to try and tame it once the cockroaches got bigger. Thunder Battle Scorpion, also an alien species, physical and elemental both, which is the combination that makes something genuinely hard to plan against. It paralyzes and then eats at leisure, and I have seen what that does to a squad. The hospital was 100 acres and a national key facility once, and by then, it was a nest. Blood nether centipedes, hermit scorpions, ghost spiders, six-winged poison flies. The high end of the local insect population had all moved in, because insects like damp and hospitals have basements. I took Banshee and nobody else. Partly because I wanted to hit things myself. A body that stops getting used starts getting worse, and I could feel the drift already. Mostly because I wanted to see what Banshee did with the epic tooth. The answer is that he took a corpse-spotted beetle apart with one motion, and then did it again, and by the 5th floor he had a coating on him about a centimeter thick that was not his own. On the way up we met a blood leech, 2 meters of it, with legs. Leeches start out the size of your little finger and end up the size of an infant's arm after a good meal, and I'd like you to run the arithmetic on how much blood you need to move to get to 2 meters. It had been storing that blood for a while, and the blood had gone bad, and when Banshee took its tail off, what sprayed on him was concentrated enough to smoke. He put it through the spine and stepped on the head, and we kept going. 17th floor, conference room, and the thing inside it was in agony, which was wrong. Thunder Battle Scorpions are lazy. They eat and they sleep in the dark, and they don't move unless they have to. Then its back split open, and larvae started coming out. She was giving birth. And I want to tell you how that species works, because it explains everything about what happened next. The male mates and then lies down and lets her eat him. That's the whole male life cycle. Then she carries, and the young come out through the back, and the young climb onto her and start eating, and in about a day there's no mother left. He feeds her, she feeds them. That's the deal, and it's held for however long that species has existed. She didn't take the deal. She put a discharge through her own back. The larvae aren't insulated yet. They seized and fell off and lay on the floor twitching. Then she picked one up and bit it in half, and then the next one. She ate every single one of them. It took a few minutes, and I stood in the doorway and did not interfere, because there was a version of this where I walked in early and got a scorpion, and a version where I waited and got a scorpion with 50 of her own children in her. You know how they do drunken shrimp? You put the live ones in the wine first, and then you serve them. Same principle. I was waiting on the marinade. When she finished, the lightning on her had spread and thickened, and her lifespan had gone from about 30 years to over 50, which is another way of saying that anything eating her was about to get a great deal more than it paid for. Then I walked in. Banshee stepped forward and I put an arm out. I don't need you. Because I wanted to know what I could do. Flame demon transformation. My clothes went and the pattern came up my abdomen and the room got unbearable. Let the fire purify everything, I said, which was more theater than I usually allow myself, but the eye and the transformation and 2 weeks of steady winds had made me a little pleased with myself, and I'd like that on the record too. The first cut opened her shell and cauterized it before it could bleed, and she went berserk immediately, and then she pushed me backward across that room, and I want to be honest about it. Even weakened, even mid-birth, that thing was faster than me and stronger than me, and it had a tail that kept finding the edge of where I could be. She got me to 3 meters, and I fell over. Deliberately, but she didn't know that, and everything about how she came in said she'd bought it. Face to face, close enough to smell what was in her mouth. Myriad manifestations I said, open. And then I lay on the floor and watched a silver rank monster fight nothing at all for about 90 seconds. Here's what she was seeing. A larva fell off her back. She ate it because that's what she decided her children were for. Then 2 more. Then a dozen, and she started to panic because she remembered clearly that there had been none left. Then her back split open and 100 came out at once. Then 200, and they didn't stop, and they were exactly what she'd made, which is to say they were relentless, and they came out faster than she could kill them. She discharged. They died. More came. She rolled. She screamed. She tore at her own back. By the end, there were thousands of corpses on the floor of that room in her head, and her spine was hollowed out, and one of her eyes had been chewed through, and she lay there dying while the children she'd eaten kept climbing over her. In the real world, she was spinning in place, putting lightning through the floor. Then I got up and put the sword through her head. 4 strikes. She never came back from it. And when she went down, the mark on my chest lit up like a coal. The flame demon body upgraded on the spot. 2 horns came in on my forehead, small, dark, curved back like a goat's. They boost mental power and block most mental attacks, which is exactly the upgrade a summoner wants. And a second ability opened. Fireball. Compressible, apparently. All the way down to something the size of a walnut that runs about 140 degrees and evaporates the water out of the air around it. Blade and fire, close and ranged. I could feel the demon on the other end of the mark getting a clearer fix on me every time I used it. That's the trap. The stronger the transformation gets, the brighter I burn on whatever passes for its map, and one day it'll be able to reach. Which just meant I had a deadline. I've always worked better with a deadline. Then I knelt down, put my hands into what was left of her head, and spent her. The vision that came back was not what I expected. A plane, dust, and a sun the color of an infection, and thousands of them working, big, wide-nosed tusks showing, moving rock with tools. Half-orcs. Bearmen, minotaurs, lion men, and a dozen others under the same heading. Volatile, gloomy, and, this is important, they prefer doing to thinking and fighting to arguing. They're the underclass down there. Imps and worms have no minds and no hands, so the demon lords don't waste them on labor. Half-orcs have both, so the demon lords put them in minds. Behind them in that vision were the overseers, soul-judging demons, serpent demons, balrogs, whips out, and anything that slowed down lost its head. And they took everything from those people. I'm going to leave the specifics where they are. Where there's pressure, there's a break. It started with a few dozen, then hundreds. Then eventually, hundreds of thousands of half-orcs standing on a plain with demon corpses in every direction, and every one of them roaring the same thing. I couldn't understand the language. The vision translated the sense of it anyway. Orcs will never be slaves. Then the crack opened, and something walked out. She was about 160, short red hair to the ears, purple eyes, a necklace of bones, a hide wrap at the waist, and long wheat-colored legs. And a pair of cat ears on her head, and a tail behind her, a half-orc, a female half-orc, and not one of the big ones. Catfolk, they're at the very bottom of the bottom, small, fast, not strong, and they've survived purely because they're excellent at leaving. Their entire strategic doctrine is migration. They're also, by the standards of that place, beautiful, which down there is not a gift. Nobody treats a catfolk like a person. They're kept as status objects, on all fours, with tags. Even weak things like goblins raid them, and species have gone extinct in the abyss from less. So the sensible expectation, when you summon one, is that it cowers. She came out of the crack, planted her feet, spread her fingers so I could see the claws, and showed me 4 teeth. Not fear, not even defiance exactly. It was the specific posture of an animal that has already decided that if this is happening, it's happening. Fine, I said. Let's find out what you are. Summoning slots are expensive and I'm not spending one on a pet. Banshee threw the epic tooth on the floor and went at her. I genuinely thought that was the end of it. She came up to his waist. He's an undead who doesn't feel damage and shrugs off small arms. He swung, and she wasn't there. She'd gone sideways with a reaction time that made no sense, and she came up under his guard and hit him in the waist with a fist the size of a plum. There was a sound like a wall coming down, and a flash of purple fire on her knuckles, and Banshee went 7 steps backward and fell over. Then she covered the distance again and hit him in the chest, and he came up with pieces of himself. I stood there and reevaluated my entire evening. Internal energy. She'd compressed everything she had into the strike and released it on contact. She'd defeated an undead soldier in 2 punches, and her face hadn't changed once. That's a fistmaster. I need to explain what that means, because otherwise the rest of this doesn't land. To advance in that discipline, you give up armor and you give up weapons, permanently. The doctrine is that anything external is a lie you tell yourself, and that the only honest thing is what you can do with the body you have. Flesh is your armor. Fists are your weapon. And past a certain point, strength stops being the variable. The variable is the heart. A fistmaster doesn't flinch, and at the high end, they can stand in front of dragon fear, actual dragon fear, the thing that puts demon lords on their knees, and not be affected. They're rare in the abyss. They're basically unheard of among catfolk because catfolk run. That's their whole thing, and this one had come out of that population. Then she came at me. You dare! The rules caught her midair. I got a hand around her throat and looked at her properly, and I was, I'll admit it, delighted. Interesting. A weak catfolk who's comprehended fist technique. She looked back at me with nothing in her face but calculation, so I transformed. I wanted the shortcut. Show her what she was holding and let her fold, and she recognized it. I watched her recognize it. She'd seen that aura before, on the things that kept her kind on chains, and her eyes went wide for about 2 seconds, and then she said, through a closed windpipe, Lyra has no fear. Lyra will protect her people. Lyra will return to the goddess's embrace. I understood her, not through the contract link, actual language. The demon horns had come in with a translation function I hadn't known about, and I was standing there getting a live feed from a species I'd never met. Lyra, that's her name. The goddess is Ethel, incidentally, goddess of cats and dance. Her voice is supposed to sound like a cat purring, and everybody who hears her speak reports the sensation of being touched by something very soft. She's also completely unreliable. She's flighty, she grooms herself constantly, she's interested in pleasure and nothing else, and she pays almost no attention to the people who worship her. Her doctrine is, and I'm paraphrasing only slightly, life should be about experiencing every joy available. which is a hilarious deity for a fistmaster to belong to, and I'd like to point that out for the record. But the useful part of what she'd said wasn't the goddess, it was protect her people. That's where the courage comes from. Not ambition, not rage, guarding. That's the engine. So I put her down, and then I called Imp up and had it produce a bag of rice, some bread, and water, which it delivered through a dozen arms, some of which hung back shyly and wouldn't touch me, and one of which stood on tiptoe. I'm aware of how that reads. I've decided not to think about it. I tore the bread open and threw it in front of her. She didn't know what rice was. She knew what the bread was immediately, because a smell like that does not exist where she comes from. The abyss can't grow anything. The land is wrong and the air's worse, so catfolk live on worms, which are fatty and taste appalling and remain, on balance, better than starving. She'd been hunting for her tribe for 2 years and taking a palm-sized portion at the end of it because she was the one who could go furthest and come back. She was a fighter on a diet designed for somebody sitting down. I watched a woman who had not flinched at a Balrog's aura swallow at a piece of bread. Want it? I said. You can have all of it. She fought that for about 4 seconds and then got herself back. Lyra will not be corrupted by demons. Enemy. You are the enemy of my people. So I put a mental storm through her and she went down on the ground, sweating, and did not give in, which is when I stopped negotiating and made the actual offer. Serve me and behave and you'll be fed, not you, them. Your people are starving down there right now, aren't they? Her head came up. Once I make gold, my control over space gets fine enough to send things through, food, regularly. And if I make legendary, I can bring every last one of them here, to a world with soil that works and air that isn't poison. Then I let it drop. My patience is finite. Follow me, and your people live. Refuse, and you die here, tonight. She got up on her hands and knees. I, Lyra. And she went all the way to the floor. Am willing to pledge my loyalty to my master. Then she ate 9 loaves of bread. I'm not exaggerating for effect. 9. She stopped somewhere around the 9th and looked faintly surprised at herself. For the rest of that evening, she moved like somebody had unbolted a weight off her. She had spent 2 years fighting on a fraction of the calories she needed, and she had assumed that was simply what fighting felt like. That's the thing about her, and I've thought about it a lot since. Everything anybody ever got out of Lyra, they got by pointing at her tribe. She has no personal ambition whatsoever. It's the single most exploitable structure a person can be built with, and I exploited it immediately, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise. And in exchange, she got fed, and her people eventually got fed, and I have never once broken that particular contract not out of decency, but because it's the cheapest loyalty I have ever purchased, and I'd be an idiot to damage it. Sitting in that hospital afterward, 4 summons filled for the first time, I did some arithmetic that I want to share because it's the actual plan behind everything that follows. Catfolk are natural scouts. Even an ordinary one is twice as fast as a human. There are not many of them left, which means a few thousand at most, which means moving them here is a logistics problem, not an impossible one. If I can move catfolk, I can move dark elves, and a few hundred dark elf archers will hold a wall against a medium-sized siege without human casualties. Necromancer, when I got one, would come with a skeleton army that regenerates from local materials. An imp. Imp was already something without a name. 4 armies, not summoned. Recruited, fed, armed, and permanently mined in a place where the only currency is who hits hardest. And underneath the abyss is metal, bloodstone, obsidian, mithril, things that do not exist on this planet in usable quantity and lie around loose down there because nobody living in that place has ever gotten past the Stone Age in metallurgy. Feed the catfolk. Arm the catfolk. The catfolk take slaves, goblins, who breed like an infection and eat grass and are, I'm sorry to say, ideal for this. And the goblins dig. The ore comes here. Blacksmiths and enchanters turn it into weapons. The weapons go back down. That's the loop. That's the whole business. I sat in a wrecked hospital with a dead scorpion and worked out that I was going to industrialize hell. And then I went home and found out somebody had broken my general's arm. Lyra smelled it first, about 400 meters out. Half-orc noses are absurd. They can rate a threat by scent, and she stopped dead and showed her teeth. Wu Shan was on the ground outside the factory with 50 of my men standing around uselessly. His face was swollen shut on one side, and his right arm had been twisted like a length of rope, joint through joint, all the way up, not broken, destroyed. Facing him, 1 man and 2 women. The women were twins, 25, 26, both awakened. One cold, one soft, and they had the specific look of people who've been standing behind somebody powerful long enough to forget what they'd be without him. And the man, early 20s, good-looking, still. And there were sounds coming out of him. Beast sounds. Not one animal, several, layered, coming out of his pores while he stood there doing nothing. Silver rank, and a real one. Not Li Gang real. Actually strong. 100 Beast Divine General. I knew that title before he said a word, because in my last life he ended up 7th on this city's list of 10. Bajiquan from childhood, national competitions, medals. He came into the apocalypse already better at violence than almost anyone alive, and then the world handed him an ability that let him eat the souls of animals and wear them. At his peak, he carried 42 of them and could put a battlefield on its knees with a noise. He was also, and this is not incidental, a man who ended up with 300 women in his household, and he acquired most of them the way you'd expect. Monsters everywhere these days, he said. I've been protecting people with my ability. Came out looking for food and ended up here. Everything's been stripped around this area, but with this many people living in one place, there must be plenty. I only wanted some. This little reptile got in my way, so I taught him a lesson. Wu Shan coughed something up. Sir, he wants to go in and search. He said he'd take half of whatever he finds. Monsters are everywhere. Humans should help each other. I'm being generous by not killing him. Look, brother, you seem strong. Apologize and we'll leave it, but I need a lot of food, and you're going to share. He said all of it in a good, carrying voice, and behind him the roaring got louder, and my men who had walked into a ghoul camp 4 days earlier, went quiet and small, and while he was talking, his eyes went to Lyra and stopped. The ears, the tail, the whole shape of her. I've seen that expression a great many times on a great many faces, and it always means the same thing, and I felt something in me go very still and very cold. You injured my man first, I said, and now you want my food. Come and take it if you can, otherwise stay here. Lyra, kill him. I'd like to explain the decision because on paper it's insane. I picked a fight with a future top 10 expert over a bag of rice. It wasn't about the rice. The factory was my foundation. Those men had watched me kill ghouls and had started to believe that standing behind me was the same as being safe. If a stranger walked up to my gate, broke my general in front of them, and left with half my grain, then everything I'd built in that district evaporates in an afternoon, and no amount of ghouls fixes it. And he'd looked at Lyra. The roar of 100 beasts. The noise came off him, and it was genuinely frightening. Rhinos and tigers and lions and wolves and things I couldn't identify all at once, and my men's legs went and some of them sat down. Even I felt the pressure. Lyra heard it and did not react at all. Rock solid. That's the trait. She'd stood in front of things that make that noise for a living, on an empty stomach, for 2 years, on behalf of people who couldn't fight. They went at each other, and it was ugly in the honest way. Head, throat, waist, groin. No forms, no style, nothing decorative. Every strike aimed at something that ends a person. He was proficient in Bajiquan and his fists were like hammers, and Lyra was faster. And about 8 seconds in, Zhao Chang met her eyes and looked away first. That's what decided it. He'd been fighting monsters for 3 weeks. She'd been fighting monsters, demons, and her own species for 2 years while carrying the entire survival of her tribe on her back. And the difference isn't power, it's what's behind the eyes. She put one in his chest and something in there gave. Meyer, Jinger, help me. And that's when the twins moved. One of them put her fingers out and an icicle formed on them, long and sharp enough to punch plate. Sneak attack, I said out loud. In a duel, and you wonder how he's still alive. I watched them decide it was 2-on-1 now, and I want to be precise about my reasoning because people get upset about this part. Anybody standing against me is an enemy. That's it. That's the whole rule. It doesn't have a clause about gender, and it never has. A beautiful woman is a skeleton with better upholstery, and when she dies, she is exactly as much of a pile of meat as anybody else. Break the rules, and you're dead. I transformed, crossed the distance, and opened the ice user's throat before she'd finished forming the second icicle. She didn't get to make a sound. She was on the ground before her sister understood what she'd seen. Sister? The other one took 1 step toward the body and stopped because she'd finally looked at me properly. Burning patterns, 2 horns, and a left eye that had gone green. And she chose to run. I want to be fair to her. She was going to be alone in the world in about 4 seconds, and running was rational. She got 3 steps and went into water, which was a problem because that yard was concrete. She swam. She was a strong swimmer. She'd swum every week before the world ended to keep her figure. She could see the edge. 2 meters, 1 meter, and something took her ankle. Her sister's face came up out of the water underneath her. Beautiful, still. And with the throat opened all the way so that at close range you could see the bone. Why didn't you avenge me? The voice came through the water like glass on glass. We grew up together. I gave you everything I had, even men I shared. Why did you do nothing when they killed me? It's fake. We grew up together. If I die, will you stay with me? I'm scared, please, please don't. Don't go, stay here with me. And the corpse bit into her shoulder and took her down. In the real world, she fell over on dry concrete with her eyes open and a line of saliva on her chin, and her consciousness was gone. Not damaged. Gone. What was lying there needed to be fed and turned over by somebody else for the rest of its life, which in that world meant about 4 days. The whole thing took under 12 seconds. Meyer, Jinger, Zhao Qiang got both names out, and I watched a man's world get smaller. He knew exactly what those two were worth. One ranged, one melee, working together, they could cut a path through a small insect hide he'd built with them, and they were gone in the time it takes to sneeze, to a man who hadn't visibly done anything. He threw Lyra off, looked at the body on the ground and the girl kneeling in the dirt with nothing behind her face, and swallowed. Then the arrogance went out of him all at once, and he said, I concede, I have food and men, and I'll send them all to you, and from today I'll follow your lead. I'll clear monsters for you. I'll serve. I let a beat go by. Oh? You want to surrender? I killed 2 of your women, and you'll let that go? And he said, with genuine pain in his voice, which is the part that impressed me, women are like clothes. Lose one, find another. Besides, I have plenty. I believed him. That's the thing. He wasn't performing. In the space of about 90 seconds, that man had gone into himself and deleted both of them permanently because they had become a liability to a negotiation. That's an extraordinary quality. I have it. I recognize it, which is exactly why I couldn't keep him. An excellent example of the old saying, I said. No poison, no man. However, if you want a place with me, show me some sincerity. You crippled one of my men's arms, so cut off both of yours. Do that, and I'll treat you like a brother from today. What do you say? His whole face changed. Because he understood immediately. Both arms means never rising again. It means being kept the way you keep livestock, in a pen, with your value permanently capped. You're forcing me to fight to the death. I gave you a chance and you didn't want it. Lyra, let him go. She went in and threw about 14 punches in a couple of seconds, a net of them, top to bottom. And then Zhao Qiang did the thing that made me genuinely respect him for one moment. I'm not resigned to this, he said. Disasters, catastrophes, monsters that terrify everyone else. None of it ever touched me. Anything in my way, I killed. Anything I wanted, I took. I've been in danger 100 times and walked out every time. How could I lose? How could I die here? And the resentment came up out of him, and 13 animals came out with it. Bears, lions, leopards, elephants, all of them at once, and then all of them folding together into something with an elephant's trunk and a bear's forelimbs and a bull's horns and a leopard's tail and a crocodile's eyes. His ability had mutated under the pressure of dying. I'm stronger now, he said, laughing with red on his teeth. Thank you. If you hadn't threatened my life, it never would have happened. I'm leaving today, and who's going to stop me? Then he told me what he intended to do to my city, in some detail, and I'm going to summarize. He'd be back, and he'd level it, and he'd keep me alive at the end specifically so I could watch. Then he punched Lyra off her feet and ran, not fought, ran, mid-breakthrough with a brand new ability, and his very first instinct was to leave and come back later at full strength. That mentality is why he'd have made the top 10. Run? I said. Where? Dark elf, banshee, imp, put him down. 3 cracks at once. The arrow took his right leg out from under him mid-stride and he went down hard. Then a dozen arms came around him and started closing, and then Banshee arrived with the epic tooth. The head came off cleanly. I stood there for a second afterward with something moving in my chest that I hadn't felt before. Because I just killed a man who was supposed to be one of the 10 most powerful people in this city, and I'd done it in about 6 seconds, with a lineup I'd assembled out of things nobody else even knew were available. That was the evening I stopped thinking of myself as somebody who was catching up. Then I turned around and looked at Wu Shan, who was still on the ground. Your arm is finished. Even a healer leaves you with something you can't lift with. But you protected my foundation, and I reward and punish accurately. I looked at what was left of Zhao Qiang. You crippled my man, so pay for it with your body. I'm going to use you to build him a new one. Wu Shan's eyes came up like a man hearing about a country he'd assumed was mythical. Understand the risk, I said. It will hurt more than anything you've experienced. If you can't hold your mind together, you'll end up like that girl over there, or you'll die of it. Your choice. Keep the crippled arm and live, or gamble. He got his teeth together. I'll gamble. I awakened and I thought I could look down on everyone. Then a man tore my arm apart in front of me. I want to live. I don't want to live like that. There was jealousy in it, and a little madness, and I thought, good. The crack opened and pulled Zhao Qiang's body into it, and it came apart down to raw material. And out of him floated something I hadn't expected. A small figure with gauzy wings, blurred at the face, roughly a woman's shape. A soul mark. Somebody had put a tracker in him and he'd never known. You thought you were so impressive, I told the corpse, and you didn't notice this. Then I destroyed it, and from a very long way away, somebody screamed. Remember that. It matters later. The 13 beast souls came off him next and tried to assemble. They were going to resurrect. That's what they were doing. 13 wills that had been enslaved for weeks, now free, with a body full of raw meat right there, and they were about 10 seconds from putting a brand new monster on my factory floor. Impossible, I said. You're dreaming. and I put the vortex through them again. Then I destroyed Wu Shan's ruined arm, the whole thing, from the shoulder, into red mist, and merged it with what was left of Zhao Chang and pushed the mixture back into the socket. He screamed for a while. That's fine. What grew back was twice the width of his left arm and jet black, covered in patterns that looked old and weathered, and when you looked closely the patterns were animals. 13 of them, held down. He put a fist into the concrete and opened a 3-meter crack in it, and he broke into silver on the spot. Then he knelt. My lord, thank you for my arm. From today, I'm your dog. Whoever you say, I kill. If I break this oath, let heaven strike me. Get up, I said. I don't believe in oaths. I believe in strength. Do well, and there's a place for you. Do badly, and you've disappointed me, and I don't need heaven for that. I'll skin you myself. And then the electricity user came forward to swear too, and I looked at him. Where were you? When we were surrounded, where were you? Why is he broken and you haven't got a scratch? I didn't have time to act. You didn't have time. I think you had another idea. If they'd taken this place, you were going to volunteer, weren't you? His face answered before he did. If an arm can't fight, what use is it? I took his left hand off at the wrist, cauterized, no blood. That's your first offense, so it's a lesson. Next time it won't be your hand. Then I turned around to the 200 people who had watched all of it. Listen. Without me, you'd all be dead in the open. Fight for me and you'll be rewarded, and I'll feed you properly. Perform and I'll give you power of your own. I let the flames come up my arms until the men in the front row felt it on their faces. Starting today, 3 meals, and you eat until you're full. Li Gang had been giving them 1 steamed bun a day. They cheered so hard I had to wait to keep talking. The next thing I did was start a business. I know how that sounds, but the food in that city was finite. Every can we found was 1 less can, and a settlement that only consumes is a settlement with an expiry date on it. If I wanted this thing to still exist in a year, it needed to produce something, so I sent Wu Shan to bring me the bees. The ones that nest in bodies? Sir, those things are alert, and they get angry, and I'm fairly sure we'd take losses. You've got 13 beast souls sitting in your arm. Release the resentment and they won't come near you. Bloodthirsty bees look vicious and they're cowards. The second they feel real danger, they retreat into the hive. Your job is to bring the hives back. 3 days later, I had a room with 8 monster corpses in it and about 400 bees crawling over them. The corpses were dry, completely, no rot, no smell of decay. What that room smelled of was flowers. Wu Shan opened one of the bodies with a knife and gold came out. That's what blood honey looks like, not red. Molten gold, thick enough to pour slowly. For an ordinary person, it closes wounds and rebuilds a body over months. For a professional, it takes exhaustion out of you in about 90 seconds. And on the black market, a single gram of it goes for prices. I'm not going to say out loud because the standard production method involves people, and the standard aging method is worse. I fed mine on monsters. The honey comes out a little drier that way. I decided I could live with a slightly inferior product, and there's a premium grade. The queen doesn't drink ordinary blood, she takes the few drops of essence out of a heart, and what she makes from that is 3 to 5 times stronger and restores mental energy, which for a summoner is the entire ballgame. 4 days of 8 monsters got me 1 small bottle, which is why the bee house eventually got its own building, its own staff, and a guard rotation. That bottle was the most valuable object I owned. Then 2 people walked up to my gate and changed the shape of everything. The woman was the problem, not a threat, a problem. She stood in my hall in a black dress, and I felt my attention go to her and stay there, and it took me about 2 seconds to work out that this was not desire. It was structural. There are people who wake up with an affinity, and hers was directed at the opposite sex, and it isn't lust exactly, it's a pull. You want to be nearer. You want her to be all right. I bit my tongue and got my head back. Hero template. Second one I'd met. Li Rui. Her ability was clones. She could split off 3 of herself as small winged shapes with no faces, and they went where she sent them and saw what she needed seen, and the price of it was her life. You could read it on her. There were gray strands through the black, not white, gray, the color of a dead tree, and the skin under her eyes had gone dark in a way that sleep doesn't fix. Every hour a clone spent out there came out of her. She handed me a notebook, neat handwriting, categories. Food, every grain store, supermarket, dried goods shop, and buried market for kilometers, including hand-drawn floor plans of the ones under rubble so that a man with a shovel could find the stockroom without guessing. Human settlements, over 20 of them, from a dozen people to 500. Monsters, the ones she couldn't name, she'd drawn. I closed it and kept my face still, and inside I was doing arithmetic that came out somewhere around half the food in my warehouse. That book represented hundreds of hours of a young woman's remaining lifespan, and she'd put it on the table as an entry fee. The man with her was the one I actually wanted, Zhang Bo. Slight, glasses, and the thing I noticed was the eyes, There was constant motion behind them, a dozen things being considered and discarded per second, and none of them showing on the face. His awakening was his brain. Where you or I would find 2 or 3 options for a problem, he found 15 and ranked them. And in my last life, he was 9th on this city's list of 10. The only one who got on it without being able to fight. Here's what he did with that mind. In the timeline I remember, he joined a cult. The Heart-Eating Sect, a group built on the rumor that if you swallowed 50 human hearts you'd awaken, which is nonsense, and which people believed anyway because hope is the last thing to leave and it goes out sideways. The city put them down inside 2 days the first time, broke them completely. Then Jongbo took over what was left, and 8 months later it was 2,000 strong. It had officials in its pocket, and when 3 factions allied to wipe it out, he baited the alliance into a room and killed over 30 professionals in one night. He got called the Executioner. He was on every wanted list in the city, and he made exactly one public statement in all that time. He said that if they broke Zhao Qiang's limbs and threw him out of the city, he would disband the sect on the spot and never do harm again and would kill himself in payment. Nobody took the offer because by then, Zhao Qiang was a war hero with a battle group behind him. For years afterward, people argued about what the grudge was, and the popular theory that Zhao Qiang had taken his woman got dismissed by everybody sensible on the grounds that in that world women were traded like commodities and no man with any power would burn a city over one. Standing in that hall, looking at the two of them, I understood that the sensible people had been wrong. Zhao Qiang had seen Li Rui and announced he was taking her. Zhongbo couldn't stop him because his ability is thinking and Zhao Qiang's ability was 300 kilos of trained violence. So he'd have found another way, and the other way was going to be a body count in the hundreds. I took him into a room alone. "Your woman is very beautiful," I said. He got half a word out. "A woman like that? What exactly are you protecting her with? Do you even think you can?" Nothing, because he'd been asking himself that question every night for a month. "Your ability improves your brain. Your body is a normal man's. The two of you have been hiding like insects under a rock, and the day somebody turns the rock over, all you're planning is a sheet of blank paper, like Zhao Qiang. If I hadn't killed him, you'd have watched." He didn't argue. That's why I wanted him. A lesser man would have argued. "Serve me and you run this place. Full authority over everyone in it, including Wu Shan, second only to me. Hundreds of people take your orders, and I stand behind you, and nobody reaches for your woman because anyone who reaches loses the hand." Then I gave him the other half because I don't sell anything without the price attached. "And if you betray me, I will find both of you wherever you run. I'll break your spine and leave you alive, and you'll spend what's left of it watching what happens next. Now, are you in?" He was quiet for a moment. Then, "I am." He told me years later what that felt like, and he chose his words carefully. He said it wasn't like finding a leader. He said it was like signing something over to a god you didn't like, which I thought was fair. What Jiangbo did in the following month, I could not have done in a year. He built a structure. 6 departments: reconnaissance, combat, medical, logistics, research, salvage, squads of 10, companies of 50, a rotation, a duty roster, a ration schedule that accounted for body weight and workload. He also moved us. Northern College, 200 acres, 16 buildings, capacity in the tens of thousands. It was held by bandits with 2 professionals, and I sent Wu Shan and Li Rui and Imp, and it stopped being held by bandits. Our Earth elementalist, a college student called Zhou Hao, spent 10 days putting up a wall, 15 meters across the main gate and 6 meters high, stone bound with soil, and it cost 3 kilograms of blood honey, which was every gram we had. I want to be clear that 6 meters is nothing. Later on, the standard for a serious city was 50, reinforced continuously by teams of elementalists working in shifts, rated to survive an earthquake. 6 meters is a fence with ambitions. It was also the first thing in that district that made people feel like the word inside meant something. By the end of the month, we had 3,100 people, 1,300 of them fighting, and a gymnasium full of food, and I finally gave the thing a name: order. Not because I'm a romantic, because everything I'd seen since day one told me the same thing. The monsters are not what kills a settlement. What kills a settlement is the 4th week when the food gets tight and the strong men in it work out that there's no police force anymore. So there were rules, and the rules were short. Food centrally distributed. Hoarding is death. No litter, ever. Anybody caught loses a day's rations because there are no antibiotics left in this world, and a stomach bug in a population of 3,000 is a mass casualty event. And the third one, which I'd had since the shelter and which never changed: anyone who forces a woman gets hung on the flagpole for a day and then put outside the wall permanently. No exceptions, no appeals, no matter who he is or what he can do. I've said already why that rule exists, and it isn't kindness, but I'll add one thing. Of everything I built in that district, the wall, the food, the skeletons, all of it, that is the rule the women there talked about, not the meals. They'd come in from places where the price of a bowl of rice was negotiable and paid in a currency they hadn't agreed to. And they'd walk down a street in order at night and nothing would happen to them, and I watched people cry about it more than once. I didn't do it for them. It still did that. Then Li Rui's notebook told me where the Insect King was. I need to explain what was coming, because everything after this is shaped by it. The insects were winning, not against us particularly, against everything. Their reproduction is obscene. 2 acid bugs with a food supply become dozens inside a week, and by the end of the first month, the ratio of insects to everything else in that city had tipped and kept tipping. And they had a hierarchy. At the top, a golden insect emperor. Below it, 5 insect kings at the peak of silver. Ghost mask mosquito king. 3-winged demon fly. Earth-drilling giant earthworm. Dragon-patterned beetle. Ender dragonfly. Every one of them intelligent enough to hide. That's the terrifying part. They spent the first 2 months lying still in basements and sewers, growing, deliberately staying out of sight. And then, on one night, the emperor arrived outside the walls, and all 5 of them came up simultaneously from inside. 70% of that city's infrastructure went in 3 days, tens of thousands dead. It took 2 years to get back to where it had been the week before, and one of the 5 was living under my district. Her notebook had a drawing of it on the last page, and the handwriting on that entry was heavier than the rest. 19th, sunny. While searching south, my clone heard crying. I followed it into the sewer. There was an infant, no, a monster. Upper body like a baby, lower body tentacles, bodies around it, human and animal. One look was enough. Enter with extreme caution. 3 exclamation marks. 3-winged demon fly. I went down there to look. Only to look. That was genuinely the plan. The sewer was black, which didn't matter. The flame demon bloodline lights my eyes up like a pair of lamps. What was down there was a food chain in a tube. Acid bugs 1/2 meter long, fat and glossy, feeding out of the remains of an earth bear. 4 meters of a species that eats rocks and is famously mild-tempered, hollowed out down to the white. I'm going to be brief about the demon fly's reproductive method because I don't think either of us needs it. It uses people. It uses them for a long time, and when I found what it had done to one of them, sitting in a corner of that tunnel, I stood there for a moment with the lamps in my eyes, and then I made a fireball and burned it, and I did not go and look at the others. Cremation is an old human ritual, and I performed it for a stranger in a sewer, and I'm not going to pretend that was strategy. Then I got greedy, which is how the whole night went wrong. There were 5 pupae hanging on an iron grill. Phantom sound poisons cicada. The adult puts out a paralytic dust and a wing frequency that drops people, but the pupae are the valuable part. Eat one and your toxin resistance goes up permanently, and on the black market a single pupa buys a free enchantment from an enchanter, which in turn is worth about 40% on any weapon you own. 5 of those was a fortune. I took them off the grill, and they started vibrating. They're an alarm. That's what the vibration is. It disrupts a heart rhythm at close range, and more importantly, it tells the mother. I got them in the bag, and the mother arrived. 1.5 meters, wings too fast to see, colored dust already coming off her. Banshee cut her in half. And then I ran because I had made exactly the amount of noise that gets you noticed, and I did not want to meet what lived at the end of that tunnel. I got to 7 meters from the exit, and there was a face at the corner. Half of one. The other half was still behind the wall, like a child hiding. An infant's face, white-skinned, with lips so red they looked painted. One visible eye, and inside that eye there was resentment and delight and confusion and excitement all at once, layered wrong. 3-winged demon fly, I said, and it came out to look at me. The top half was a plump baby. Below that, black tentacles and an abdomen covered in coarse hair, and 3 pairs of wings, black-purple, patterned, with old blood on them. It didn't attack. It walked toward me slowly, and it was curious. 6 meters, 5, 4, that's a cat with a mouse. It hadn't seen a live person in a while, and it wanted to see what I'd do first. I called Lyra. She hit it in the head with everything she had, and her fist went through empty air because it had already moved and left an afterimage, and I hadn't seen it happen either. And then they fought for about 90 seconds, and I watched a fistmaster, an actual fistmaster, get walked backward, with fists. That's what I couldn't get past. The insect king of the 5, and it was beating her using its hands because it hadn't decided to be serious yet. I compressed a fireball down to the size of a walnut. It cost me about half my mental reserve and turned the air dry enough to crack my lips. Banshee came through a wall with the epic tooth, and the demon fly appeared on his shoulder and bit his arm off. I put the fireball into it. It went through a ventilation shaft, and when it came out, its chest was blistered down to bone in places, and it got up. That's when I understood I was going to lose. Everything I had was on the floor. Lyra was breathing wrong. Banshee had 1 arm and no weapon. The fireball had been my best single output, and it had annoyed it. Banshee, with one arm, put himself between me and the thing, and I cut his head off from behind. It took me about a quarter of a second to decide, and I have never once regretted it, and I want to explain the reasoning cleanly, because this is the moment people always want to argue with me about. An undead soldier at half capability is not a fighter. He's a delay. He'd have bought me 4 seconds, and then I'd have been standing in a sewer with a fistmaster who couldn't lift her arms. But an undead soldier is also material. With your arm gone and the tooth on the floor, what good is being fearless? I said, while his body was still going down. Damage my cards? That was a moment ago. Now I have a new offering. Lyra stared at me. I know what she was thinking. She told me later. She was thinking, he did that to the one who never disobeyed him, and I am the one who hasn't broken through yet, which was accurate and useful, and I did nothing to correct it. Lyra, forward, buy me time, everything you have, this is the whole fight. She went in, and she did something I'd never seen her do. Her canines came out another 2 centimeters, her pupils went azure, and 6 whisker lines came up across her cheeks like something surfacing from underneath. She had a gear left. Of course she did. Meanwhile, I built the offering, Banshee's corpse. The 5 cicada pupae, which were worth 5 enchanted weapons, and which I would have spent 100 of. And the epic tooth, driven down through the whole pile like a nail. That tooth was the most valuable object anybody in that city owned, and I hammered it into a corpse in a sewer. The crack opened, and something reached out of it. An arm of pure bone. No flesh anywhere on it, and the bone was better than jade, clear, dense, finished. Someone has summoned me and disturbed my research. You will pay a price. Then, in a completely different tone, a bone dragon's tooth. If I take that, my scepter can be improved. The tooth came apart into dust in midair and rebuilt itself as a scepter, and at the top of it was a skull that was neither human nor animal, and the thing was screaming quietly with a lot of voices, and what came out after it was a skeleton in a rotted mage's robe with 2 soul flames burning in the sockets. Necromancer, silver peak, 1 step off gold. He came out of Bone Plain, which is a level of the abyss made entirely of the dead, a city of skeletons where nothing living can stand for long, and where even a legendary Balrog won't go without a war behind him. He gave up his flesh voluntarily, a long time ago, in exchange for not dying. Which means he kept everything he had as a living mage, all the intelligence, all the knowledge, all the patience, and added eternity to it, and he immediately started working, without being told, because a proper spellcaster looks at a fight and sees a to-do list. Bone wall, the demon fly's fist didn't scratch it. Blood-boiling technique. He raised one of the bodies from the tunnel, and it came up with hair and claws, and went at the fly, and got torn apart, and that was the point, because slowness, invisible, adhesive, and suddenly 6 wings couldn't get purchase on the air, and then corpse explosion. The body he'd raised swelled to twice its size and went off. I got Lyra behind a corner, and it still took the ceiling out. What crawled out of that crater had no wings left, a hole in its abdomen the size of a bowl, and corpse spots spreading across it, which meant the toxin was in the blood, and it was operating at under half. And this is why it had to happen in a tunnel. In the open, that thing is untouchable. Dozens of experts had cornered it over the years, and every single time it simply left, because nothing can catch it in 3 dimensions. In a pipe, its speed is a decoration. Kill you, I said, and this whole district is mine, and nothing stops me. The flame sword went through its abdomen and pinned it to the floor, and I burned it until there was nothing in there to burn. It watched me the entire time, right up to the end. It was memorizing my face for a future it no longer had. Killing your own summon has a cost. Incidentally, the contract runs both ways, and when I took Banshee's head, I took some of it in the back of my own skull. I finished that fight white as paper and shaking. Then the demon fly's corpse vanished. Necromancer had opened a pocket of space and taken it, and then he turned into blue smoke and went home without a word to me. I stood in a sewer with a dead insect king, no Banshee, and a Silver Peak servant who had just demonstrated that he did not consider himself one. If it comes to it, I said out loud in an empty tunnel, I'll just kill him. But not that week. That week I went home and slept for 4 days. A month later I called him back to have the conversation properly. I set it up. That's the part I want you to notice. I didn't summon him and hope. I stood on my own training ground with Imp on one side, Lyra on the other, and the elf 10 meters out, and I made sure that the first thing he saw when he came through was all of it at once. Imp, by that point, had replaced every one of its arms with professionals. They'd gone from pale to a healthy pink with visible veins, and when it moved on the ground they whipped like insect legs, and it was, if we're being honest, faster than Lyra over short distances. The elf was making eyes at me across the yard. Imp put its head down and said in a voice like December, I hate you. I'll eat you. I want to eat you. I have chosen not to mediate that. The crack opened and half the abyss looked up. I felt at least 4 things on the other side notice. presences on the scale of the Balrog or above, epic, possibly mythic, all of them extremely interested in the fact that a living human being was standing at the mouth of a hole. They couldn't come through. The rules held. They watched. Then the cold came out, and every flower on that field died, and the soil turned black. Who has disturbed the great Kalen? That's his name, incidentally. He gave it up immediately because he was annoyed and because he genuinely did not think of me as a participant. It's you, you insignificant human. You've disturbed Kalen's sleep. And he put a soul storm through me, which is a summon attempting to kill its master on arrival, and I want to explain why that was even possible. Every other thing I'd pulled up was either mindless or built for violence, and the contract holds them absolutely. Necromancers are different. He'd traded his body for mind, and then spent an unmeasurable amount of time growing the mind. The rules stopped him from killing me. They did not stop him from ignoring me, refusing a summons, or walking off a battlefield, which he'd already demonstrated. An unreliable asset is worse than no asset. You're not the first arrogant summon I've had, I said. Do you know what happened to the others? You don't believe me. I'll beat you until you do. Dark elf, head. The energy-focusing shot went in, and a wall of human bones came up out of the ground and ate it, and the bones screamed while they did it. He stood behind it and let his soul fire flicker in a way that was obviously mockery. Then he turned into blue smoke to leave, and the wall he'd summoned shook because he'd forgotten that I'd anchored the contract before I opened my mouth. The elf put 4 more into exactly the same point. First one moved it, second took fragments off, third made a dent, the fourth left it a hand's width from breaking, and she was shaking and out of everything. And Lyra came through the last of it with her fist and hit him in the head. 4 meters. He went 4 meters. His bones didn't crack. Not one. I want to note that because Lyra's internal energy turns ordinary bone into powder, and whatever that skeleton was made of, it was not what he'd been born with. Then the ghost of a man appeared behind him. A lean old man in a white robe with snow-white brows, holding a black staff with sunken eyes like a hawk's. That's what he'd looked like alive, and even as an illusion, it had presence. Those ignorant enough to offend Kalen, accept your punishment. And he opened a portal. Spatial magic, I said. He's summoning help. Out of it came the skeleton of the 3-winged demon fly. He'd taken my kill and rebuilt it as an undead. And behind it came a skeleton guardian with a bone shield and a splitting axe and gold in its bones. 2 silver rank undead in my own yard from a servant. I'll be honest, I laughed. Is that everything? Lyra, Impension, take them apart. I'll show you what summoning actually is. Lyra went at the demon fly and beat it comfortably, because a skeleton has the speed and none of the mind, and the thing that had humiliated her a month earlier could no longer think. Imp put a dozen fists through the guardian's shield in about 4 seconds, and I walked at Kalen, flame demon transformation, full, and I watched a Silver Peak necromancer's soul flames go small, because he'd seen me use the blade and had never seen the rest, and what walked toward him now had horns and a Balrog's aura on it. Flame demon, slow spell, death finger, twisting. All 3 landed, and all 3 came apart on the fire, because he'd spent most of his reserve on the portal and the summons, and because the rules meant he could not attack me directly and had to work around them. I put him on the ground and set the point of the blade against his eye socket, which, for an undead, is the throat. Submit or not? Swear to me, or I turn you into an actual skeleton right now. He knew exactly what a Balrog's fire does to a soul flame, purification. Even if it didn't kill him, he'd have dropped to bronze and lost centuries. Kalen only cares about living, he said. Dignity and pride are unimportant. Then formally, I pledge my loyalty. I am willing to fight for you. He swore it on his soul, which for an undead is not a figure of speech. I took the blade away and gave him the actual pitch, because I don't want servants who are only afraid. You're limited to bone plane. You've spent an age studying corpses because corpses are all you have. Here there is an endless supply of life to experiment on, materials you've never seen, and a scepter you can improve. Then the real one. And in a while I'm going to run a blood sacrifice on a scale nobody down there has attempted, tens of thousands of insects at once to break into gold. I cannot absorb that alone. Everything loyal to me benefits from it, and some of you will advance. His flames went very still. He'd commanded thousands of skeletons for a long time, and it had never once occurred to him to slaughter 10,000 demons for research, because that's not a thing that occurs to anyone. Impossible, he was thinking. This human is lying to Kalen, and then, immediately afterward, but if he isn't, I could use it. And if I advance, my position on bone plane doubles, and I might finally be able to take that broken bone dragon. His spine bent about 2 degrees and stayed bent, and that was that. Necromancers are materialists. He'd have knelt to a worm if the worm had a business plan. He paid tribute too once I asked. A bone longbow that eats the souls of what it kills and moans quietly about it, which went to the elf, who held it the way ordinary women hold jewelry, and a bone dagger under 3 pounds that opened the rubberized running track when I tested it on the ground. The dagger alone covered the demon fly he'd stolen from me. What he gave me next was worth more than either. Within a week, he'd raised 83 skeletons out of the ground around the college. Skeleton soldiers, immune to mind magic, immune to blindness, immune to morale, unaffected by resurrection effects. Weak individually, the bone's not much harder than yours, and a determined man with a hammer wins, and they do not care about dying, which is the whole point. There was a child skeleton among them. It had snapped off one of its own ribs and was carrying it as a knife. They also don't sleep. 24 hours a day, they'll dig rubble, haul supplies, and dismantle a collapsed building, and they never ask for anything. But the reason I wanted them was food. The insect population in that city had become the largest biomass in it, and insects, unlike canned goods, replace themselves. One mutated bug is about 10 pounds of meat. 10 is 100 pounds. 100 is half a ton. The reason nobody was harvesting them is that they're venomous and fast, and every hunt costs you people. A man loses an eye to acid, another one takes a claw and dies of it 3 days later. Skeletons don't have eyes to lose or blood to poison. A dozen of them would swarm a blade grasshopper and it would simply be dismantled. We took 100 kilograms out of the neighborhood on the first day. And the shells got made into shields, and the light-emitting eyes of a certain fly got rendered down into lamp fuel, and by the second week the food problem in order had stopped being a problem and started being an industry. Nobody starved. I want that in the record next to everything else in this story. Then 16 of my people disappeared. Sun Gang led the salvage team. Construction worker before all this, honest, careful, grew black spines out of his body when he fought. I'd promoted him because his reputation was good and because his team came back with more than anybody else's. He took 15 men to a supermarket marked in the notebook, and none of them came back, and when Wu Shan retraced the route the next morning, there was nothing. No blood, no signs of a fight. 16 people and 1 professional, gone. Whoever touched my people is going to die, I said. I said it in a completely level voice, and Wu Shan went pale, and I noticed that and filed it. I'd reached the point where calm frightened people more than shouting did. The supermarket was untouched. That was the tell. Every other location on that route had been stripped weeks ago. This one had cigarettes in the display case and soap on the shelf, and this is the part that gave it away. Barely any dust. I went in alone. Everyone else stayed outside with orders to kill anything that came out. I found a cream bun with black on it, dried blood, and more of it in small spots, wiped off the shelving in a hurry. Then the lights went out. Not the lights. All of it. Total blackness in a building at midday, and I couldn't see my own hands. Not an illusion, I said out loud conversationally. Pure darkness. Barrier Master. That's a real class and a genuinely dangerous one. At Legendary, they can cut off all 5 senses, and being inside one is being buried alive while awake. At the bottom of the ladder, they can turn the lights off. Mine was clearly at the bottom of the ladder, so I stood still and waited to be told what was going on. Another fat fish, said a voice. Third brother, there's still a crowd outside. Deal with him quickly. You think I'm not in a hurry? There's meat on the stove. Tell me where he is. We'll finish this, and we'll eat. 3 rows of shelves. Right hand. 4th step. I want you to appreciate the operation. One of them holds the dark, the other one kills, and the first one calls the target's position like a man reading coordinates. They'd been doing it long enough to have a rhythm. Something came at me through the black with an iron hook. An imp caught the hook. Third brother, wait. What am I being careful of? I've got him hooked. Do you think I can't find? Hang on, why is he so heavy? Then a lot of screaming. What is this thing? My arm. Where are all these arms coming from? It hurts. Please kill me. Don't do this. Please, just kill me. In the corner, the barrier master watched all of it, because it was his barrier, and he was the only one who could see. He'd used that darkness dozens of times to torment people who wandered in. And he stood there with both hands over his mouth like a child hiding from a burglar. Then he realized the young man was gone. Where? And he heard breathing above him. He looked up. I was on the 2nd floor railing looking down. Found you. The barrier came apart because he lost his grip on it, and the room came back, and I got a proper look at him. Gold-rimmed glasses, refined. He looked like somebody's favorite teacher. There was an iron hook on the floor beside him made out of a fence post with a chain on it, and the whole thing was black with old blood. He dropped to his knees so fast it startled me. I concede. I won't move. Ask me anything. I'll tell you everything. Day before yesterday, group of men. Leader was about 40, grew black spines. His eyes moved. Kill him. Don't. I'll talk. I saw them. I'll tell you. Wu Shan came in behind him and brought a hand down on the top of his skull. Then we went upstairs and I broke the security door and I found out what had happened to my 16 people. There was a man in the middle of that room who weighed about 300 pounds and did not look soft in any direction. There were bodies around him, and one of my men was tied to a chair in the center of it, alive, with 2 young men working on him with knives while a stove burned nearby. I'm not going to describe the rest, and I'm not going to be cute about the reason. It's not squeamishness. It's that I have carried the inside of that room for a long time, and I have never once found a version of telling it that made anybody better off for hearing it. What I will tell you is that his head, Sun Gang's head, was on a plate. Behind me, men started being sick. Wu Shan, who had watched me pull a spider out of a hole and a demon out of the sky, went gray. That's Guo Lei. He joined last week. Monsters. These people are monsters. The fat man spoke without getting up. Who are you people? And the pressure came off him like something out of a tree line. My combat team took a step backward all at once. Master rank, 1 step below Silver Peak. I knew who he was before he finished the sentence because there was a blacklist by then and he was near the top of it. Mountain Ogre. The military had a standing offer for his head. 5 enchanted weapons, a general's commission, and 10 kilograms of blood honey. Which tells you how much of a problem he was, since none of those 3 things existed in quantity. He wasn't interested in women or drink or money. He was interested in meat, and he had a stated preference, which he'd said out loud in front of enough people that it got recorded. The old are too strong tasting, children are too soft, women aren't right, and if you're going to eat young strong men, because that's when the flesh is at its best. His ability was regeneration. That's how he'd survived being hunted 3 separate times. And the supermarket downstairs wasn't a base, it was bait. Keep it stocked, keep it pristine, and let hungry people walk in. Why aren't you answering? You said you'd kill me. Also, where are my 2nd and 3rd brothers? The barrier master? I killed him. The one with the hook got swallowed. He's been fully digested. Only the arms are left. Anything else you'd like to know? He came at me and I opened 2 cracks. I don't care whether you're Mountain Ogre. You killed my people, so you don't get to die easily. I'm going to turn you into an undead, and every thought you have is going to stay in that rotting body forever. Necromancer? Come and look at the materials I've prepared for you. Imp met him, and they hit each other about 9 times in 2 seconds, and every one of Imp's professional arms got deflected, which nobody had managed before, and Imp's punches landed and the marks vanished. Regeneration. Confirmed. Then I noticed the second thing and said it out loud without meaning to. Dual awakening? 2 abilities. Some people get them. Regeneration, and a transformation that turns him into a mass of flesh with absurd defense. That's why he was on the blacklist. You can't hurt him faster than he repairs. Then he did something clever. He let Imp hit him, and his flesh went soft and held the arm, and he trapped it and put everything he had into Imp's neck, and a dozen arms went limp at once. So Imp headbutted him, because when your entire body is a weapon, you don't need arms. Necromancer. You too. Slowness. Weakening. And Mountain Ogre found himself carrying an invisible several hundred pounds with half his output gone, and he looked around and saw a skeleton in a mage's robe standing behind him. And he broke. I don't know you. There's been a misunderstanding. Let's talk. We can discuss terms. Blacklist. Dual awakening, 90 seconds. Oh, you want to talk? Talk is free. I want a pledge. If you want to deal with me, show me sincerity. Those men around you are your sins. Kill them and let me see how sincere you are. His men started shouting at him. Brother, we've followed you a month. We've got numbers. Let's fight. And he turned around and killed all 23 of them in under 60 seconds. He chased the last 5 to the windows. Since you call me boss, you should listen to me, he said while he was doing it. Everything I did because you misled me. What are you still living for? And when it was finished, he turned back to me with his hands open. That's my sincerity. Everything bad I did was because they misled me. Can we talk now? That's the moment I decided. Because he hadn't killed them to please me. He'd killed them because dead men don't testify. In 60 seconds, he had constructed a version of the last month in which he was a decent man who'd been led astray by his subordinates, and every witness who could contradict it was on the floor. He wasn't a thug. He was something considerably worse and considerably more capable, and in 5 years he'd have been running something. Fine, I said. A word from me is a word kept. I said what I'd do, and I watched his shoulders come down. And if I said I'd turn you into an undead, then I'll turn you into an undead. Wu Shan, Imp, now. Necromancer, what are you waiting for? That's your material. A body like that makes something 10 times better than your guardian. Kill him. He's yours. You lied to me. Slowness landed first. Wu Shan's arm came down on the crown of his head, and his neck went, and regeneration doesn't do anything about a severed spine. I want to answer the obvious question because I've been asked it. Yes, I could have kept him. He was stronger than Wushan by a wide margin, he was intelligent, and he'd just proven he'd do anything. But there was food downstairs. 3 or 4 months of it, for a group that size, and more within walking distance, and he was strong enough to hunt whatever he liked in the open. He didn't do it because he was starving, he did it because he liked it and had built an operation around liking it and had run it for weeks. That's not a survivor. That's a demon that hasn't finished the paperwork. Keep something like that near you, and you spend every night with one eye open, and eventually it finds a gap because that's the only thing in it that still works. 50% of the supermarket went to the warehouse, 20% to the men who came with me, and 30% went to the families of the 16. Then I burned the building, which turned out to be the second most important thing I did that week because of what was in the ground behind it. A man from the salvage team started growing tumors on his shoulders 4 days later and got violent and hurt 3 people. Wushan came to ask permission to execute him, which in order is a request that only I can grant. How long? Second day after the supermarket. We thought it was a cold. Not corpse poison then. Zombie infection turns you gray and takes 12 hours, and this had been 4 days. Cut him. The blood came out pale green. Now cut the tumors. They opened, and what came out was a ball of thread-thin worms tangled together, and when they hit the floor they came apart and immediately began trying to burrow back into him. I burned all of it, him included. Soul thread worm, 3 centimeters, lives in still water and carrion, enters through a wound, travels through the bloodstream and goes to the brain and merges with it. And here's the part that made my hands cold. The host keeps thinking, not like a zombie, which is empty, not like an insect demon's puppet, which is replaced. The person is still in there, with memory and reasoning and language intact, and the consciousness driving it has become an insect's. No emotion, no attachment, just a quiet man who used to be somebody, going to work, eating meals, and waiting. It takes about 3 months and then the body fails. And in the timeline, I remember, on the night the insectide hit, every one of them stood up at once inside the walls. The main city fell in 3 days. That's why. Not the swarm. The men who'd been standing next to you for a month. That's not a monster. That's a campaign. Somewhere out there, the Golden Emperor had looked at a walled human settlement and worked out that the cheapest way through a wall is to already be inside it. Test everyone who was on that operation, I said. Blood and skin. Then their wives, their children, their parents, their friends. Zhangbo runs it, and I want results fast. And I gave Wushan a bottle of royal jelly, which was worth more than most people's month, because he'd brought me a sick man instead of quietly executing him. Then I sat down and thought about the fact that the insects had a strategy, and I realized I'd been treating this like a monster problem. It wasn't. It was a war, and the other side had a general. So I started acting like it. First, a 5th card. I had Wushan bring me 3 bronze insects alive, a blade mantis whose limbs went through 10 centimeters of steel plate, a llama flea, a red-capped beetle, and I kept them tied and unfed for days deliberately so that when the time came they couldn't put up a fight. Then I bled them into a circle and made a temporary contract, and the ground shook hard enough to register as a small earthquake. What came through was a headless horseman, black armor, a skeletal warhorse, a great sword with a blood channel down the middle, a whip made out of somebody's spinal column, and nothing above the collar. The first thing it did on arrival was cut the head off the blade mantis and put it on its own neck. That's the entire condition. It was a night, it died on a field somewhere with its head taken, and what came back rides around looking for a replacement and tries everyone it finds. 5 minutes on call, and the horse was silver too, which made it the best value contract I ever signed. Second, I started arming the abyss. The salvage teams had brought in over 3,000 knives, cleavers, entrenching tools, and steel bars, and I did not distribute all of them to my own people. Because down there, they're still in the Stone Age. Demons pick up rocks. Half-orcs make clubs. There is more raw mithril and obsidian lying loose in the abyss than exists in the entire history of human industry, and nobody has ever built a forge. So, feed the catfolk, arm the catfolk. Catfolk take goblins, who breed like a rumor and eat grass and are, and I say this without any pleasure, structurally ideal for the role. Goblins dig, ore comes up. Blacksmiths and enchanters turn it into weapons. Weapons go down. Everybody in that loop gets stronger, and I own the loop. That's the plan I was running while everybody around me thought I was building a refugee camp. And third, I integrated the district. There were 4 more settlements of 500 plus in the economic development zone. Wushan found the 4th one already gone. The insects had come through in the night and taken all 500, and there was nothing left in there that could be described as a person. The other 3 sent their leaders because Wushan arrived at each gate with imp, necromancer, and 60 skeletons carrying machetes, and none of them fancied the alternative. Song Hao came in on vines, polio from childhood, legs atrophied to the point of deformity, and he walked because green things carried him. He controlled plants. Wang Kai was a gang boss who'd been inside 3 times. Straight strength amplification, no elegance, and his own summary of his philosophy was 1 force overcomes 10 techniques, and Liu Yang was a property developer worth a few $100 million before all this. Elastic skin, and a negotiator's face. I walked them past the wall, the skeletons, the clean streets, and the tree at the gate. The tree needs explaining. I'd found it on the road weeks earlier, 10 meters, 3 across, with foliage so dense you couldn't see through it. And 10 human toes hanging out of the bottom of the canopy. Dark tree. It puts out a paralytic, and when something falls over near it, the branches lift the body up and press it against the trunk and slowly join the two together. The victim usually stays conscious for a week. The bodies ripen, that's the word. They go red like fruit. I dug it up and replanted it at my front gate with monster corpses in it. Partly for the effect, which was considerable, mostly because a ripe one is a bomb. The skin thins, and if you drop it hard, it bursts and puts corpse toxin across 10 meters. Use a silver rank body, and you get 100. I had an artillery park that grew its own shells. In the hall, I sat with Imp's head against my ankle and scratched it while they came in. Wang Kai recognized one of his own men's arms in the pile, and I watched him do the arithmetic on what he was looking at while the thing purred at me. You're strong, I told them. You survived, and you gathered people. You've proven something. So here's the offer. Positions, food, resources. All of it goes up, not down. Liu Yang tried to negotiate. My men are an unruly bunch, brother. I'm afraid they'd be disobedient here. That would be a problem for you, which is a very old move. Make your people sound ungovernable so the new owner leaves you in charge of them, and then you're not a subordinate, you're a partner. You don't want to? The environment here is safe, of course I'm willing, but I don't use people I doubt, and I don't doubt people I use. I said I'd give you real responsibility, and you'd rather have a title over a few hundred people than a future. What use is somebody with no ambition? Kill him. Imp took him with 4 arms and started closing, and he didn't die, which was interesting because Imp's arms crush professionals and Liu Yang was bronze. I've got treasure, he managed. Spare me, treasure. I snapped my fingers and Imp put him down. 3 seconds, then I take your head off myself. And he melted. His skin came off him from the scalp down like a candle going and pooled and reassembled into something the size of my palm. Silver white eyes blinking, small pouting mouth, long pointed ears. Wings on the back, and no anatomy of any kind, anywhere, because it doesn't reproduce. Silver demon. It's a parasite, and a gentle one by the standards of its category, no side effects, no personality damage. It's liquid, it dies in sunlight, so it lives on a host and coats them like a membrane, and that membrane is waterproof, fireproof, and does not part for blades. It also remembers. When it isn't wearing somebody, it can take the shape of anything it's ever inhabited, which is how I found out he wasn't the first. I squeezed it, and it briefly became something with an eagle's head and a lion's body. Liu Yang was not a professional. He never had been. He was an ordinary middle-aged man who'd found a silver demon and worn it for a month and let everyone assume. I crushed it and poured it over myself. 5 minutes of cold, and then I had skin like a mirror and an ordinary zombie could no longer mark me. Pseudo-elastic skin. It doesn't raise my offense by a point, and it means that an ambush does not kill me outright, which is the only statistic that has ever mattered. Then I gave the man a job. I reward and punish accurately. You disobeyed, so you should be dead. You produced a treasure, so you're not. You'll run logistics. Without the demon, you're weak, but under my protection, you don't need to be strong. He thanked me at some length, which tells you everything about that particular species of person, and also, he was extremely good at logistics. Song Hao gave me man-eating flowers, 2 meters tall, red, and they open and swallow whatever comes close and dissolve it. I put a beetle in one as a test and it was gone inside the hour. They grow on blood, which we had in industrial quantity, and I planted several hundred of them around the walls. Wang Kai gave me a healer, an actual healer, reattaches limbs given time. The single most valuable class in that world, and he'd had one sitting in his camp. I gave him the salvage team and one piece of advice. Your ability is raw amplification. There's a shortcut and it's one word. Eat 20 or 30 kilos of insect meat a day, and I'll supply all of it. Inside a month you won't recognize yourself. He hit silver in 11 days. That's the whole model, if you want it in one line. I didn't build my strength. I collected other people's. Hellhound's talent, the tentacle monster's body, Li Gang's butterfly, and his cockroach shells, and his tooth. Zhao Qiang's 13 beasts, Liu Yang's demon, Song Hao's flowers, Wang Kai's healer. Every single one of them was somebody's once-in-a-lifetime piece of luck, and every one of them ended up in my column. The census that month came back at 14,000 people out of 390,000 who'd been living in that district in May, 1 in 28. Jiang Bo wanted to compress the housing and bring the last 3,000 inside the wall. No. Sir, it would be safer. Do you value your life? He blinked. Yes, very much. That's why you work so hard. And I explained it, because he was the one person there who'd understand. People outside the wall want in, and they'll work for it. People inside the wall don't want to go out, and they'll work to stay. The moment everybody's inside and safe, the whole engine stops. It isn't kind. It's the difference between a settlement that grows and one that sits down and eats itself in a year. Then I went to kill a dragon. I want to explain the reasoning, because on the face of it, this is a man with everything to lose going after something that could end him. In my last life, a red dragon came up out of the ground in the economic development zone after the insect tide, when the city's defenses were at their lowest and burned everything that was left. People fled a district that had already been half destroyed, and the death toll during the flight was worse than the fire. Right now, it was a juvenile. Underground, keeping quiet, waiting to be big enough, and its blood is full of fire element. Bathe in it, actual heart's blood, at over 100 degrees, within minutes of death or it's worthless, and a flame demon body upgrades, which meant I could stop being dependent on the Balrog's charity, which meant one less lever for a thing that intends to kill me. The entrance was a fissure where an entire residential compound had gone into the ground. Down there, 17 flame lizards were guarding the only path, 1.5 meters each, scaled, and they breathe fire. Ranged and melee, and they'd taken on a bit of the dragon's disposition from proximity, which is a whole thing I'm not going to detail. The elf took the gold-scaled leader with one energy-focusing shot, and then I brought up Mountain Ogre. Necromancer had done exactly what I asked. What came out of the crack was the same 300 pounds, gone corpse white, with a hole in the abdomen where the belly had burst, because after it was raised, Kalen had it eat its own kind first, and the curse it carries means it bleeds constantly and has to keep eating. He'd named it Hate. It went through 16 flame lizards with its hands. Then the dragon came, 5 meters, when an adult is 15 to 20, dark red, almost charcoal, sparks in the breath from the nostrils, scales and patterns, red dragon. Of the 5 colored dragons, black for darkness, red for fire, green for earth, blue for sky, white for ice. The reds are the aggressive ones. Greedy, arrogant, and they don't scout, they just attack, on the theory that overwhelming force makes reconnaissance unnecessary. Silver Peak. And it had just found its personal guard in pieces. It came in, and I put Hate in front of it, and one claw removed him, 3 meters back, through a wall, chest caved in, heart pierced by his own sternum. Strong, I said. And I gave no order to attack because Hate had not been sent in to fight. Burst. Necromancer raised the scepter and Mountain Ogre's corpse inflated and detonated. Corpse explosion on a silver rank undead at contact range. The bone wall went up over us in the same second and I still felt the heat through it. What came out of the smoke had one wing broken, a chest wound down to the bone, and corpse toxin all through its bloodstream, which took its speed and its reaction time. Mountain Ogre had been bait from the moment I raised him. That's what he was for. That was the only reason I hadn't simply burned him at the supermarket. Then it was a machine, slowness, then an arrow into the open wound, then dragon's breath, which I went flat under and which turned the floor behind me black. And I want to note that even with fire resistance, that would have removed me. And in the pause after the breath, Lyra went up the tail, up the back, onto the head, and took the left eye out with her fingers. It threw itself around trying to shake her, and she held onto the spikes with one hand and waited, and then took the other one. Then Imp came in and wrapped it neck to ankles. I transformed and put the sword into the chest, and the dragon, dying, blind, and out of options, started building a breath at point-blank range. That would have killed me. There's no version where it doesn't. So I turned my wrist and put the blade up through the roof of its mouth. The breath detonated inside its own head. Second strike went into the heart. And then a 1,000-year-lived creature that had been hiding under a residential block waiting for its moment died on the floor of a collapsed car park. And what came out of the heart was over 100 degrees, and it went all over me. I stood in it. That's the whole technique, incidentally. There's no ritual. You stand in it and you don't move, because it cools fast, and cold dragon blood is just blood. It felt like my bones were softening. I stayed. And when it was over, the horns on my head had grown 3 centimeters and curved. The flames had stopped looking like an effect and started looking like a shape. And there was a whip in my hand, 6 meters of it, made out of fire, which took a black stripe out of a concrete wall on the first swing. I'd stopped being a man doing an impression of a Balrog and become a fairly convincing forgery. And then I gave the dragon's corpse to Appendix. Everyone who's heard this part asks why. It was the single most valuable body I would ever hold. Necromancer could have made a bone dragon out of it. An actual bone dragon, the sight of which makes lesser insects lie down. I gave it to the mud. because Imp had eaten everything I'd ever fed it and turned every single meal into something nobody had a name for, and I wanted to see what it did with a dragon. Eat it. It looked up at me and said, Master, can I eat this? In a small voice, like a child asking for something at a shop. You're loyal. It's a reward. Now finish evolving. It smiled, that frozen porcelain smile, and thinned itself out and covered the body, and I sent it home, and I genuinely did not know what was going to come back. While it was gone, I built an army, not the skeletons, people. I put a notice up recruiting a personal guard, better housing, double rations, and 5 pounds of insect meat a week, per man. 3,000 applied. I took 506. I want to tell you about one of them, because he matters later and because he's the only person in this entire account who came out of it better than he went in. Li Lei was 17. He had a 7-year-old sister called Xiao Yun and nothing else. Their parents had been taken by insects on the first night, in front of them. On the road, 2 men had gone for his sister and he had killed both of them, cut one throat and put the knife into the second one's chest, and he was 16 when he did it. They'd walked into order half dead. He carried bricks and lime for 2 steamed buns a day, and sometimes an egg, and he'd gotten his sister a job in logistics, and he'd started sleeping without waking up. He was 1.70 meters, underfed, and he came dead last in every physical test we ran. He got in anyway because his reaction time and his hand speed were freakish, and because when the men around him told him to give up, he added hours instead. His instructor was listed as Ms. Lyra. That's Lyra. She ran 133 men through 2,000 knife repetitions, 1,000 kicks, 500 squats, and 20 kilometers a day, and inside a week, she was down to 63. Everyone else washed out. Li Lei was 63rd of 63, and he stayed 63rd for a long time, and he stayed. And when I stood in front of those 500 men to swear them in, something happened that changed my entire understanding of what I was building. I gave them the speech, 3 meals with meat, housing, and the truth, which was that the training would cripple some of them and kill others. You have 2 choices, I said, die or become strong. And I gave them the thing that actually mattered. If you die in training or in battle, your families are orders, your parents get buried, your children get raised, your widows are provided for. I swear it, and if I break it, let heaven and earth take me. Then Wu Shan went down on one knee with his black arm out and roared it, and 500 men said it after him, and the third time they said it in unison. And I felt something come off them and go into me, thin, like rain, threads of it out of 500 chests, sinking into my bones and staying there. Faith. My bone density went up, my skin toughened. The rate my wounds close improved measurably, and it happened while I was standing there. The demon horns had done it. That's what perception means at that level. I could hear prayer, and I understood finally what the Balrog had actually been recruiting for, because faith accumulates into divinity, and divinity, past a threshold, is what makes a god. Rose has hundreds of thousands of dark elves praying to her. That is the entire reason she's a goddess and not a large spider. If the progress bar to divinity is 100, I was at about 1, but it was a bar, and it had a number on it, and I had never known it existed. And then I noticed one man in that formation, whose faith was coming off him at twice the rate of anybody else's. 17, thin, no talent worth mentioning, fanatic believer, even Balrogs struggle to find one. That boy, I asked Wu Shan. Name. Li Lei, sir. Came in recently, has a little sister. Nothing special about him. Good reflexes, good hands. That's all. Take good care of him. Wu Shan trembled slightly, because he'd been with me long enough to know that I don't say sentences like that without meaning something, and then he went away and quietly put Li Lei on every list that mattered. I didn't tell him why. I didn't tell anybody why. I just found out I could become a god, and I wanted to see the first brick before anybody else knew there was a building. Then the East Bridge District sent a delegation, and it went badly for them. 80 men with rifles, 2 people in charge. Wang Feng, leg suction, so he walks up cliffs and across riverbeds, head of their exploration department, war faction. Reasonable man. And Wang Luoyu, who was not a professional at all, and who was riding a lion. I use the word lion loosely. 3 meters, golden mane standing up like it was charged, dragon scales layered over the body, and every step it took put a crack in the road. Thunder prison dragon lion, alien species. Not a lion, a dimensional creature, descended from a thunder dragon crossed with something, and it comes with a fragment of actual dragon lineage in it, which is why the air around it feels wrong. Silver rank. It belonged to Wang Luoyu's older brother, a beast tamer called Wang Shuiyuan, who had 20 servants employed full-time to groom it, feed it, and trim its claws, and who fed it live prisoners and the best meat in the district on the theory that this would make it fond of him. His little brother had brought it along as a threat. That was the entire purpose of the visit. Walk up to the new settlement everyone was talking about, let them look at the lion, and then negotiate from the top. The lion smelled my corpse tree, decided the smell was an insult, and put a ball of lightning into it. I went off the wall, 6 meters, in flame demon form, with the whip already out. The whip took a stripe across its back and turned the scales bright red, and it went down. Thunder Stepper, come back, Wang Luoyu was shouting, and the lion did not come back because it was loyal to his brother and not to him, and because it had just been hit by something it did not understand. It got up, and it roared, and its blood came up, and I put my foot on its head. Now here's the thing that decided that fight, and nobody watching understood it at the time. I had been standing in the heart's blood of a red dragon 9 days earlier. That lion has dragon lineage, which means it could feel, coming off me, the exact quality of a dragon's last few seconds. And it knew what it was smelling, and every instinct it had told it that whatever was standing on its head had already done this once. It couldn't put out more than half its strength. It physically couldn't. I know you understand me, I said. I need a watchdog. Come and guard my gate. Struggle again, and I'll kill you. You don't want to. I know. But it's the same for you as it is for anything you've ever eaten. The weak don't get a choice. Be a dog at this door, or die here. Pick. It made a sound and lay flat, and Wang Luoyu started shouting about who his brother was and what he'd give me, food, guns, women, anything, to get it back. This is order, I said. Everyone here follows the rules. Wu Shan, what's the penalty for attacking at the gate? Death. Then I looked down at the lion. You want to make it up to me? There's your chance. Go on. It killed him. One motion, straight through the skull, and the man who had ridden into my district that morning to put me in my place was face down in the road, and the lion lay back down at my feet like a hunting dog. Wang Feng went white. How can you kill a man without even asking what happened? Which of your eyes saw me kill anybody? He opened his mouth and closed it, because I hadn't touched him. The beast did it. There are rules here, and he broke them. That animal killed a man in front of my gate, and I've confiscated it, and I'm entirely within my rights. Don't say anything careless. It won't help either of us. He swallowed it. Then he introduced himself properly and handed me a commission. Second lieutenant, signed by Gao Yuan, for staying behind at the school to cover the retreat and saving hundreds of lives. I took it. I'm not sentimental about a title, but a badge from the largest human organization left in this city is a useful thing to have in a pocket, and refusing it would have cost me a friendly and gained me nothing. I fed him that night, and I made the meal a message. 20 dishes. A four-eyed wolf spider, venom glands removed and legs cut off, still alive and hanging, opened up by a chef who had never awakened anything in his life and who took it apart with the calm of a man who had done this 100 times, because he had. And then I had Wu Shan kill Wang Luoyu's mutated horse and pour me a cup of its heart's blood, and I drank it in front of him. It's a genuine tonic. That concentration is comparable to royal jelly. It also communicates something. Wang Feng got the message. He sold me the location of the second insect king before dessert. 300 pounds of dried meat was the price. He held out for a while. Then he thought about what 300 pounds of meat buys in a city where 2 steamed buns buy most things. Then he told me about the Zishan cemetery, where a giant worm lived, and where a second lieutenant had taken 30 men in, and none of them had come out. Earth-drilling giant earthworm. Absolute defense. That's its epithet among the 5. 8 meters long, 3 thick, and a red that belongs on the inside of something. Mouth parts that rotate and grind bluestone into dust, which is how it moves underground. And it sprays an acid that goes through a steel plate in 5 seconds. And it's what breaks the walls in the timeline I remember, not the swarm. The swarm is the distraction. That thing comes up inside the city while all the professionals are outside fighting, and it goes through the civilian shelters, and by the time anybody gets back, the ground is covered in people who did not get to see what killed them. Its skin has been remade by decades of eating rock. Conventional weapons do nothing at all. And in a fair fight, on open ground, you cannot catch it because it simply leaves. I took Lyra and the lion and went. 2 things happened on that road worth telling. The first was the river. The bridge was down, which it should not have been. It was built to survive earthquakes, and the tremors had been local and small. And there was half a man on the bank with bite marks on him the size of my thumb, in a pattern that was human-shaped and much too large. Aquatic ogres, 3 meters, green, webbed, with tusks and black claws that carry a paralytic. Social. They live in fresh water, and they are the reason boatmen used to have superstitions. I stood on the bank and threw a rock in. Bastard, I can see your ugly head. Come out. Which is a stupid way to open a negotiation and the only one that works because ogres are territorial and cannot let a thing like that go. 3 came out, 2 adults and a juvenile, a family. Lyra put the male down with a throw. She got her legs around its head from its own shoulder and dropped backward, and something in its neck went and hit the female in the chest hard enough to fold her. And the lion pinned the young one, and I put my foot on its head and cut off its ear and threw the ear on the ground in front of its parents. I need to cross the river. Carry me. Refuse, and I kill it now. They carried us, all three of them, with us standing on their backs, across a river in 10 minutes, and they did it without a single attempt at anything because the child was on the water with us. On the far bank I said, the most important thing for a family is to stay together. And I killed all three. I want to be exact about this one, because it's the one people find hardest. Those things had been living under a bridge on a route between two population centers, eating whatever crossed. Leaving them alive meant leaving a hunting party in place on the only road between my district and the East Bridge district, a road my salvage teams would be using every week. Also, I'd cut a child's ear off in front of its parents. There was no version of that where they didn't come looking. Necromancer raised the male and had it eat the other two, and what stood up afterward had a burst abdomen and a permanent hunger, and he called it hate. The second thing was that Lyra got a bottle of milk. She'd fought well, that's all. She put down 2 silver rank ogres inside a minute, and afterward she stood there staring at the bodies working through what she'd learned from it, and I walked over and put a bottle of milk in her hands and said, "You did well. That's yours." And she didn't understand what was happening. That's the part I noticed. She'd spent 2 years as the shield of an entire tribe, taking the most damage and the fewest calories of anyone in it, and nobody had ever once given her something for doing it. She looked at that bottle like a woman being handed a document in a language she didn't read. I'll be honest with you about my reasoning, because I've been honest about everything else. You cannot run a creature like that on fear alone. Fear makes something obey and hate you, and hatred looks for gaps. What I wanted was for every time she thought about her people not starving, my face was attached to it. That's not kindness, that's construction. It also worked, and it kept working, and I have never had to threaten her since. The cemetery was full of turned earth and empty of everything else. The worm senses vibration through the skin. It has no ears. So I compressed a fireball down to a walnut and dropped it into a hole, and it came back out as a 3-meter column of fire, and then the ground started drumming. It came up in front of me, and it was, honestly, magnificent in the way that a landslide is magnificent, and I put Lyra off to one side and told her to stay there. I want to explain that, because she never forgave me for it, and she was right not to. She could not hurt that thing, not at silver. Its skin ate her best strike and asked for more, and everything she had would have been spent making it slightly annoyed. So I benched her and put her where she could watch, on the theory that watching a fight at that level teaches a fistmaster more than losing one does. She stood there with the gold coming up on her cheeks and understood exactly what I meant by it, which was that she was the only one of my 4 who hadn't broken through. She'd seen me take Banshee's head for being useless. I did not say a word to correct the conclusion she was drawing. Then Imp came back. The crack opened, and dragon fear came out of it. Actual dragon fear, thin but unmistakable, and every insect within a kilometer of that cemetery ran. What came through was 5 meters of rotting mud with a little girl's face on top of it, and a dozen arms sheathed in red dragon scale, and a pair of red dragon wings 6 meters across, and a tail behind it heavy enough to crack the ground. Silver Peak. The thing I had summoned off a dog-fighting corpse in the first hour of the apocalypse, the lowest value creature the abyss produces, the ammunition of that world, had eaten a dragon and come back wearing it. And the term that came up out of my memory was one I'd only ever read: divine abomination. They're the things the gods seal at the bottom of the abyss. The famous one is the 100-armed giant, 20 meters, 50 heads, 100 arms, each one holding something, sealed in a place with no air and no time, because killing it wasn't available as an option. Legend says that when it's released, an entire pantheon ends. They carry a spark of divinity, which is why they can't properly die. Most of them exist because a god made something and then regretted it. Even Rose won't provoke one. And I'd built one out of garbage in a basement by feeding it whatever was lying around over about 8 weeks. The first thing it did on arrival, 5 meters tall, dragon-winged, an insect king's murder in its future, was open all 12 arms toward me and say, "Master, hug me." The fight took about 6 minutes, and I want to give you 2 moments from it. The first, Imp drove that worm into the ground with a dozen scaled fists, and the worm played dead, and then came up out of the earth with the half of its body Imp hadn't been hitting, and threw 5 meters of divine abomination through a row of headstones. The second, Imp got up, reinflated the crushed half of its own chest out of the surrounding mud, and cried, actual tears, on the little girl's face, and an expression on it that was unmistakably the expression of a child who has been hurt and is furious about it. "I hate you," it said. "I'll kill you." Its emotions had finished coming in, not the borrowed fragments from the corpses, its own. It had merged all of them into one mind, and that mind had opinions. I stood in a graveyard and watched something I made discover feelings, and the feeling it discovered first was grievance. Then it shrank itself down to 2 meters, because dragons have innate shape-shifting, and it had inherited that too, and it went in under the mouth parts and put a dozen punches into the exact same point on the worm's skull until the fat gave and the skull didn't. The worm tried to dig out. Necromancer slowed it. The headless horseman came in on the skeletal horse at a full charge and took its tail off with the greatsword. And Lyra on the sideline watched that charge, a dead man on a dead horse going flat out at something 8 meters long with no thought of surviving the impact, and something in her cracked open. She'd been looking for the top of her own discipline for 2 years. That was it. That's what she'd been missing. Not power. Fearless. She hit her ceiling standing still in a cemetery watching somebody else fight, and I have never had a better return on a decision. Then I called the elf and gave her the kill. The offering's half made. Come and take the rest. Reach your peak and serve me better. She put 3 thorn branches through its mouth and out the other side, after making it last as long as she could, because Rose blesses believers for the suffering of powerful enemies, and my elf has never once needed to be reminded of doctrine. And Rose came. Not the spider this time, the other shape. A tall, extremely beautiful dark elf with a spider emblem at her breast, which is the form she wears when the business of the day is scheming rather than slaughter. And she ignored the sacrifice entirely and looked at me, the way a child looks at a toy. She crossed the distance without walking. Space just stopped being relevant, and I smelled something, and my blood went hot, and my hands started to lift on their own, fully conscious the whole time. That's what I want you to understand. I knew exactly what was happening, and my arms went up anyway. I bit through my tongue, and the room came back, and I got my hands down. Which was, I am fairly sure, the single most important decision I have ever made because of what happens to the men she takes an interest in. They don't get to keep being men afterward. She has a category for them, and the category has a name, and they end up serving her in a shape they didn't choose. She looked at the blood on my chin and found the whole thing funny, and then she blessed me. An emblem came up on my neck, a spider hanging from a thread with a dark elf's head. Curse immunity. Resistance to charm effects. Dark vision good enough that I no longer needed the flame demon bloodline to see at night, and an affinity that makes spider-type creatures friendly unless provoked. That's an enormous package to hand a human being for nothing. Which is precisely why I stood in that graveyard afterward and felt cold. Rose does not give things away. She has orchestrated wars for centuries as opening moves. What she does is invest, and what she'd just done was buy a small position in me at an early price. The question was what she'd seen, and I already knew the answer because there's only one thing about me that would interest a goddess. I can absorb faith. Faith becomes divinity. Divinity becomes godhood. And every powerful thing in that place is playing the same game with the same currency. And she had just found a human who could take deposits. So now I had 2 marks on my body. A Balrog's on my chest, growing brighter every time I use its power, held by something that intends to come and collect. And a Spider Queen's on my neck, held by something that intends to wait. I looked at that arrangement and decided that being watched by 2 separate powers was, on balance, a survivable problem, since neither of them could reach me yet, and both of them had just made me stronger. Then the elf hit Silver Peak, and Rose made her a priestess, which is not a promotion, it's a legal status. A priestess of Rose can execute any ordinary dark elf without trial, for any reason, including not liking them. And this creature, newly ordained, 1 rank off the top of her entire species, with a goddess's own robe conjured onto her, walked over to me, got down on both knees, put her forehead on the ground, and said, "My lord, the humble Alara kneels before you." That was the first time I learned her name. I'd had her for 2 months. She'd killed for me perhaps 60 times. I'd never once asked. I burned my mark into her with the flame blade, which is how ownership is marked down there, and she held still for it with an expression I declined to describe. An imp came over, shrank itself to a meter, and glared at her with its cheeks puffed out, and I had to physically separate them, which is my entire management style summarized in one image. 2 Silver Peak monsters, a divine abomination, and a priestess of a goddess, competing for the attention of a man who was standing in a graveyard covered in what was left of a worm. I got home and did 2 things. The first was the Tomb of Loyal Bones. 69 people had died working for Order by then. Salvage teams mostly. Some fighters. I had them cremated, and I had the ashes put in urns, and I had a 5-meter stone raised with every single name cut into it. Then I assembled all 2019 armed people in Order and told them what it was for. Some of you are going to end up on this. When you do, your parents get buried by Order. Your children get raised by Order. Your widow is provided for. I have sworn it publicly, and I will not break it. And then, because I am what I am, for every insect you kill in the coming fight, 20% of the meat is yours. They cheered for a long time. I want to be honest about the stone, because it would be easy to let you think it was sentiment. An army isn't made by weapons or by tactics. It's made by belonging. A man who thinks he's employed will run. A man who thinks the place behind him is his home will not, and if he dies, he'll do it facing the right way. I built that monument to manufacture that feeling deliberately, and it worked exactly as intended. It also happens to be the only structure I ever built that I still think about. The second thing was the experiments. 13 monsters in cages, crimson flame scorpion, frost rock serpent, iron spiked porcupine, and 10 more, all bronze, all starved down to nothing so they couldn't resist, and 13 volunteers. The technique is the one I used on my own eye, scaled up. Take the creature apart, put it into a human body, and if the human's mind wins, they keep the abilities forever. If the mind loses, the monster's instincts take the driver's seat, and what's left doesn't recognize its own family. The first man's skull opened, and 2 scorpion claws came through it, and his hair went gray while I watched, and about 40 seconds later he twisted his own head around. Failure, I said, then the second, then the third, then the fourth, whose mind got taken, and who I put down myself, because leaving him would have been the crueler option by a distance. The fifth one held. He called himself Thunder. Underground boxing before all this, no rules, no illegal targets, and a career in which killing and being killed were both on the menu, and whatever that does to a man's willpower, it turned out to be the qualifying condition. He came out with a shell on his back and green keratin skin and webbed feet and no hair, and he was not recognizable as the man who went in. He said thank you. 3 out of 13 survived, 10 died in front of me, badly, and I want to put one thing on the record about those 10, because I've been called a great many things, and this is the accusation I'll actually answer. Nobody was forced, not one. Every man in that room volunteered, knowing the odds, because they had seen what the world does to people without power, and had decided that a 2 in 7 chance was better than the certainty of being ordinary in it. I told them the number, they took it anyway. I still think about the first one's face, not the 9th or the 10th, just the first, because he was the only one who didn't know what he looked like at the end. Meanwhile, in the abyss, my imp was taking over a valley. I'd sent it down with one instruction, which was to build me a force, and I'd assumed it would take months and produce something embarrassing. Here's what actually happened, as best I've reconstructed it. Level 489. The Valley of Poison, formerly the property of a Balrog called Tarnheim, whose whereabouts are unknown, which down there means somebody ate him, volcanoes, acid mist, 50 degrees ambient, and a population of demons who fight each other daily over food, insults, and boredom. There was a swamp in it with 500 imps living in the mud, under the command of a nearby serpent demon. My imp flew over that swamp on red dragon wings, hit them with dragon fear, and then came down into the middle of them and killed 60 in about 10 minutes. Then it found the swamp's leader, an imp 4 meters long that was days from evolving into something better, and said, "You have been drafted." And then, in that layered voice, in the demon tongue, "Submit, or die." It had learned that from me. It heard me say it to the elf, and to Lyra, and to the lion, and it had filed it under things the master says when he is being the master, and it deployed it on another creature in another dimension without anyone teaching it what the words were for. The leader lay down in the mud immediately. Then it took 400 imps and attacked the serpent demon's canyon. Serpent demon, human upper body, snake below, 2 curved abyssal blades, scaled skin that functions as armor, 1 rank off becoming a 6-armed serpent demon, which is a creature capable of dismantling an army of 1,000 on its own. It was sitting in the middle of its own court with a succubus draped across its tail, presiding over a cauldron with things in it I'm not going to list, and it had just casually taken a kobold apart for approaching too closely. My imp came in while it was still working out why its own subordinates were attacking it, hit it with dragon fear, and put a dozen scale-plated fists through its guard before it finished being confused. That was it. That was the whole battle. When a leader dies down there, the army evaporates, because none of them were there out of loyalty in the first place. 600 dark creatures surrendered on the spot and switched sides without a moment's discussion. And then the succubus came out of the corner and did what succubi do, which is attach to whoever won. "Master," she said, "I am your most loyal servant. I'll do anything for you." And my imp took her by the throat and said, "Master, is that something you call me?" And killed her, because in the whole of its head there is exactly one referent for that word, and it will not be shared. The demons started calling it something after that. I got the phrase off Necromancer, who found the entire situation professionally fascinating. Blood Queen, my imp, the thing I pulled out of a dead dog's skull on the first night. I set out for the East Bridge district with 100 men and 30 skeletons, and on the way, I picked a fight I didn't need. An amusement park taken over by ape humans. 150 of them at least, with a 2-meter red leader on the billboard, javelins sharpened out of ride timber, and offensive stakes with bodies on them. They'd seen my column and decided not to engage, which was the correct call, and if I'd walked past, they'd have let me. I attacked anyway. The one who kills the most gets a permanent house in the inner city and 50 caddies of dried meat, and 100 men went insane. Permanent housing meant your name on a door instead of orders. That was a professional's privilege. It also meant, and everybody understood this, that women would look at you. They went through that camp in under 20 minutes. Shield line ate the javelins, the palisade came down, and then enchanted blades, 9 pounds each, slender and sharp enough that the smith had to warn people about carrying them, went through 8 humans in single strokes. The leader killed one of my men with a punch, and Wushan put an arm through its chest and then inhaled its soul into the 13 already in his arm, and a tail grew on the phantom, and he made it 19. And at the end of it, my men were dragging the young ones out of the back of the camp and killing them, and cutting the throats of the females, and laughing. I stood and watched that and did not stop it. Because here's the thing nobody tells you about building an army out of civilians. Familiarity with combat is step 1. Everybody gets that far. Step 2 is when they stop being afraid of it. And step 3, the one that actually wins wars, is when some part of them starts looking forward to it. I needed step 3 before the insect tide, and there was no gentle route to it. War doesn't kill people mostly. What it does is corrode them. A month earlier, those men were carrying bricks. I did that on purpose, and it worked, and it is the single thing in this account I'd change if I were the kind of man who changed things. There were 2 boys in that column called Lei and Chang, and I want to give them their 30 seconds because everything else in this story is about people with power. Lei kept a diary, which Chang mocked him for constantly. There was a 14-year-old girl in order who did his laundry and cooked for him, and he didn't know what to do about that, and the honest answer was nothing, and he knew it. Chang had signed up as a test subject for the fusion procedure. 10 out of 13 died, Lei told him. You've seen the odds. I don't have a sister to spoil, and there's nobody waiting for me. Zombies got my family months ago. My mother held one of them so I could get out the door. She was a teacher for 30 years, and she held a zombie with her hands. And then, I'm not afraid of dying. I'm afraid of not killing enough of them for her. They wrestled about it and fell over laughing, and around them 100 men sat by a fire and made noise, and every one of them had a version of that conversation in their pocket somewhere. Sometimes death isn't the hard part. Sometimes it's the being alive afterward. I heard both of them from about 10 meters away, and I did not walk over because there was nothing I could have said that wouldn't have made it worse. The East Bridge district had a wall 15 meters high, arrow towers every 20 meters, and 200,000 people behind it. They'd built a barracks outside the main city as a buffer with no front gate at all so that anything arriving had to come the long way around under fire, competent, genuinely, and they had a reception committee waiting for me at the tree line, which was the conservative faction, moving early. I should explain the politics because from here on, they matter more than the monsters. The East Bridge district had split into 2. War faction, under Gao Yuan, clear the monsters, take the ground back, and accept casualties to do it. Conservative faction, under a man called Yang Lei, dig in, husband resources, don't provoke anything. Wait, conservative faction held about 70% of the strength. Because their argument is the one that sounds sensible to frightened people, and because they were extremely good at telling frightened people what they wanted to hear. The man they sent to meet me was called Liu Jun, and he'd been given a trap with 2 exits and no third. Option 1, accept an invitation to a banquet at Wang Shuiyuan's house, the beast tamer whose brother I'd killed and whose lion I was riding. Accept, and I'm a man who comes when summoned. Option 2, refuse, at which point he announces to the crowd at the gate, and there was a crowd, because a column of walking skeletons draws 1, that I murdered a man and stole his beast. Refuse and I look guilty. It was a good trap. Whoever built it understood people. Where did this scum come from, trying to walk into New Qiaodong without reporting? He opened. Then, when Wu Shan identified us, then this must be the famous 2nd Lieutenant Li. Lord Wang Shuiyuan has laid on a banquet. He asked me personally to invite you. Please, don't be shy. And then he raised his voice so the crowd would catch it. What's this? You killed the man's brother, you took his lion, and now you won't face the real owner? This is the man who unified the economic development zone, a name with nothing behind it, if you ask me. So I stepped outside the trap entirely. I'm an invited guest of Colonel Gao Yuan. Wang Shuiyuan intercepted me on the road, and I'll forgive his manners because he's grieving. But who are you? How dare you point your finger at me? Wu Shan, break both his arms and take out his teeth. What? You can't. I'm with Li Qi. Wu Shan, now. The first punch took every tooth in his head. Then Wu Shan put that black arm around both of the man's arms and turned his wrist, and there is a sound that limbs make when they're being ruined rather than broken, and after that, Liu Jun was never going to fight again, healer or no healer. The crowd went silent. Children who'd come to look at the skeletons ran home. And I want to explain why I did that in public, because it looks like temper, and it wasn't. They'd sent a dog to bite me in front of an audience, on the theory that I'd either flinch or be reasonable. So I broke the dog's legs and pulled its teeth out and let the audience watch, and every single person in New Qiaodong understood the terms of engagement before I'd walked through the gate. Wang Shuiyuan's house had 18 combat professionals in the hall. That's more professionals in one room than existed in all of Order. There were also corpse fiends stationed in the courtyard, men who'd been injected with something derived from zombie brain matter. They come out strong and tireless and utterly without self, don't recognize their own families, and can't speak. They're not soldiers, they're ordnance. And there were 2 men sitting down who did not stand up when I came in. One young, one old. And when they looked at me, the sensation was of something walking on my skin. Silver Peak. Both. Sun Kai, called the corpse barrier, whose bones grow out of his body as weapons, hand bones, ribs, spine, all of it, extending as far as his strength holds. And Mr. Lee, called Nightfall, scientist before all this, wanted at national level, S-class. He's the one who made the corpse fiends. He's Yang Lei's strategist the way Jiang Bo is mine, except that he'd had a laboratory and a supply of human beings. Their plan, which I learned later, was not to kill me. It was to humiliate me in front of my own men, in stages, until some of them started calculating whether they'd backed the right horse, and then take order without a fight. Mr. Lee was, I'll admit, cleverer than I'd expected, so I did not let anybody speak first. I'm Li Lei. Who wants to see me? You, or you? Not loud. But I put everything behind it, and the room rang, and the 2 nearest professionals had to work at breathing. Because I'd walked in with Lyra, Imp, Necromancer, and Wu Shan, and on my order all 4 of them dropped their restraint at once. Death Will, Dragon Fear, Internal Energy, and 19 animals, and the 18 professionals in that hall recalculated the evening. Mr. Lee told somebody afterward what went through his head, and it got back to me, and I've enjoyed it ever since. 5 silver ranks including him, 2 of them at peak. And the little girl, what is she? She's 7 years old. Why does she feel like that? And then he'd realized the little girl was looking at him the way a child looks at a bakery window. Wang Shuiyuan tried to press the case about his brother. I did not let him finish a sentence. So you're the one spreading it around that I killed your brother and stole your lion. You have no evidence and you've been slandering me across an entire district. I have nearly died a dozen times protecting people. I've killed things that would have taken this city, and nobody has ever dared say a word to me. And you throw mud like something crawling out of a drain. You had it kill him. That animal killed a man at my gate. I subdued it so it could work off what it did. You say it's your pet. I say it's a vicious dog I reformed. You want it back? Prove it's yours. And he called it. Thunder Stepper, come here. It's me. You're going home. And the lion, lying by the door, did not move a muscle. It knew him perfectly well. It had also been at the cemetery. It had watched what I did to something 8 meters long, and it had made a decision about the relative merits of the 2 men in that room, and had absolutely no interest in revisiting it. Still saying it's yours? Even a dog can tell good from bad, and you can't. Someone like you isn't fit to host me. If I hear this slander again, I'll pull your teeth out and cut your tongue out so it can't happen a 3rd time. Wang Shuiyuan's face went through several colors, and he coughed onto his own floor, not from an injury. From humiliation, in front of the entire senior membership of his own faction, and by nightfall, every one of them would have told somebody. Waste, I said. Mr. Lee stepped in. Second Lieutenant Lee, isn't this a little far? Killing a man is a head on the floor. Saying it like that goes further than the killing. I'm a man of clear accounts. Somebody stabs me in the back. I stab them 10 times in the front. I deal with the matter, not the person. Then I looked around that hall. It's stuffy in here. I think I'll skip the meal. And I walked out, and 18 professionals and 2 Silver Peaks let me, because when Sun Kai ran the numbers he came out with we win and several of us die, and he could not be certain which several. Behind me, Wang Shuiyuan grabbed Sun Kai's sleeve and screamed at him for not attacking, and Sun Kai knocked him down, and Mr. Lee said, "Report to Master Huo, this is beyond us." I got about 2 streets before the whole city started screaming. It was the good kind. 200,000 people making a noise I hadn't heard since the world ended, and somewhere in it, over and over, a phrase I didn't recognize. God of War. The streets that had been half empty a minute earlier were packed solid, people waving clothes, people eating relief rations they'd been saving, people crying with their hands over their faces. I pushed through to the front to see what a city like that celebrates, and what was laid out in the road was 28 bronze rank corpses, hunters, lickers, tanks, corpse fiends, ghost mastiffs, red rock beetles, amoebas, earth dragons, flame toads, every one of them a thing that clears a street on its own, stacked in the road like fish at a market. And behind them 100 and some fighters in black, silent, filthy, and radiating the specific cold of people who have been killing for a fortnight, and in front of them a woman on a white unicorn. I need to be accurate about the unicorn, because everybody assumes fairy tale. They're dimensional creatures, they're bad-tempered, they're almost impossible to tame, and the horn refracts something that goes through anything it hits. The one condition on riding one is a condition on the rider, and it's not negotiable. She was in the middle of 100,000 people, and every single one of them was looking at her. Black hair loose in the wind, silver eyes, a crescent mark between her brows, and an expression of complete calm, as though the 28 corpses behind her were slightly tedious. They had sent her into the Westbridge district, which was written off as a total loss. She came back in half a month. Over 1,000 larvae dead, and the Titan broodworm taken alive, an insect the size of an elephant, 5,000 deaths on it, and 2 previous assaults broken on its back. Gao Yuan stood at the gate to receive her personally, which he did for perhaps 4 people in that entire district, and made her a major on the spot, and a firing line put rounds into the air, and I stood in the middle of 100,000 cheering strangers and said it out loud, 1 syllable at a time, to nobody at all, Shu, Hong, Zhuang. 6 weeks. 6 weeks earlier, she had been sitting on the floor of a wrecked nursing home with a bag of bread I'd thrown at her feet, and now 200,000 people had made her a god. And I understood immediately what I was looking at because it's the same thing I do. That was manufactured. Gao Yuan had built her, deliberately, at expense, with resources, because War Faction was losing the argument and needed something the public would follow. Wu Tao is 70. Guoxiang is a grim, silent gunner who's welded himself to a rifle. Neither of them is going to be on a poster. She had ability and she had a face, and a faction that needs a banner needs both. So they made her one, and she earned it. And standing there watching it work, I felt something I don't feel often, which is envy. The world plays favorites. That girl had walked out of the worst night of her life with a hero template and had been handed altitude by the universe every month since, and I had built everything I had out of other people's corpses. And then I stopped being envious because I did the accounting again, and it came out the way it always does. Her rise wasn't a problem. Her rise was an asset that had been growing without my supervision. Everybody in that crowd worshipped her, which meant every one of those 200,000 people was standing at the far end of a chain, and I already had my hand on the other end of it. Because there is exactly one human being alive who knows that the god of war of the East Bridge district owes somebody a life. She felt something while I was watching her. She was Silver Peak by then, and that comes with instincts, and she scanned the crowd for the source and found 100,000 screaming faces and nothing else. I turned around and went to the banquet. 20 tables. Meat and wine and delicacies that had no business existing, laid on for professionals, most of whom had been workers and farmers 8 weeks earlier and were now the aristocracy of a dying city, laughing with grease on their hands while people starved a wall away. I didn't drink. I have never drunk. In a world like that, a clear head is the only asset that can't be taken off you. Gao Yuan stood up when I came in and thanked me in front of the room, and I watched him do the thing that made him dangerous, which was to be completely sincere while also making a political move. And then, because he was proud of her and because he collects talent, he brought her over. Ling, come here. Let me introduce a remarkable young man. Second Lieutenant Li Lei, commander of the Economic Development Zone. She looked up out of politeness, and every particle of color went out of her face. We seem to have met somewhere before, I said, pleasantly, with a small smile. To a room of 100 people, it was a formality between 2 young officers. To her, it was a hand closing. Have you met? Gao Yuan said. Impossible. Ling came to East Bridge weeks ago. I stood up and walked over, slowly. Because she couldn't move, and I wanted to see how long that lasted. I've heard about you from Wang Feng, the Valkyrie. You live up to it. It's other people who say that, she managed. I've never thought so. You're modest, but some identities in this world are yours whether you like them or not. You can't shake them off wherever you go. And Gao Yuan heard small talk, and she heard exactly what I meant, and I watched her hands close at her sides. Here's what I actually said to her at the end, when I put out my hand, and she had no choice but to take it. I leaned in about 10 centimeters, which is nothing, which anybody watching would read as courtesy, and I said quietly enough that only she got it. You still owe me a word. I told you I wanted it in person, with your own mouth. Then, at normal volume, I'll be here for a while. I'm sure we'll meet again. And I let go of her hand. She said something about not feeling well and got out of that room fast enough that people noticed. Gao Yuan watched her go with genuine concern because he had no idea, and because the greatest asset his faction had was a girl who had just discovered that the only person in the world who has anything on her had walked in through the front door with a commission in his pocket. I stood in the corner of that banquet with my hands still warm and did the arithmetic one more time. 6 weeks ago, 1 man, no allies, in a room with a dying dog and a shovel. Now, 14,000 people, a wall, 6 departments, 2 industries, 300 skeletons that work through the night, a divine abomination running a valley in hell on my behalf, a priestess of rose, a fistmaster, a necromancer 1 step off gold, a dragon-blooded lion at my gate as a watchdog, and the second largest human settlement in this city, sitting at a banquet table, deciding very carefully how to talk to me. That's the part I want you to sit with, because I've had a long time to think about it, and I've never improved on it. I didn't get there by being chosen. Nothing about me was special. Zhao was born with a template, and Zhao Chang was born with a gift, and Li Gang found 3 miracles in a month, and every single one of them ended up as material. I got there because I was willing to spend anything, money, on the first day, then a dog that loved me, then a girl in a convenience store, then a spider that asked me for help, then my own left eye, then Banshee, who never once disobeyed me, and who died with his back to me because I needed the components. Everything I have ever built has been built out of something that trusted me. There are 2 marks on my body now. The one on my chest belongs to a legendary demon that is getting a clearer fix on me every time I use its power, and which will come the day it can tear the wall between us. That's a deadline. I work well with deadlines. The one on my neck belongs to a goddess who does not give gifts, who has been running schemes since before this species had writing, and who has decided that a human who can absorb faith is worth a small early investment. I have no illusions about what I am to either of them, but I know something they don't. The Balrog thinks a mark is a leash. It's a wire, and wires carry current both ways, and on the day I make legendary, I'm going to reach down it and pull, and Rose thinks she's found something small enough to grow and harvest. She might be right. She's been right for a very long time. Except that the last thing that looked at me and saw an investment was a tattooed man in a basement, 3 hours before the end of the world, who took my money and let me into a room full of dying animals and thought he was the one making the profit. There's an insect emperor under this city with 2 of its 5 kings left and a plan to open my walls from the inside. There's something in a cellar in New Chaodong that's been taking people apart in a pattern, 1 a day, and accelerating, and it isn't a monster, it's a devil, and devils are the lawful kind, which means it isn't feeding, it's building towards something on a schedule, and somewhere down there, a spider queen is watching a bronze rank human she blessed on a whim, waiting to see what he turns into. Let them all wait. I know exactly what I am, and I have no interest in being forgiven for it. I'm the thing that walked into a basement with everything I owned in a bag, held a dying animal until it stopped being afraid of me, and then picked up a shovel because I knew what the world was about to become, and I intended to be standing on top of it. And when the tide comes, and this city finds out what's been sitting under it since the first night, they're going to come and find me. All of them. The girl on the white unicorn first.